What's up? Hello. Hi. We're streaming. We're ready. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. I was walking the dog and it took longer than I mentally thought it would. There's no real excuse. I just estimated times wrong. So we're a little bit late, but we are ready to go and I am psyched. I'm very psyched. And I honestly got more psyched as we got closer to stream. Like as I started thinking more, because a lot of times for a half ep, I don't do a takeaway. You know, makes sense, I think, at least. Don't necessarily need to. Oh, hello, Delphi. Hello. Oh, wait, is this not? Oh, there we go. We've got the highlights. There they are. But for this one, I don't think I'm going to be able to help myself, but not. Because I had not necessarily a realization, but like, I don't know. I think to a degree, I feel like I kind of understand Matt a little bit more. I don't know. I'll have to kind of show you what I mean, because I have a theory about what or how Matt organizes things that I didn't necessarily think before, if that makes sense. I'll sort of show you what I mean. Let's see. I'm going to see if I can switch this and if it still kind of works. It still kind of works. Let's go. Okay. So, what's up, Ebster, Cabby, and Mona? Hello. And Mona is Sue. Got it. Okay. The arm that holds this is a little bit too strong. So sometimes it acts a little strangely. What's up, John? Hello. Beck, Liz? We're all in here. Okay. So I named the stream after it, and I couldn't think of a good term to explain it, and all I kept thinking about was Quantum Ogre, but Quantum Ogre is like a bad thing, and so I didn't want to call it that. That's like a derogatory thing. It'd be like calling railroading good. So I'm going to call it Quantum Ripley. Because I have a theory that it is a strategy that Matt has been using for a little bit, maybe forever. But it just hasn't necessarily come up so distinctly before. And so that is this. Quantum Ripley. It is at least the thing that I am proposing, and this is all speculation. I don't know that Matt is doing this. But this is what it seems like to me. And if he was doing it, I would think it's pretty good. And it is and I am taking away a lot from it, because one of the things that I've talked about a lot is that I think Matt's really good at the magic trick of making his world feel very full. On the hour instead of the half hour. I know! Because I was late. That's the only reason. But I think he's very good at making it feel very, very full. And one of the things that, or one of the reasons I think, is because he brings a lot of things back, even if they're small. I talked about this a lot last stream. I went on like a whole thing about it. And what I'm sort of refining it into is this Quantum Ripley thing. So it's basically this kind of loop and cycle of, you could call it foreshadowing, but I think it would maybe be better to consider it like setup and payoff. So Matt introduces something. So he introduces something over here. So we will call that. There's a lot of introduction type things like Krieg. Krieg is an introduction to the Chroma Conclave. I would say that Ripley is introduced in, or actually, we'll call Ripley the prisoner the introduction, right? Ripley the prisoner. Now, these are two examples of kind of the longer running Quantum Ripley. But I think there's also some that have been, maybe we'll call it tackled much quicker. Something like Kavarn. Right? Oh yeah, we're bringing Kavarn into this. This is a holistic theory. Don't you worry. And actually, we might not even say Kavarn. We'll say Kima. And this isn't a joke. This is real. So these are all introductions to maybe larger threats. And I think that these three are good examples of the different ways that Matt kind of uses his threats. I think they get introduced, and then they go on to something that I'll call keep warm. Keep warm. I thought back burner, but I think that has maybe too not enough, right? So I think once they're introduced, they get put into keep warm. This is like the CC eyeball, right? The CC eyeball, where when they encountered and defeated Krieg, they saw a big ass eyeball in one of his 4 orbs. And that is, or actually, maybe we'll call it the CC orbs. We didn't know that it was the Chroma Conclave at this point, obviously. And the Ripley prisoner was Ripley escape, right? Ripley escape. So you can also kind of call this maybe like keep warm, also maybe like loose threads, right? Loose threads, to use kind of a different term for it. Now, Kima / Kavarn didn't have a keep warm step. They kind of did, where Kima says, or actually, yeah, maybe that's what I'll put in there. So Kima is the introduction, and then we'll call it Kavarn the unknown. Right, or Kavarn the Vision, maybe we'll call it. The Vision. Because when Kima is first introduced, she tells the party about this vision. It's the reason that she's there. They don't need to follow that. Now, this one was a little bit more direct because Kima was going to go after Kavarn, but they could have knocked her out. They could have forced her to come back up to the surface with them somehow. Not very Vox Machina of them, but it's theoretically possible. And then, depending on how long it's in the keep warm stage, we have the payoff. We have payoff over here. And I haven't really gotten into why this is unique. Right now, it seems like I'm just describing setup and payoff, but there is something unique here, I promise. It could be sous vide, but it's not a perfect analogy, but it's amusing. I don't know what sous vide is. We'll call this the fall of Iman. We'll call the payoff of the Ripley escape Glintshore. And we'll call Kavarn the Vision. We'll just call it Kavarn. Is the payoff. And I chose these three specifically because I think that they show kind of the different ways that Matt transitions between these three stages. And I think that is the part that is the most interesting to me. Very short and passive clocks, kind of. but he manages them in a really particular way that I didn't really realize until Ripley. A lot of times, I think that this sort of introduction and payoff, this setup and payoff, this is like a natural storytelling thing for a lot of DMs. I don't think that this will be like a shock to any DM that like, oh yeah, this is how you like tell a story. I'm impressed you pronounced sous vide correctly if you don't know what it is. I don't know what sous vide is. I just know how to, I know that it's a cooking thing. But the way that he transitions between these, because I do something similar a lot of times. You know, I've talked about clocks, I've talked about foreshadowing, threats, all this. When I have something in the keep warm stage in my games, a lot of times I feel like I have to consistently remind the players. I have to constantly think about what are the things doing. I feel as though I have to think about that. The interesting thing I think about Matt is that Matt, and this is why I call it Quantum Ripley, is Matt does not let the players know what's going on until they look into it. That's why I call it Quantum Ripley. They have no idea what's going on with any of these plot threads until they look at them. The only information that we got about Ripley up until the discovery in Ank'Harel was when Percy looked into it in Vasselheim when he asked Victor. And that was it locked in, and Matt locked it in at that point. And so what I think is kind of going on here is that when Matt introduces something and then puts it into the keep warm stage, I don't think he's actively monitoring it to a degree. Maybe we could even call it the slow cooker phase. I don't think he's actively monitoring it. I think what happens is he says, okay, I just put the CC orbs in there. Or actually, we'll use Ripley as a better example, because this is something that I think we have a more clear timeline on. He introduces Ripley around the Ziggurat episodes. I don't remember exactly. Race to the Ziggurat is 34. I think this is somewhere, she gets introduced in 33, I believe, in Reunions. It's somewhere between 33 and 35 is when she is introduced and then escapes. So that is her setup. That is the Ripley prisoner, is somewhere in episodes 33 to 35. Then we zoom on to Ank'Harel, which is, what episode are we on? 60. That's Vorugal Trust. Also, if you ever see an episode that has like watch time on it, it is because I fall asleep watching YouTube, and sometimes Critical Role will autoplay while I sleep. I swear I have not pre-watched. 68, Cloak and Dagger. There we go. And then it's either in 66 or 65 that I put Victor alludes to Ripley by buying Blackfire in the keyboard and say, exactly, John. So it is around 30 episodes, right, between her getting introduced in like 33 to 35 and her kind of, I would say, coming to fruition. It's about 30 episodes. So let's pretend that that's the magic number. I think that lines up with what we can possibly assume about the Chroma Conclave. The Chroma Conclave gets reintroduced, I believe, in Omens around like 39. So I think that we can assume, and EPs aren't necessarily sessions, I don't think. But I think we can assume that Matt will keep something in the burner for somewhere between 30 to 40 episodes. And if they have not gone and looked at it, it has a planned fulfillment, if that makes sense. So I think that when Matt puts these things into the Keep Warm burner, when Ripley escapes, when they see the Chroma Conclave orbs in Krieg's basement, I think, he probably doesn't have it as explicit as this. It's probably more of a feeling. But, he looks at, we could even make the range even a little bit wider. We'll call it 20 to 40 eps. And if the party has not explicitly looked into it and tried to solve it, tried to figure out what's going on, in around 20 to 40 eps, he has it automatically, or not automatically, but without their, I guess not approval, but without their input, payoff, right? So I think that that's what happened with the Chroma Conclave, and I think that's what's happening with Ripley. I think it's very, very possible, in fact, not even possible, probable, that if they had looked into Ripley more, if Percy had been like, guys, we need to find Ripley, they would have caught her probably before she had another vestige, probably before she had formed as much of a party. All of these things. I theorized what might have happened with the Chroma Conclave had they looked into it earlier. And I think that we can see an example of them doing this with Kavarn. I think that Kavarn, with his vision, with the vision that Bahamut gave Kima, was put into the Keep Warm area, and we got a lot of information about Kavarn's plans. A surprising amount, actually. He's like this abomination creator. Some of his abominations breach the surface. We fight them on the surface. We fight one or two as we go through the Underdark. But when we actually get to Kavarn, he doesn't have any abominations. I think it's very, very possible that if they had left Kavarn alone, say they just rescue Kima and they don't worry about Kavarn for 20 to 40 eps, I think it's immensely probable that Kavarn breaches the surface, totally kills Craghammer, totally just murders Craghammer, and he's now this huge threat. And so I think that I lost the steam. Right. So I think that when Matt puts them into the Keep Warm, when he has this introduction point, then he has the Keep Warm, then he has the payoff. I think there's kind of three or four things that Matt has prepped. He has the intro of it. How is he going to introduce it? Then he has how is he going to keep it warm? Right, so that is Ripley escaping, that is the vision of the things that Kavarn will create, all of these things. Essentially, the Keep Warm is the foreshadowing, to an extent. Then you have these diverging, or I think there's probably 3 diverging options, right? There is the immediate track, which I think we can see with Kavarn. There is the delayed track, which I think we can kind of see with Ripley. I think to an extent we're seeing it with Ripley. Where I think that if they had continued to leave Ripley alone, she probably would have eventually evolved into a Chroma Conclave level threat. And then there is the, we'll call this immediate with an IM. And then there's the ignore path, which we saw with Chroma Conclave, where they either, just straight up forget that it exists, or do, for whatever reason, don't look into it at all. So I think that these are probably the 5 things that when Matt is possibly thinking about a big villain or a big plot, these are kind of the 5 things that he has determined. Is what happens if they look into it immediately? That's Kavarn. What happens if they look into it after a while? That's Ripley in this ambush. And what happens if they never look into it and let it take its natural course? That's Chroma Conclave and the fall of Iman. And I think the reason that I'm kind of latching on to this is because this is not a lot of work. Like, just determining these 5 states, how are you going to introduce something? How are you going to, like, foreshadow potential complications with it? And then 3 points, that's, again, not that much. And a lot of times when I try to do these kind of complicated, overlapping villains, a lot, very similarly to what Matt has done with Ripley and with the Briarwoods and with Kavarn and all of this, I end up feeling like it's a lot of fucking work. I feel like I have to be tracking and tracing what they're doing. I feel like I have to remind my players what is happening. I have to give like rumors to like update them. I feel as though, or I felt, I should put this past tense, as though that was necessary to go towards the, I felt as though that was necessary to go towards that living, breathing world feel. And the thing that I'm realizing watching Matt do this is that a lot of that moving world can be implied past tense. So like them finding Ripley, they did not really find much evidence of Ripley, really. I think that his plan for like if they delayed looking into her was that he was going to have her get to a vestige before them, and they were going to find evidence of her. Like I think that was if we just consider these things for just Ripley, my assumption would be that if they went to her instantly, they would fight her alone. Alone, I should say. They would have fought her alone and outgunned. Because they delayed, they fought her with help and equally gunned. And then if they had full out ignored her, I think she would have been leading a whole faction with special tech. I think that is the evolution of Ripley, depending on how quickly they look into her. And again, this is me coming up with in like 5 seconds. I'm sure that Matt, knowing everything behind the scenes, Matt can think up even more detailed and better resolution stages. And the thing that makes this so nice from the DM side of things, from the prep side of things, is that this can be everything in between. You have to just prep this all once, and then for 20 to 40 episodes, all it is this, right? All it is, or sorry, not for 20 to 40 episodes, for 0 to 10 to 20 to 40 episodes. For that whole like length of time, it is just this. And then, like he did with the Briarwoods, or the Chroma Conclave, if you're now in this 20 to 40 episode range and the party needs a new quest line or you want something major to happen, I've said all the time, I think Matt has a great sense of dramatic timing. When the dramatic timing is right within this 20 to 40 episode range, boom, you do the Chroma Conclave. You do all right, they've ignored it long enough. We're taking it out of the loose threads and putting it into the payoff. So the payoff either comes like it did with Ripley and with Kavarn. It either comes when the players look into it, or it comes if they've ignored it for long enough. Those are kind of the three things. And if you want to get even more like meticulous about it, you could classify what is meant by immediate, what is meant by delayed. So you could say that, 20 to 40 episodes is when you get into ignored territory, and maybe, I don't know, 5 to 20 is, or not even 5 to 20, or 5 to 20 is when you are in delayed territory, and 0 to 5 is when you're in immediate territory, right? That's the Kavarn territory. Those are guesses. Those are crazy, just general ranges. I'm sure that a dedicated critter might be able to put together more specific numbers for Matt, but really the numbers don't even matter. The numbers are the exact numbers are tone and table, not table tone. What is it? Table style. I think all that. And even beyond that, having these kind of like planned evolutions, right? Of like Kavarn, Ripley, Chroma Conclave, right? Having these planned evolutions also gives you inherent planning to match their leveling, like their level ups, right? Because you know that as they go through the episodes, the players are going to naturally level up. So you naturally plan to scale their threats the longer they ignore them. That way it naturally mirrors their leveling process. I'm gonna read some chats because I've seen some coming in, but this, and I don't think he's using this all the time, but I think he's using it frequently, and I like it a lot. Does Grog's arc with the herd count for this? VM apparently met a few members just before entering Craghammer. Very possible. I guess where would the herd have been? They would have been after the Frostweald. So potentially, I think it also depends on how you consider these arcs. I personally consider the herd to be a narrative fulfillment of Grog's arc. So I consider the herd arc, quote unquote, which this gets a little bit out of verisimilitude and more into the overall pacing aspect of this. But I consider Grog's arc to have started more in like the 34, 35, 36 range, probably in 35, Denouement Part 2. And so I would say that the herd arc, them addressing the herd, is really them addressing Grog's insecurities and Grog's fulfillment. So I would put this into the delayed range. That's why the herd is so strong. They've formed this bond with Umbrasyl. And if they had left them there, they probably would have evolved even further. So kind of. I also think Matt wouldn't let them keep up with everything. If they focused on Ripley earlier, the Conclave would have likely made progress. Absolutely. These are all overlapping. They are going to naturally only be able to do some of them immediately, some of them delayed. They'll have to ignore others. And it's a good way to have things constantly growing in the background so that when you introduce them, they don't feel like they've come out of nowhere. It's like, yeah, that has been growing in the background, but we were too busy. We were at the Briarwoods. We were doing this. We can't keep up with everything. Again, makes the world feel full. If the players feel like they can't keep up with all of the threats, that makes the world feel full and moving, and like there are constantly threats around them that they can't deal with. So they have to now make choices and prioritize things. They have to try to do harm mitigation, which I think is good. I think to be clear, I think all of that is a good thing. That is resultant of this. Yeah. It's never punishment for ignoring a singular story. It's a choice on which segment happens on which. No, yeah. To be very clear, none of this is related to. I think I used punishment when I was describing the Chroma Conclave, because I think that is a way to look at it. But I think it is probably not a healthy way to look at it, honestly. It is, you're right, because it's not a punishment. It is just a way to model the like evolution of threats across the world. It's a strategy to make sure that things keep happening in the background. And to me, the big part of the strategy, and when I call it Quantum Ogre, is that in this delayed area, right? In this delayed kind of region, the threats only move when the players look at them, right? And you're only going to have the players probably looking at it actively maybe once or twice. So as long as you have like a solid idea of this middle bit, I think it's easy to improv. Like, oh, Ripley is forming a party. She is like gathering power and tech and resources, right? Very simple. I think personally easy to improv. And very simple to prep. Whereas when I'm running this a lot of times, when I'm running these sorts of things, I feel like I have to like generate specific events that Ripley is doing so that I can, include them in rumors or include them in this or include them in that so that I keep the players aware. But I'm realizing, watching Matt, I don't think I need to do that. I think it's actually, I think it's way harder on me for prepping. I don't want to say it's harder on the players necessarily, but it takes up a lot of time in session. It's not destructive. Maybe destructive. It's a downward pressure on the pacing, which I talk a lot about. The in-session pacing definitely suffers from the way that I do it. And I always thought that like it's worth it and it's necessary because the players will forget. The players will just forget about it. And what's the opposite of toot your own horn? To anti-toot my own horn, if the players are forgetting about your villains and your quests and the hooks, if you're not constantly reminding them, damn, those hooks must not have been that interesting. I don't think that VM has forgotten about any of Matt's hooks. I think they're just making choices. They're prioritizing things. And so when things come back up, they're like, fuck, damn, yeah. Like, that shit happened. And so to put some, an amount of pressure on myself, it's like, I don't need to be constantly reminding my players if the hooks are well constructed in the first place. So yeah. I think the delay option is the one that is the mind kaboom for me. Yeah, because I think it's easy to think about, or I think it's natural to think about like setup and payoff. But I do think, having watched all of this, I think that Matt has this third area in between, this delayed area, where you just have to come up with something general, and then anytime they look at it, you can reference that in your improv, and it's so simple. And I didn't really realize it or think about it until I saw Ripley, but I think that's exactly what's happening with Ripley. I think Ripley is in this delayed kind of segment where they didn't deal with her immediately. Now they are dealing with her, and she's in this delayed segment. And I think that if they weren't dealing with her right now, she would be substantially worse later, especially with like what we know of her plans. Yeah. And the meta planning, he's got level 10 to 13 Briarwoods, 14, 17 Arc, and he's got to figure out how to hint at them ahead of time, had a hint at mini arc things, Grog's Herd, Ripley, etc. Also Hodis. Hodis is another great example of something that was introduced very, very early in these green areas, and then they never looked into further, and then it came back in the late 50s. Yeah, another great example of, I think, this introducing, if they don't look into it any further, it comes back in 20 to 40 episodes. Yeah. And then it's like I mentioned, it kind of takes care of the leveling question for you of like, they fought Krieg probably far, when they were far less leveled than they are when they fought Umbrasyl. I am positive Umbrasyl was a much harder fight than Brimscythe. And sometimes that might feel strange, but because Matt was patient and Matt waited all of this time, this 20 to 40 eps, it doesn't feel, at least it seems to the players, I'm assuming a bit about how the players feel, but it doesn't seem to me that they've even remotely questioned the power differential between Umbrasyl and Brimscythe, because Matt was just patient with it. Matt was patient. He waited 20 to 40 episodes. They're like, yeah, Krieg was so long ago. Of course they got stronger in the meantime. We got stronger in the meantime. So it takes their pacing and their progress and kind of turns it on its head. Not turns it against them, but uses it to explain the evolution of these threats, to where even though they experienced a bit of them earlier, they're now experiencing an evolved version of them. Yeah. Mute your own horn. Yeah, mute your own horn. Yeah. It would be a D move for Amon to go down while VM were partying at Wintercrest. Yeah, which is absolutely why these ranges, and again, I'm sort of pulling these exact numbers out of my ass, but I think having these distinct ranges is really important, especially in the Ignore. That's why I have the Ignore at such a large range. I mean, that's a 20 episode range. You do definitely have to rely on your sense of dramatic timing as a DM for when you introduce these things. Like Matt introducing Ripley in Ankarel, having, gotten there first, I think was good dramatic timing, because they were very specifically really close to another vestige. That hasn't happened before, where they are this close to a second vestige. The vestiges are otherwise much more spread out than specifically Cabal's Ruin and Whisper. So I think that this makes perfect sense to introduce the delayed bit a lot more explicitly, especially because Percy had already looked at it once. I think that's another benefit of the Quantum Ripley strategy that we're sort of talking about here, is that it allows a lot more player, not necessarily agency, but it allows for that like litmus testing, that vibe checking of what are your players interested in. And if you really get the sense that your players are really not interested in something, you can just let it be a loose thread forever. Maybe you have a lot more, you have other arcs that they've taken a lot more interest in. That's fine. You can drop one. You can say it got handled off screen by a different party. I don't think Matt has done that, but it is an option when you're employing this strategy. Yeah. I think it would be really cool if there was like an in-house documentary made by someone who really interviewed Matt Mercer before a session where he explained how much he was playing or not. It would be cool. I would be incredibly interested to hear, because I'm looking at this from the outside and assuming what he's doing and constructing it based on what makes sense to me. It would be fascinating to be able to go through with Matt in a similar way that I did with Behind the Screens on with Ryan and Mike, is like look at their content and talk about their content with them. Be like, okay, like Matt, let's look at like these clips or like these moments from all of these episodes. Like this is my theory about how much you did behind the scenes. Is that how close am I? That would be fascinating. I would love to do that. Yeah, but obviously, probably not gonna happen. Yeah. Chad is super weird glitch. Why is YouTube so bad at everything? I don't know. They're so good at some things, but they are so behind in others. It's crazy, man. But yeah. So like I said, I normally don't do a takeaway for the half eps, but this was just like sitting in my brain, especially because I mentioned it last stream, but I DM'd for the first time in I think either a year and a half or 2 years. I DM'd D&D for the first time in a while on Friday, and being back in the seat really reminded me of some of my tendencies that I do that aren't like my own ideal. And really reminded me of like, oh man, I do this. Like either it's like a bad habit or it's just different than I thought it would be. All that sort of stuff. So it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting to be back in the seat and to kind of witness myself doing that sort of stuff. I might end up, depending on how long this session or this stream goes, I might end up doing I still need to write the session report from Friday, so I might do that after this. We'll see. But GM Robert Hartley has a series on Twitch where he discusses the session GMing for the VLDL live play. If you're curious, you can check him out. VLDL is the other D&D show I watch besides CR and D20. I really... I don't even want to talk about this too much on stream because it's potentially new content, but I don't know. I used to love to talk about like ideas that I had and new content that I was dreaming up or thinking up. But a lot of times actually putting those things into practice is so complicated, and it either takes a long time or just never ends up happening because of like unforeseen circumstances. They almost don't want to talk about it. But I don't think it's any secret that I've been thinking about non-critical role actual play content for a while. But there's a lot of complicating factors to it. I have some plans, I have some ideas, so you might see some more actual play stuff in the future. Maybe. It'll depend. We'll see. But yeah. And then beyond that, the original title for this was the best ambush I've ever seen. It was a great ambush. Not even to toot my own horn is the wrong term. I don't know why I'm just thinking about horns today. Opera's crashing. That's good. Uh-oh. Cancel that. But I do think that there is oh God, how do I say it? I'm getting distracted because I'm trying to fix opera in the background. And my entire taskbar. I need to do like an entire computer reset. Jeez. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember. Fuck. I don't remember what I was gonna say. Shit. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it again. Like in terms of fair use complications, sort of. There's a lot of it's fair use complications where I know it will not be a surprise to anyone that has been watching me for a while, but I am hyper conscious about fair use compared to, I think, most reactors, and I think also more than most like analyzers or even like journalists, because that sort of stuff falls so easily into fair use, whereas the React stuff is so much more debatable. So in the format that I do and that I think I'm good at and that's unique and novel to me, combining those two things makes me very hyper aware of it and not like hyper conscious of it. And so there is that side of things. There's also like vocal considerations of like, can I do it live? If I can't, if it's going to be pre-recorded, am I editing it? Am I going to try to hire someone to edit it? How much is it going to be edited? And all in all, is it even something that is like worth me specifically looking at and giving insight to? Like I've thought about like the Adventure Zone. I don't think that Adventure Zone would be interesting to watch me watch, if that makes sense. Because any sort of analysis of Adventure Zone would fall into analyzing comedy, and I don't think I have the bona fides for that. I think I have plenty of opinions about comedy, but I don't think I have the bona fides to like put my opinion out there and expect people to care about it, I guess. So whereas with like a more like open world campaign, I have a lot of opinions and I've thought a lot about it and I like discussing it and debating it. So yeah. But it's also, we then get into the theorizing aspect of it, of it's hard to look into things without potentially spoiling them for myself. I've also been trying to find something that is currently going so that I can be on the frontier of theorizing, because I think, unfortunately, if I was watching Campaign 3 live, I would think it's worse. Like, I would think that Critical Eyes in that case would be like a worse, like let's say that I just stopped the watch through at this episode and I jumped straight to live Critical Role. I think that would be bad. I think that would be a worse show. But unfortunately, it would most likely do way better. And the theorizing aspect of it would go way up. I would be able to engage with chat without risk of spoilers for all of these theories. But I'm not going to do that for Critical Role. There's no chance. Don't worry about it. So that's also a consideration, is if I can find a show that fits all the other criteria and is potentially like releasing live, then I could be on that live and I could be theorizing with you guys as we watch it, which I think would be really enjoyable. I think that's like a huge thing that unfortunately Critical Eyes is just, it's impossible to do. You guys can't theorize along with me. You just have to watch my theorizing, which is still fun, I know, but there's not, we can't have like a back and forth about it, unfortunately. So those are a lot of the considerations. Yeah. Interesting question if it's good for your style. Yeah. So it's there are things that are in the works. I'll say that. And like things that I'm actively doing. I've done some like test records of some things, but that's why I don't even like want to mention anything specific, is because sometimes I go in and I test record something and I just don't like the finished product at all. And so I don't put it out. And that's happened several times. You would also be very confused. Yeah, likely. VLDL is an example of a chaotic table with the GM having to do more work. The players are more problem cats than CR. I think because it makes it different. It's more like a home game. That's fair. I wouldn't analyze the comedy. I would analyze player behavior versus GM behavior if you did VLDL. Yeah, and I was thinking specifically about Adventure Zone, because I've actually watched a bit of Adventure Zone, so I kind of know the tone and all that, but get on that Doctor Who theory train. Yeah. If I can get up to current and Doctor Who, oh my god. But yeah. So yeah, that's. I want to do more actual plays that aren't Critical Role, but I also don't want to just like dip my toe into something, get everyone excited about it, and then abandon it 2 episodes in. So I'm being very careful about it. Something else that I was thinking about with this whole with all the quantum Ripley stuff. It actually makes me strangely more confident that I'm not wrong about Vecna. It makes me like realizing all of this about how I think that Matt goes about things has actually made me more confident that Vecna's going to show back up at some point, or the Vecna cult in general. So let's actually look when it's like omens. No. Denouement, race to the ziggurat. I'm going to say that like 36. So I'm going to predict that Vecna's back baby, or the Vecna cult, has executed on some sort of plan by episode... We're going to call it... I think I might be off with this one. I think it might actually be even longer than 20 to 40. I think it might be closer to like 30 to 50. Yeah, I think I'm going to go even higher. I think I'm going to go 30 to 50. And I'm going to guess that Kavarn is back baby, or not Kavarn, Vecna is back baby, or the Vecna cult is back around episodes 67, which I think now I think we're going to get a strong Vecna inclination in the next, well, I was going to say 20 eps. Probably whenever Chroma Conclave is done. Because this, again, goes into the dramatic timing. I think we've passed the point where Matt would traditionally start considering bringing it back in, but we're too in the middle of the Chroma Conclave. So I have a feeling that we're going to get something big after the Chroma Conclave for Vecna. These ranges might also change depending on what the thing is and what thing they're currently doing. Because I'm trying to think about anything else that has been foreshadowed to that degree and has been set up to that degree. Maybe it's Hodis. Hodis is certainly going to come back before the end of the campaign, no doubt. But I don't know. And I think he's going to be back in black. I think he's going to be more powerful the next time we see him. But I'm trying to think if there's any other like major loose threads. I think the clasp is also a major loose thread. Oh, the clasp is a more... Okay, there's also an ordering problem to these things. Because you have to order them in, I think, the order that they were set up. So it might not even be necessarily about ranges, it might, like actual episode ranges. It might be more about ordering. Because I'm thinking that it's going to be CC is done. Then I think there's going to be some shit with the clasp. My theory is that in the wake of Thordak, the clasp is going to take over the ruins of Iman. And they might even be the duly elected leaders, like against Vox's will, but it's like the will of the people sort of thing. I think that the clasp are essentially going to turn Iman into like a corporatocracy. Thinking of the clasp as a business, it's probably going to turn more into just a strict dictatorship. And maybe Vox will immediately deal with it. Maybe they won't. And then after that, we have Vecna. I think that's the ordering, because I'm trying to think about anything that has been left up in the air besides the black hole, the black hole underneath Whitestone, and obviously like Thordak and the Chroma Conclave. And to me, the clasp is just too involved. We haven't gotten an explicit setup with them, except for the fact that they transported the Sky Sunder egg. We know that. I think that Vox assumes that the problem was just with the spiraling that they killed. That's my assumption, is that they think they've dealt with the clasp, and maybe they fucking have. I could be totally off base with this. But I think that once the Chroma Conclave is finished, we will get an evolution of the clasp. Once that is finished, or possibly even using that to lead into an evolution of Vecna. Because I think that those are, now that I think I'm kind of tuning into how Matt works, I think we're not going to get anything with like primordial, with like ancient primordials. I don't think that it's been set up on screen enough. The only real primordial breaches we have seen on screen is the Thordak breach, which was triggered by Raishan. So it's a very explicitly, or it's very explicitly related to the Chroma Conclave. It's not this like separate phenomena, at least that we can see so far. It's not this separate phenomena that the Chroma Conclave just took advantage of, right? So I think those are the two things that we have, is like the siphon, the Whitestone siphon, we'll call it, Whitestone siphon into Vecna, and Sky Sunder into, we'll call it clasp, dictatorship. Dictatorship. We'll see. I don't know. I'm a little bit uncertain about this one, but I am becoming more and more and more certain about this. The more we look at the way that like Matt sets up and foreshadows things, I'm like, the siphon is not just gonna sit there underneath Whitestone. I am almost positive that Matt is not going to let them just chill with the siphon in their basement. That is going to come back. It just depends, are we in the delayed portion or are we in the ignored portion? Because I think we're tending towards the ignored portion at this point. Watch the VLDL D&D Logic skits, some caster game. Interesting. Maybe. Lore is pretty deep though and consists across like 90 episodes. Interesting. Okay. How does he do it? What's up, that show? Clasptopia? Exactly. Clasptopia is a better one. Yeah, Clasptopia. This is my current predictions. I feel like, honestly, I'm missing something. Frankly. I just don't know what it is. Like, I do feel like there has been something that was, possibly. Ooh, maybe not Clasptopia. Okay, I think it's going to be one of these two. Or Master Qual. Master Qual into automaton takeover. I could maybe see something there as well. Because I'm flipping through my Rolodex of things. I guess maybe the Mind Flayer colony, although I don't think. Maybe the Mind Flayer colony. I'm not going to put it on the same level as these two, though. And I also think, to an extent, we're discovering, Matt actually has a lot of hanging threads that he can possibly pull on, to tell stories, and he's certainly not. I don't think he's going to pull on all three of these potential threads. Matt might consider this one resolved. Maybe it was spiraling. I think it was Shen, was the entire solution. Mind Flayer colony to Mind Flayer takeover. Like, there are several things that Matt has set up that he could pull on, and I don't think he'll pull on all of them. So it's a good example of how, like, you can sort of, not litmus test, but you can sort of ping off of your players to see what they look into, what they ignore, what they're interested in, what they mention casually, what they mention over the table. And that can probably help you kind of determine which one and which way to go down with future consequences and evolutions.
Take a break.
Oh, take a break? That feels so early, but it's not, and I know that because my clock is wrong. I'm realizing it says 1:44. It's not. It's 2. My taskbar is just glitched. I'm gonna think in the bathroom to think if there's any others that I can't think of. But I'm gonna take a quick break, and I will be right back. I had a thought while I was in the bathroom. But it requires me to look back in notes. Events. Not super minor. Minor. No, major? The fall of Amon the Invasion. Oh, no, I don't have any of these. Wait. Winter's Crest and Western. No, it's before that. It's a Chrysothol. Chrysothol! Dead fetal god from pre-stream. Okay. Maybe I have these in Grog's notes. Am I remembering correctly that Chrysothol No, that doesn't sound right. I want to say that it was Chrysothol was a dead fetal god that implanted a phylactery in Grog. Is that correct? Grog dream. Fuck. Who put I'm almost positive that Grog had a phylactery, but I don't remember where it was from. Was it from Chrysothol? It's the one-shot enemy that started it all. Dead fetus, no phylactery, that was the other guy. No, that was a dying mage. Okay. He did have one, but I don't remember how he got it. Okay. Hear me out, right? Was it described what the phylactery looked like? Oh, am I gonna have to go back and watch the Legend of Vox Machina again? I've rewatched that thing like 5 times. It was from when he met his dead dad, a minion to a mage wanting to be a lich. Okay. I do remember it was when his father said by me. Yeah. I don't remember if they ever describe what the phylactery looks like, but man, oh man. Like, if this is an established thing, especially if this is an established thing, that you can, we know Grog is a nasty scar. Yeah. I'm assuming, I'm just gonna go with this for now, and I'll look it up in more detail later. But it could have certainly been some manner of orb, you might say. Normally phylacteries are objects. Grog was the phylactery. But they implanted something inside of Grog, right? So I guess even, okay. No, that still works. Grog was the phylactery. Grog was the phylactery, or the thing was the phylactery. Either way. Implanting a thing in someone's chest that is a phylactery or makes them into a phylactery, and you choose a big, strong meathead to either protect or be said phylactery, someone that will actively defend themselves, unlike a random crystal ball in some chest. You make the person, or you implant a thing within the person that's a phylactery, and then they protect themselves. Who is a bigger meathead? Who is a bigger active protector of your phylactery than Thordak? Because Thordak has this big-ass heartstone in his chest, theoretically trapping him in the plane of fire. We obviously know that plan, for some reason, fell apart. Didn't work. He somehow got out. Allura doesn't know how. Big question mark. If someone was able to turn him into a phylactery, maybe that's how he got out. Maybe it's like, because I think that it was described as a soul anchor, right? It's described as a soul anchor, I believe. Man, I need to go back and watch The Legend for this theory. I'm not going to do it right now, but I'm just pulling up Thordak. Thordak. Soul anchor, I believe. Yeah, soul anchor. So what if a phylactery is a piece of a soul? If you turn someone into a phylactery, maybe they got too much soul. Or maybe too little soul? Or maybe different soul. Maybe it's like a soul soup. It's like if you have a metal detector that doesn't detect metal, it detects soup. Or it detects, soup. but it only detects French onion soup. And that's Thordak. So that's Thordak's soul, is French onion soup. And then it's like, if you add apples, then it's no longer a French onion soup. Even though the French onion soup is still there, it's no longer French onion soup because it has sliced apples in it. And so now the metal detector doesn't work. Cause it's no longer soup. Well, it is still soup, but it's a different soup. It's still a soul. It's now chicken noodle. Exactly. It's not French onion anymore. It's chicken noodle. Does chicken noodle have apples in it? Well, it doesn't matter. So someone turns Thordak into a phylactery, gives him more soul to confuse the soup detector, and that's how he gets out. Maybe he even agrees to it. Maybe it's a mutually beneficial thing. Someone comes to him and says, hey, I'll spice up your soup. You can get out of here, and all you fucking, and you barely have to do a fucking thing. You just have to not die. Does that sound good to you, Mr. Thordak? You protect my soul. You protect a little piece of it. Here you go. That'll get you out of the plane of fire. And all you have to do, the only thing I want you to do, is not die. Like fucking win-win, right? Interesting. That could be a thing. That could be a thing. Mega slowly becoming the foremost expert on that pre-stream short video. A bit, dude. Yeah. I think I'm starting to be the one that has watched it the most times, most likely. Do you mean like Harry Potter's a Horcrux? Exactly. Too much soul is the thing that prepares over. Someone with too much soul becomes a ghost. The French onion soup and metal detectors. It's all about Thordak. So the souls aren't fighting for control. Maybe they are. They might be. But maybe that was part of the deal. Is the Lich is like, hey, I'm only going to give you a teeny tiny bit. Not even that much. Not even that much to where it won't overpower your big, strong soul, Thordak. Maybe he tricked him. Maybe they are fighting for control. Maybe that's why Assume described Thordak as mad. I believe he did. He was like, what's worse than a fucking devil you know, a devil you don't, except it's like, what's worse than a dragon, a mad one. Yeah, right here. He's crazy, that one. What's more dangerous than an intelligent dragon than one who's crazy? Maybe he's crazy because he's got little souls inside of him. That's possible. Very culinary stream. I barely have food on the brain, I guess. I don't know. How did I not guess that you were talking about Thordak? You fool! You foolish man, you. I guess I gave 20-year-old Harry Potter spoil. Yeah. I think you've had people have had plenty of time for that at this point. I was just watching a video on Dante's Inferno, and they were like, spoilers, but you've had 700 years to read it. So that's how I feel about Harry Potter. 20 years is basically 700. Same. I'd be pretty mad if someone put soup in my metal detector. Oh, I feel as though... No! Why is it failing again? Oh, fuck, dude. My computer is slowly dying before our very eyes. Which I don't love. I'm looking it up on a different monitor. I might have to... Actually, I just installed fucking Fox of the Fire. Maybe we'll try it in Firefox and see if that has any difference. Oh, great. And my entire file explorer reset. Good. Firefox. There we go. Don't show. Not now. YouTube. Have I signed into YouTube on here? I haven't. I haven't even signed into YouTube on there. Sorry, 1 second. This is getting annoying though. I think I normally do a yearly full reset on my desktops, but that was before I built out a bunch of shit for stream on them. And now it's like, oh, I'd have to like document all of that and then rebuild it, and that would be a lot of work. But I just need to do it at this point because it's getting bad, which is crazy, dude. I heard someone say this, and I think I've expressed this on stream before. It's insane to me that I paid as much money as I did, and this machine does not run absolutely flawlessly 100% of the time. It's weird to me. I think it's reasonable that it should. I think it should run 100% good. And it doesn't. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Firefox is working perfectly, apparently. It's all the soup you put in your computer. No, fuck. I don't even like soup. What am I doing with it? All in here. No. All right, let's see if this still works. Because I just built a new shortcut as well that was kind of dependent on that being an Opera. Hey, it still works. Let's go. Replace it. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, sure. There we go. Why is it not getting detected? Oh, because Firefox isn't mapped to browser. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Wavelength browser. There we go.
Oh, that's
Perfect. Okay. I have scripts I maintain to install my core stuff from Fresh OS, and so I need to. I think I'm going to this time around because it's like all of my OBS configs, all of my streamer.bot stuff. Like I need to take a bunch of export configs and then write some scripts to reinstall them. I think that's going to be a priority the next few weeks. My parents and I bought computers around the same time, similar builds, not exactly the same, but still. For some reason, theirs ran like a piece of crap and mine lasted nearly a decade before dying. I think it also depends on like how well you're keeping, you're taking care of it, what you're using it for. Like I think it's likely that your parents probably just like, if they're not super techie, they probably just like let it go to sleep instead of ever shutting it down. You were probably more diligent about updates. Managing your all of your resource usage so that your components aren't heating up and having and shortening their own shelf lives because of increased heat. All that sort of stuff. It definitely the life of a computer can be very affected by its owner. But still, I'm a pretty good owner. Although I guess I'm heavily utilizing it. Yeah. At the Powerful at the Time desktop, can't even hold a candle my basic ass laptop from around the same time. Yeah. Someone shouldn't need to build their own to get reasonable performance with my account. Yeah. This is my first pre-built desktop that I've built it all before. And my last built one, I built it over the course of like fucking 15 years, and so it was accumulating issues over the years. But I've never done a full reset on this one. I think that's just what I need to do, because it's a lot of software issues that are accumulating, I think. Anyways, let's do some critical role. Also, before we do, the playback speed commands are almost finished. John, the playback commands are almost finished. Part of what I just had to test right there, and I also rebuilt the clickers. So theoretically, I could also build a command for you to press pause, which would be crazy. So yeah, I figured out how to route the commands from the like chat bot software into AutoHotkey, which I wasn't even using AutoHotkey before. But anyways, yeah. So those are in the works.
all right.
Come on, Gil. Natural 20.
Wow, you like that dice.
Is that Gil's dice again?
It's been doing fine for me.
It's been hit or miss.
Yeah, same here.
Although I really mean I rolled gold for this roll. So.
I rolled gold.
Yes, I did.
Gold.
All right. All right, bitch.
All right.
All right. Alrighty, so going from this here, because this is going to be a bit of a complicated battle to track for initiative. I'm going to go ahead and write it here. 25 to 20. 30. I just rolled a natural 20 on my initiative. It is 30. This would be the time to do it. Jesus. All right, what'd you get? 22. 22. 20 to 15.
17.
10. 15. 15. That's over.
10.
10 to 5.
Also, I was thinking about this. I just saw a short. I just changed it to a short. I just changed it. I just watched a short from Mike on Matt Mercer's initiative system, where he was like, "Oh, I'm not a huge fan of it. I think it's like a little bit more cumbersome." I will say the only thing that I do think could be uniquely good about Matt's initiative system compared to like just like taking the individual numbers and writing them down is if you always have your enemies go on one of the 5s. So like if you always have your enemies go on like 20, 15, 10, 5, whatever, and just like roll a d4, that could make it faster to determine enemy initiative and place enemies within the party. Could be to where you basically just say like, okay, these adversaries are going to be between these two ranges. Like a 4 on the die is going to be between these two ranges. A 3 is going to be between these two. A 2, these two. If you are frequently running a lot of combats with a lot of adversaries, but you still want there to be like variable adversary initiative and like a nice like random distribution, this might be a way to quickly do that. And then you can basically guaranteed the number then that they give you doesn't actually matter, because normally you need to know the exact number, because even if someone is, say, if someone's between 15 and 20, right? Say like Grog is a 16 and Keyleth is an 18. These individual numbers matter because one of the adversaries could have, let's say, Thug 1 or Grunt 1. Grunt could have a 17. So these exact numbers matter. So why not just ask them for the exact numbers? But if you say that Grunt instead rolled a 3, which equates to, 14.5, let's say. So then he is guaranteed between the like 10, then it's like the 10 to 14 range or whatever. I don't know Matt's exact ranges. Like if you say that whatever the Grunt rolls is going to guaranteed put them between two of the ranges, then it doesn't matter what their exact initiatives are. You just care that they're between this. So you don't even have to write down their exact initiatives. You just have to know who's in that range, because then you know which adversaries are between. That could be kind of interesting. I hadn't thought about it that way before, because I know that earlier in the in Critical Eyes, people asked me what I thought about the initiative system, and I think I gave a pretty lukewarm answer. I think I was basically like, most initiative ways of taking initiative are just varying flavors of bad, whatever. But if you did it like that, there's something to be said. I will also say, I think the reason that makes sense to me, or that makes like intuitive sense to me, is if two of my players, if two of my players are ever adjacent to each other in combat, so like let's say it's like Grunt 1 up here, Grog, Percy, Grunt 2, I always say that they can freely swap their positions. I always say that, like, yeah, if Grog wants to delay his turn until after Percy's, I am perfectly fine with that. As long as they stay in the same order relative to the other grunts, I don't care. So I think I'm also a little bit more loosey-goosey about this to begin with. So the whole like range system with the adversaries being in between kind of makes more sense to me. Yeah. Pausing would be insane. Changing the playback speed is good, so I can secretly spring 1x moments on you. True. We'll see. Registry corrupt is still things. Repairs make sense. Yeah. If I did that, I would tell 15 to 20 that they go on their tier and figure out what works for them. Yeah, essentially. Yeah. Essentially, you could essentially boil it down. You keep the D20 so that there's this like wide range of potential values. Because there's an issue that arises if you don't use a D20, right? Like if you use a D4, right? Like Baldur's Gate does. I just watched I recommended a channel the other day, that Ellie Rasmussen. She just talked about this in or it might have been from an older video. But there's an interesting thing that happens if you use a D4 initiative like Baldur's Gate does, like a pure D4. It basically means that if someone's initiative, so let's say like Percy, who has a +10, Percy has a +10. When Percy rolls his D4, he can only get between 10 and 14. Now, if you have someone that is, I don't know what Grog's initiative is. Let me pick someone who's probably not very dexterous. I don't know, Keyleth. We'll assume that Keyleth's not very dexterous. I honestly don't know if she is. We'll assume she has a +3 to her initiative. Then her roll is going to be her roll on a D4. The only possible values, like for the final thing, are 3 to 7. So if you use a smaller dice, you are guaranteed to have certain people going before others. Like if we used a D4 like Baldur's Gate does, Percy is always going ahead of Keyleth, no matter what. But if you use the D20s with the ranges, you kind of get that D4-like grouping and like ease of rolling, right? Like if you use those like ranges like that, those like, I guess, tiers, right? We'll say the tiers, yeah. If you use the tiers, you still get the flexibility and the randomness of the D20 with the like ease of grouping of the D4 potentially. It's an interesting thought process. I don't know if I would do it. I say all of this as more of a thought experiment than something that I would actually do at my table. But it is something interesting, you know? That makes sense because Astarion as an Assassin Gloomstalker was always first in BG3 for me. Yeah. BG3's D4 means that there is substantially less randomness to initiatives in Baldur's Gate. People with high initiatives are almost always going to be going first compared to people that have lower initiatives. And if their initiatives are more than 4 apart, they will always go in a specific order. You know, it's basically whatever the max value of the die is, right? So like if Percy had 21 initiative somehow and Keyleth had 0, then we even see that with the D20 of, you know, Percy would always go first. But the D20 is like, you know, a much larger range of variability. Yeah. At some point, Travis starts writing down the initiative order because they skip people, confuse the order, etc. so often. Yeah. I always assumed that Matt pre-rolled the NPCs and just places the players in between. And the reason he asks for ranges is because he doesn't want all the numbers at the same time. I mean, at that point, I would just go around the table. If that was the situation, like if he has the NPCs pre-rolled and then he's just placing the players in between them, just be like, Liam, initiative, place. You know, Laura, initiative, place. You know, you just kind of do it one at a time. I think the ranges kind of only make sense, to me at least, as like providing a unique value. If you are considering all of the numbers in that range to basically be the same number. That's the only way I see like a unique value out of using the ranges. Otherwise, it just kind of boils down to preference, which, you know, again, I don't think that most initiatives are that different from each other. So I think if you just prefer one method, then just go with that. Have forgets my girl Pike. The Clom Club Queen, that's true. I do. Also lets you go in any order. Yeah, precisely, yeah. I think it's just easier to take in the info. Yeah, see, if you find it easier to take in, then more power to you. For my own brain, I don't see how it could be. But this is very much like a perception is reality preference sort of area. So I fully recognize that it might just be like, I just don't get it, and that's fine. This is certainly a way to learn that BG's initiative is D4. Yeah. I mean, if we want to even like dive into that, making your initiative based on a lower die is just a preference decision that has like very specific effects. It just reduces the randomness and it promotes, or it not promotes, but it highlights and emphasizes people with higher dexterities and, higher initiatives if they got an initiative boost some other way. Lowering that die value, because you could do any die in between, D4, D6, D8, whatever. The higher you make the die that you roll for initiative, if you keep the rider static, that +5, whatever. If you keep that static, the lower the die value is, the less random it's ever going to be. Which, I think makes obvious sense, but it's not something that is, immediately noticeable if you don't know what's happening. You know what I'm saying? It's something that can very easily fly under the radar. If you don't know about it, yeah. Me and my DM have ADHD, so hearing things out of order means new memory tasks to remember what was what. I also have ADHD, and hearing two separate things and having to remember that, say that there are two people in the range. Let's say these two are both in the 15 to 20 range. I have to remember Liam is associated with this number while I write down someone else and their number. And then I still have to find them within the thing, right? If they're out of order, I would say it's actually not a memory task. If you just have all the numbers listed out and I just Vax says 17, I just write down Vax next to 17. That's very bing, bing, bing to me. Yeah. But all in all, again, I think it's mostly a preference thing. If I hear 5 people make a list out of order, I then have to maintain that list and resort. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that you would take in all the numbers unordered and then write them down. That would be harder. That would definitely be harder. I definitely see what you're saying there. What I do at my table is when I say everyone roll initiative, I then just call on them one at a time and write it down one at a time. So I would just go to them individually. I'd be like, what's your initiative? Right. What's your initiative? Right. It's a little slow, but it's very exact. Yeah. Making stuff that happens in that game make a lot more sense. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm revealing the secrets of the universe to chat. But if you just write down your list, your list is out of order. Oh, okay. I'm understanding what you mean even more now. Okay. So what I do is I will I have a piece of paper. Okay, so if I'm running in person, I have a piece of paper that has 20, 19, 18, 17, 16. I have a sheet of paper that has all of those listed in order. And then if I go, hey, Vax, what's your initiative? And he says 17, I find 17 and I write Vax down. So it's like a find and place task. Whereas I see what since you're on a blank sheet, it sounds like you would have to go like 17 Vax, I don't know, 19 Percy, and then you would have to like reorder them. So you would have to like get all of them and then reorder them. That does sound cumbersome. That does sound cumbersome. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I have it either pre-ordered or if I'm doing it on Roll20. Roll20 has a turn tracker. It just like Roll20 just like has an initiative tracker. So you write down their name, write down their number, and then after you put it all in, including the adversaries, you just hit sort and it just sorts them by number. So also depends on like, are you using a VTT? Yeah, I can see what you're saying. So then you're essentially going. This is not something I had thought of. If you're not using the numbered list in the background, right? If you're not using the numbered list, then you take 2 unordered things and it's very easy to order them, right? You hear 2 separate numbers, you order it, now your list is in the correct order. So you're ordering as you go. Interesting. Yeah, I've never done it that way. That's very interesting. Yeah. Matt was a designer in a system that said screw initiative. Also true. He eventually just said fuck initiative. I don't like it. Yeah. Matt ought to have such a piece of paper with pre-written numbers from couldn't use a blank sheet. Okay, that's fair. I can see if you are using a blank sheet and for some other reason you like using a blank sheet. Like you said that you use like paper cards. And I'm assuming that you do that for a separate reason. Like maybe so that you can like staple them on the top of the binder or like on the top of the DM binder or something or fucking GM screen. If you're doing that and like stapling these individual cards, I can see the range is making more sense. And you like the stapling of the cards for like some specific reason, and your DM doesn't want to have a list. I get that. Yeah. Watching Opera crash repeatedly is kind of funny because I had to restart Firefox like 10 minutes after watching this stream. Lol. Yeah. Or not reorder, but just move your hand around and write above or below. Digital is way easier. Unfortunately, like, digital is so much easier in so many ways. Except for the actual human to human looking at each other and like non-verbally acting and all of that part of it. Digital is so much better at everything except for that, but that's such a huge thing. Because yeah, digital just like kind of like solves the problem. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. I'm seeing what you're saying. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah. Anyways.
6.
All right.
See you guys in a half hour.
Is she actually been hit by the hex, by the way? The hex is still around, but meaning you cast this spell as concentration spell. Actually, I need you to roll concentration.
Oh, that's fine. I'll run concentration. What do I roll for concentration again?
Oh, you gotta roll natural 20. That was a
Yeah,
lot
you
of
have to
damage.
roll above your damage.
Or half the damage.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up!
It's a different dice too.
How?
Jesus Christ,
What?
Allison.
What the hell?
You somehow, in the blast, as your eyes flicker too, and you immediately shoot up from the ground in
I'm
sitting
rolling
position.
with hate.
Your
I'm
eyes
rolling with
immediately
hate.
focus on Ripley appearing from across the way, from across the crevasse, and that little lingering star of Orthox in the back of your head maintains the anger of your hex. You would have to designate it onto her next turn, but
That's
you still
fucking
maintain
fate,
it.
man.
All right,
My hate lives.
Yeah.
My hate lives.
Yeah.
You got this.
H, fate, hate, whichever, same. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Uh,
Oh man, that felt good. All right, 2 in a row. by
top
the way.
of the round is Percy.
Okay. Where was I?
You are over here on your ass.
I'm going to stand up.
Attack your movement there. You're right at the edge of where the ground breaks and falls in.
That's fine. What's the distance? Is it only bad news distance, or am I within 400? Am I within 400?
You're within 400, yeah.
So I can actually like put bad news away and actually like deal with this.
Yeah, if you'd like to.
Well, they probably all have much higher. They're going to just have initiative at the wazoo. So I'm gonna. Okay. No. I'm gonna pull the big gun out again. Give it a reload and give it a shot right at Ripley.
Okay.
It's going to be. I've got the hex on her.
Okay, so you move the hex over to the bonus
Put the hex
action.
over her for my
She's
bonus
now
action.
officially hexed.
Let's pick a fun disadvantage. Let's see. Let's give her a just a dexterity disadvantage.
All right, dex disadvantage, got it.
All right. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do a standard shot at her with a leg shot. I'm just going to try and knock her prone because
Okay,
that's fun.
go for it.
No sharpshooter. That's 26 to hit.
That'll hit.
That's
So she has to make a strength save, is it?
She has to make a strength saving throw.
That is a 19.
Against a DC of 19.
17 plus 6, she makes it. Okay. So it's knock her prone. It hits her in the foot. She almost falls over, but go ahead and roll damage.
Damage is... Oh, there's also bonus damage. Isn't there already? Here we are. Make sure I'm rolling on the right dice. That'll do. That's 6 plus 10. 22 points of damage plus 3 points of necrotic damage.
Nice. All right. The blast hits the leg, almost knocks her on the ground, but she catches herself on the edge, kind of against the tree right behind her, and pushes herself back into place.
That's funny. I'm going to burn a action surge, and I'm going to shoot her 2 more times. All right. It's funny. I'm going to... where is she? What's behind her?
It is a tree, about 10 feet behind her.
I'm going to hit her again with an attempt to knock her down. I'm going to burn another grove for that. Boom, boom. That's a 32 to hit.
32 to hit, that'll hit.
That's not quite as good. That's 6, 11, 14 points of damage plus 3 points of necrotic.
Okay. This one.
And another strength check.
Another strength check. This one she does not make. As she readies herself, you fire a second time, and it hits her foot. You can see a spatter of blood off the side. She falls and slams right down on the ground, actually taking 3 points of piercing damage, landing onto the broken glass and the rubble around her.
And, just for fun, no, because then that's just her bonus action for that, although that would be pretty funny. I'm just going to hit her one more time with a, just for a sharpshooter shot. Do I get a bonus to hit her because she's on the ground or no?
Actually, because she's on the ground, it's at a disadvantage. Range attacks against prone.
Prone people, even with a sharpshooter, even with a standard sharpshooter bonus of ignore
Is it
3/4 cover?
It's not so much cover, it's more the fact that they're...
Smaller target.
Yeah, it's just a smaller target to hit, because they're closer to the ground.
Okay, so the full range, sharpshooter full range ignore 3/4 cover would not cancel that
It's
out.
not cover that gives you the bonus.
I mean, but like the whole theory, it's just easier to hit smaller targets.
Right, and it affects cover, it doesn't affect her being a smaller target in general to hit. It's just the way the rule works.
Yeah, that's okay. She's down. What am I gonna do? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna pretend. Yeah, I'll burn a point of grit to also ignore that.
Okay, there you go. So it's just straight attack roll.
Oh, that's probably not gonna hit. Let's see, 14.
14 does not hit. It scoots past her and slams into the tree behind her. You see the splintering of petrified bark.
All right, I throw my gun behind on my shoulder, and I'm going to head to my right to try and get some cover with that tree.
Around Keyleth?
Right around Keyleth.
Yeah.
Jump over her prone form. My
mind's
mind's
dead.
dead.
Percy?
Yes.
All right, Grog, you're up.
I look at the crater on the ground and I go, whoa. And I would like to rage.
Yes.
Can I, in 50 feet, get to that?
Regular rage or frenzy rage?
Just regular. Okay. Can I get all the way to the guy that's right in front of me on the map, alongside of the crater, or is that not enough for 50?
Okay.
You can just get there.
I'll just get there. Lovely.
You see him like loading the rifle, and all of a sudden you rush up the side and goes, oh shit!
I would like to make a reckless attack against him
Okay.
with my 2 blows.
Go for it.
15 above 15. That's 20, 29?
29 will definitely hit.
Nice. 33.
33 points of damage.
Thank you.
No, I'm sorry, 33 to hit for the second.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
That's right. Yeah, they both hit. Yeah, okay. Roll damage.
It's interesting because Barbarian, I think that when we think of like a flanker in combat, we think of either Monk. I think Monk is like the quintessential flanker. Maybe Rogue, depending on the situation. But because Barbarian does not often have answers to the tank fallacy a lot of the times. A lot of the time, their role in combat does start to not boil down, but a lot of times they do take on the role of the flanker because they also have that increased movement speed and they don't need to be as worried about traps just because of their high HPs. And I think that we are already seeing Travis take that on. Like in my head, I was like, oh, it also kind of depends on where the party is, like where they start as to what's like most natural for them to do. But right now, this seems like Vox is probably going to do a standoff with Ripley's party across the cavern. Neither one of them is probably going to cross the middle. And Grog is going to slowly tear into their side as the two sides kind of musket fire across the trench. You know, they're going to kind of like sit in their trenches firing at each other as Grog slowly chews into their side. Which I think will be cool. I think it's an interesting evolution of like how this arena is going to go that I hadn't necessarily thought about. What does flanker mean to you? Flanker to me means someone that goes and attacks a subset of the main force. So they take a particularly advantageous fight in order to weaken the main force and potentially get around the entrenched defenses. Right. So in this case, I'm kind of conceptualizing this fight as Vox is over here in a trench and Ripley is over here in a trench, and they're going to fire at each other across no man's land. And who eventually wins this encounter depends on how good your defenses are. How deep is your trench? How good are your angles? Like, which one has the naturally advantageous position from the beginning? A flanker's job is to get around the defenses in order to subvert them. So in this case, a monk, or Grog in this case, is going to get around the trench and attack at Ripley head on. Now, flankers can normally do this because they do kind of a hit and run type thing where they're faster than anyone behind the defenses. So they get in, do a little bit of damage, disrupt the whole thing, and then get out. Or they hit hard enough, i.e. a rogue, to where they immediately disrupt the defense and pull all eyes back to them, at which point the main force, the rest of Vox, can charge across no man's land and break through the defenses. I think that Barbarian in this case, and this isn't really something I've thought about before, is going to be kind of just this sustained pressure. They're basically an army in a can, where they're not going to do that much. They're not going to do the crazy damage of a rogue, but their entire presence is going to weaken the output of the main force. Like, Grog just existing back here, where the force can't, like, turn their full weight on him because he's behind their defenses, means that they would normally be contesting all of these arrows equally. But because Grog is here, this arrow has to be diverted over to addressing him. And they are just going to allow, essentially, this through. And Grog can do that because if they normally, someone like Keyleth, right? Well, actually, Keyleth's a bad example because she has wild shape. Someone like Scanlan can't just come around the side and do that. Because if Ripley's entire force decides to turn on Scanlan, Scanlan dies. Scanlan just straight up is just dead. But the damage, or the Barbarian is like a different type of flanker because they pull this attention. But if Ripley's entire force turned on the Barbarian can probably withstand that for like 2 rounds. At which point, all of these arrows disappear, and all of Vox floods into the position and gets past the defenses. It's a nice little, it's a nice little kind of, it's a nice, emergent behavior of this arena. Let's see, this is 1208, 1204. This is where I had the other arena. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's a nice emergent behavior of this arena, and specifically where Grog started. Grog starting over here makes his flanker route really obvious. And then Vox back here has plenty of cover. We just saw Percy step over the dead bodies, or not dead bodies, but the bodies of Vox to sort of address that. Now, the question is, are Ripley's people going to try the same thing? Or are they potentially just going to try to hunker down and wear out Grog's assault and Vox Machina's resources? Because that seems like a reasonable tactic in an ambush where you're already starting on the upper foot. We'll see. There's a lot of interesting ways this could go. Which, all of that is to say The only reason that there is even the possibility for all of these interesting tactics that I'm talking about is because of the arena design. The arena design even allows, like, these conversations only work because there are defenses in the first place. So yeah, I love it. Dimension door to the other ship. Yeah. I noticed tanking gaming doesn't literally mean what tanks do IRL. It's more soaking up fire and being an obstacle. Yes, yeah, absolutely. That is absolutely what tank refers to a lot of times. And I refer to sometimes the tank fallacy, where in like an MMO, like say World of Warcraft, tanks have a lot of health and a lot of defense, and they protect their party. And the way that they, like, a tank wants an enemy, any given enemy, to hit them instead of their friends because they have more health and they have more defenses. The way that, like, an MMO accomplishes this is by having tanks have aggro abilities where they can force enemies to attack them. D&D doesn't really have aggro abilities. There are a few. They do exist, kind of. But only kind of. So tanks in D&D have to put themselves in positions to where they are causing an obstacle where they are now basically a part of the terrain. They're a pressure to where they have to be dealt with. And they want any given enemy to be dealing with them instead of their party. So I think that Grog is doing an absolutely perfect thing for that in going around the side and like getting up in the face of these ranged attackers, because ranged attacks have disadvantage at melee. So by him just getting into their back lines and just being a presence, he is doing the best he can as a tank. The other ways that like tanks can really show off their tankiness is by like putting themselves in bottlenecks. So if you have like big open area over here and big open area over here, a lot of times you'll find a tank is best utilized holding this choke point because they have to be addressed. They have to be dealt with. Yeah. Fighter as goading limited. Yeah, exactly. Highly DM dependent. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. It exists. You could also kind of call like Sentinel a bit of this where they like limit their movement. Yeah, but there's nothing that actually like forces them to attack you. It's all just like giving disadvantage to attacking other people, which is an answer. It's an answer, but it's rare. Yeah, those wings and boots of haste would be really useful for Vax on this map if he hadn't used them on some elementals. Yeah, a bit. A bit. Oh yeah, compelling duel. Yes, that is only a paladin thing. That is the best example of a tanking, a traditional gaming tanking ability is compelled duel. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Blade Singer tank, 21 AC, but if you hit them, they die immediately. Yeah. That's a dodge tank. I love it. I love a good dodge tank. Anyways.
29 with 5 points in necrotic damage.
Nice, so 34, you actually did more. Second strike.
I'm sorry, 29 includes the 5 point.
Oh, includes it.
damage.
I see.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, 29. That's all good.
4, 17. A total of 22 with another 5 points in necrotic.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. As you rush up and whack, hacking into him with the blade, angry, just your jaw clenched in anger. The gunner is like pushed back, each blow just gashing into his chest. You can already see the crimson line of each slash across his armor, kind of folding away from the impact. And he's just like trying to get the hell away from you. Is that your turn?
I say, thanks for the warm up. And that's my turn.
Okay. All right. Next up is Anna Ripley. She stands up from her space, angrily, and goes, that's all right. We can finish the job. And she brings her hand up and begins casting a spell on herself. Alrighty. She finishes casting the spell. This weird kind of outline begins to just kind of like a gold-like shimmer across just the edges of her shoulders. You're not quite sure what it means. You watch as her right kind of metallic hand that she has detaches and hits the ground. You watch as a flare of purplish-black energy begins to swirl off her shoulders. And where the arm was, now you see a giant shadow claw emerge. You see a shadow begin to encompass around her, another pair of shoulders and glowing yellow eyes over her form as she says, I found a new friend recently. Seems he doesn't like being abandoned.
That's cool. We'll pick it up next week.
Thank you for watching Critical Role.
Holy fuck.
Brought to you by Poor Decisions. Yeah, man.
And with that, she vanishes.
Chickens are all coming home to roost. Shit.
Can I just say how much I wish Pike was here right now?
Yeah, second it.
I third that.
Yeah, we missed part.
All right. This gunner here is going to go ahead and aim at you, Vax. While this one is going to attempt to step away from Grog. Attack opportunity. 30 right there. Go ahead and make your attack opportunity on him.
Reckless.
Percy, did she just disappear?
29.
She's invisible.
She's just invisible?
17. 20 points, including 3 points in the card. 20 total.
Nice. So you hack again, this time across the back of the shoulders. Ah, he arcs in pain. He's looking a little rough, but still keeping up. Stumbles away, turns around, whips the rifle behind, and goes to fire at you with it. That has advantage on you because you're reckless attack. That is going to be a natural 20 on the second roll. All right, so with the rifle, there's 2d10.
I don't look good either.
I should mention, I suppose, that these rifles are probably very breakable.
42 points of piercing damage to you, Grog, from the crit. Because you are raging and it's not magical, that's halved, so you take 21 points of piercing damage.
Like 8% of your hit point pool.
We can all get together. I actually brought heal today because Pike wasn't here.
Really?
I did.
He's going to
but,
reload the rifle and then go for another strike.
Like, it immediately heals like
Advantage.
some people for like 80
That's,
points.
17 plus
but I
10,
got
so 27.
I think we're pretty close
Next hit is
all across the board right now.
I'm definitely
13
at
points of
my
piercing damage, reduced to
I'm
6.
like last. I'm 10.
The other gunner aiming at you.
I'm before.
Max?
disadvantage because of the cloak.
Right, which you rolled a 1 and a 19. So first shot just goes clear. It hits your form, but your form shimmers and you're actually
I'm gonna roll
free
with a
just
1 with a rifle misfire?
Yeah, it's going to.
Okay.
So the rifle immediately kind of smoke starts pouring out, and you see the metal is kind of bent now. He chucks it to the side, turns and pulls out a small pistol, and it's going to go ahead and take 2 shots at you. With disadvantage, that's 6, 7, and 5, plus 10, 15, misses. Second shot, misses. Turns the barrel, goes to fire a third time with disadvantage. 6 and a 19, nope. The third one fires, and each one hitting your form, but your image shifts around it, no impact. It's going to step back into the bush here and try and get out of sight. So that guy's going to stay over there. That ends their turn. Vex, you're up.
Where am I?
You're over here, flat on your ass.
Jesus.
Looking up at the open space where a bunch of tree cover used to be that is now blown open, the sky is visible.
Well, I stand up. How far? What are those like? Those circles next to Trinket. What are those?
These are some trees that survived the explosion. They're like singed and burned. This is like a trunk approximately this big underneath.
Would I be able to get and hide behind that?
Using half your movement to get up, you would have 15 more feet, so you get that. This is as far as you could get. But you can use your bonus action to dash if you wanted to,
Oh, right, because I'm
because you're
a
technically a
rogue.
rogue.
Okay, I'll do that,
Alright,
and
so
I'll
you-
dash and hide behind the tree.
Okay. Well, you dash, but you can't roll a hide as well unless you want to use your action to do that.
Well, I want to get behind the
Yeah, so
tree,
you
so
use
it's
trees
still
to
like
cover.
coverage,
Yeah,
right?
that's true, yep.
And then I can't. Can I shoot from there?
Yeah, as long as something's in range.
Is anything in range?
What's the range on your longbow? Should be written down with you.
Oh no, it doesn't say.
It should rotate down. I'll find it for you.
longbow.
Longbow's range 150 feet and 600 feet. So, yes. Yeah, pretty much everything except maybe the farthest guy is questionably within your first range category. So yeah, you do have a shot at most everything.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot. Oh, so the guy that Grog hit is outside of my range?
It might be. It's hard to tell this distance. You have to gauge it.
Okay, then I'm gonna shoot the guy closest to me. But I want to be able to like peek out, shoot, and then duck back
Guy
behind
there?
the tree. Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
What? What?
Nothing, you didn't hear me.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay. I don't know where you what.
What?
That is a 30 something.
32.
32.
That hits.
Jesus,
Okay.
Peppers.
I definitely do think that if you're going to give Percy all these disadvantages with guns, they should absolutely apply to the enemies that are using said guns. Absolutely. How would you say the party does in terms of healing support when Pike isn't there? This I'm debating on how deep I want to get into this, because I am in most video games that have a healing support role. Take Overwatch as an example. I'm a Mercy main. I am the support healer. Unfortunately, because, well, how exactly do I say it? D&D is relatively, or D&D 5e, I would say, is relatively light on healing. Like, there's been tons of digital ink spilled about it, so I won't go too far into it, but it is almost always better, because of how the action economy works in D&D, to do damage and kill the enemy quicker than to heal your allies. Combine that with the fact that there is the downed mechanic, and that additional damage past 0, at least on a single hit, only matters if it overkills you. So you almost always want to either heal outside of combat, where, you know, you're like going in to prepare for something and it doesn't take away from your action economy, or you want to heal when your allies are at 0. Because you are then getting more value out of your healing. You're essentially wasting some of the enemy's damage by letting them over damage your person that goes down to 0. And since in 5e Raw, there's no detriment for coming back up, there's no reason to not heal them at 0. Then, if we get into just support stuff, so not actually healing, there's not much of it in D&D. It is more prevalent than healing is, but it still, unfortunately, gets at that fundamental kind of question of the action economy. Of, do I take
a break?
Ooh, take a break. I'll finish what I'm thinking here. Do you take your turn to use Guiding Bolt to potentially kill one of the minions on the other side? Or do you take your turn to Bless and make all of your allies passively a little bit better? I think there are frequent situations that come up where the, you know, decision-making calculus works out to where people choose those types of support spells, Bless, Sanctuary, whatever. But more often, I think you'll see those types of spells end up getting cast outside of combat, often like right before combat starts, so that their durations overlap with combat, but people are really, really hesitant to use them in combat. Most supporting, in my opinion, especially since like a lot of the more creative support spells, like I would maybe say like Minor Illusion could be considered a support spell, doesn't have any distinct effect in combat. Any effect that Minor Illusion has in combat is completely DM fiat. So I think that a lot of the support in D&D happens in the social and exploration pillars, and not nearly as much in combat because of the action economy. It is almost always like just the default behavior is I need to do damage to get the action economy on our side. So that when you have it really on your side, you can use those big support spells like Hold Person, etc. So you basically have to get the action economy on your side, and then you take those big risky moves, or you do those right at the beginning. So it's in terms of the actual question of how would I say they do, I think they do about as well as you can/should expect for a D&D 5e party. Like, I think that any amount of critique that could be levied at them, I wouldn't levy any. But even if you could find critique in terms of supporting or healing, I think that it is overall more of a critique of 5e and the incentives of the system than it is of the actual players and player behavior. Until the campaign that I am running right now, I have never had a healer in a party that I've DM'd. Ever. I've never had a cleric. I've never had a druid. And I had a paladin once that constantly forgot to use his lay on hands. He would only end up using them during like the occasional short rest when we needed a little bit of extra healing. Almost never used lay on hands. I've never run a D&D party with a healer. So it's and when the long rests heal you up to full, it's kind of like the Magic the Gathering saying of 1 is not 0. As long as they don't go down to 0, it doesn't matter. So they might as well use it for more damage because the actual healing in the moment doesn't really matter. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll read some chats before I come back on screen, and then we'll get back into it. But I'm gonna run to the bathroom. See you in a second. What up? Hello. I read some of the chats, and the only other thing that I'll add that is just more of like a thing to chew on, because I agree with pretty much everything that's in the chat. Imagine if you've played Overwatch, or if you've played anything where there's like dedicated like healers, supports, etc. Like imagine trying to implement a Mercy type character from Overwatch into D&D. Pretty much the first thing that you would need to do is probably give them a cantrip that healed. That sounds insane. Like, I think anyone that hears that's played 5e will be like, a cantrip that heals? No. That's ludicrous. That's stupid. Because they could just like full heal everyone in the party after every combat, which, yes, in most games where there's a true healer support, that is exactly what would happen. Mending can heal. Mending can heal automatons, which is different, but also kind of, I guess, related to the discussion. Yeah, can't heal everyone. But that's insane, right? And it's because, and I've said this, several times, D&D is a resource management game. It would be like having free healing for your meeples in RimWorld, right? That's not how it goes. They have to spend time in the bed, and they have to get medicine, and it costs resources in order to heal someone. So you can never really have a true healer unless you restrict all of their resources to healing only, which, as far as I'm aware, is how cleric used to be implemented, and people hated it. People did not like it. So they ended up changing it to add a bunch of fucking powerhouse damage spells, and now it's like, yeah, sure, I'll take healing word, I guess. But they rarely, do it otherwise. Just playing a party of auto gnomes. You're so right. You're so right. Yeah. So that's 5e cleric is kind of hilarious. Oh my god, it's arguably, I mean, it's like, I would say confidently it's like top 4 most powerful classes. I think it's debatably top 2. I will argue till the cows come home that at least 514 Druid is the most powerful 5e class. 524, I don't have enough experience with yet to tell. But 514, I will argue that it's Druid. But I think that an argument can be made for Cleric. With a pool of HP that regens frequently. Yeah, it's an option, but you're still going to run into it. I think it still is never going to feel like that support gameplay, because you're eventually going to run out of it, and when you run out of it, you need to be able to do damage, so they have to give you something to do damage with. So you're either going to feel like, damn, I'm not doing a lot of damage, or if they go the cleric route and allow you to do substantial damage, then it's like, man, why wouldn't I just do damage? Which I think is where cleric kind of falls in 5e. Yeah. Anyways.
What? 21?
21 points of damage.
What the fuck, man?
As the figure's like disappearing backward, trying to get into the brush to hide. Arrow hits the female warrior. And you can see her move with this. You want to take her second attack on her?
That was a female warrior?
It was a female gunner, yeah.
Yeah. Then
Which one?
Right there.
I'm not shooting at the other one, dude.
I thought that's what he said before.
No. Okay, so I'm gonna shoot again. 18 doesn't hit her.
18 just barely hits.
Sunrise.
Yes.
Yep. Didn't quite get into cover at this point.
22 on that one. Oh, and the last 2 had 4 points of lightning damage on both of them.
Right,
Okay.
yes. You hear the echo of angry, gritted teeth from the pain of the 2 arrow blows.
And then I hide back behind it, or duck back behind
Yeah, so you're like using the trees. You're with half cover at the tree. Okay, that ends your turn. Vax, you're up.
So the one in the far corner is not the one that you whispered to us about. Or is who shot at me?
The one who I whispered to?
Yeah.
That was an illusion. It vanished.
Gone.
You don't see that figure.
Okay.
Fucking hell. All right. Oh shit. Then I am going to. That's the one far corner who my sister attacked.
Yeah, right there. You saw the two arrows.
Then I'm going to follow up.
Okay.
One more player off the board.
You want to move
that's
closer,
a-
or are you just like leaping up onto the?
Right there. Yeah, I'm a sharpshooter. That's
This tree's too thick. You're gonna have to get up on the tree to do it.
Fine.
So you kind of leap up, get onto it, and you.
29 for the first, and the second
Hits.
is 26.
26. All right, both hit. Unfortunately, no sneak attack.
Yeah. That is 8 for the first,
Go next kill, by the way.
and 9 for the second.
Great. All right. So, and the two daggers pierce, kind of vanish in place. They come back to you.
Can I use the rest of my movement to drop behind the tree and go into a crouch?
Yeah. You leap just beneath, and if you want to use your bonus action, use bonus action.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm done.
You're done. All right. That does give you 3/4 cover there from behind, anywhere from that angle.
Oh, can I have had on my move trinket run over to the tree where Percy is?
I started to think about that as well, strawberries. So I just put the ducker on, and I'm like, I gotta, gotta keep going on it.
And I pulled him to me, and I cast heal on him. My 6th level spell. I'm fucking burning it for you.
Thank you.
Oh,
So full 70 points because he's almost down.
I thought it was a group spell. Is it not?
It's not.
Oh, you made me
I
think
should
it
have grabbed
was.
mass cure wounds and I was wrong. So I grab Percy and I say, fucking finish this bitch. Finish this. And let him go, and that's my turn.
Okay.
Healing Percy.
I'm not at full, but I'm much better. Which is
Fucking killer, man!
terrifying, but is a thing.
All right. Next.
You're probably down next to me with some cover though. You're probably not up.
And I'm
the
gonna
other
take
side.
my last whatever movement I have to kind of step back a little bit because I'm really fucked up. So if I can step back, whatever I can. I know I stood up, so I know I have like half
2,
movement.
3. You can get like behind trinket.
I'll get behind Trinket, and I'm not looking good.
Okay. Grog, after you see the guy back up and you start lurching forward, you just faintly hear out of the corner of your ear a rustle, and your eye turns over just in time to see a hooded figure leap out with a blade in hand towards you from behind. That is going to be with advantage against you. Oh, God. 26 to hit.
That hit. A danger sense, advance on dex saving throws, dodge, traps, and spells. They hit.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
doesn't
you
help
have
you in this.
wait, traps and spells?
Yeah, which he got advantage on the saving throw. So
26
yeah.
hit, hits, yes.
All right, so
The hell is that?
you feel something cold and painful just sink into your back, and all right, you take.
I'm really tapped out. I'm not looking good.
From the sneak attack.
Speaking of resource management, that's something they're running into right now. And we mentioned like the boots of haste and the wings. Vox Machina is experiencing the resource management of 5e firsthand right here.
Kind of surprised the impact didn't take as well as it did. Pulls the blade out, kind of looking, with the kind of the blood curling on the edge of the blade. You kind of glance over your shoulder at this, this thug-like figure, kind of young man looking a little scared. That brings us to the Goliath, who at this speed right now just sees you at that point. Goes ahead and dashes forward, takes no action, but pulling out a shield and a big old thick broadsword, just comes up, yelling at you, kind of getting your attention, full on like gladiatorial warrior on warrior combat. Shield at the ready to just tussle with you.
Table for one.
Scanlan, you're up.
Me?
Yep.
Jesus, I can't do shit. I get up. Those are holes, craters?
Yeah, I mean, you can slide. It's like a gradual crevasse that comes down and then comes up to these points here, where the ground has just been blown out.
Okay. I get up to the edge of. I can only run another 15 feet or something, right?
Yeah, roughly.
So I get closer to the edge as far as I can. Yeah.
That's about supposed to get there.
And shit.
Gosh, so far.
I can't do much. Those fuckers are. How far apart are the farthest of the far?
Both of these guys are about 25, 30 feet from each other.
And then how about that one and the next one?
That one and the next one there?
Yeah.
They would be roughly 65, 70 feet apart.
Okay. Okay.
You take your action to 5.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good.
I'll fire a fireball to those two in the corner.
Those two
That's
there?
good, that's good.
That's so helpful.
All right. 2 dex saves.
Oh man, we're in it, y'all. We're fucking in it.
Hold on, so it's DC 15.
Gnarly. This is gnarly right here.
Okay, so the robed one succeeds, so takes half damage. The gunner rolled a natural 1. And
Did you say row 1?
Great.
So go ahead and roll that, 8d6 damage. Percy, you're almost up. We have one more turn before you after this, and then you're up, so be prepared.
Oh god, I have to. No, I'm.
That's good. 35.
35. All right. 17 fire damage to that one, and then that one right there. Another fiery explosion. You can see the streak from the wand of Scanlan in the distance. This tree begins to catch fire. It's one of the few not fully burned petrified trees that tends to curl up. The rogue figure kind of ducks out of the way and manages to avoid some of the impact. The figure that's already been stabbed and shot by arrows takes the full brunt of it and is looking charred, burnt, and like barely holding on right now. All right.
As a bonus, can I take a potion? Is that a bonusable action?
I'm gonna, you can take
Okay, I'll take a greater, which is how many?
Greater is 4d4 plus 4. 44 plus 4.
Oh shit, man, what a map! I'm so excited.
Okay.
Crater breasts coming out of the ground, boy.
Greater breath.
Okay, that's my move. See you in a half hour.
I didn't even notice the crater breasts. Apparently, I'm the only one.
How many more attackers don't we see?
I know,
There,
right?
there are the Hong Kong Cavaliers still. We're ready to
It's
go.
like the crazy 88s. Just,
Yeah,
like,
Both
just keep
figures.
coming.
1, 2, 3,
Think of the magician.
4. Uses a bonus action to Misty Step.
Damn it.
Fucking
Under there.
what?
Good,
Come on.
good. That's
Oh,
fine.
that's at eye level.
That's on our level.
The rogue
Oh,
figure,
I see.
yeah, it's up at eye level. Stands on the edge, lifts the staff up, the hand begins to glow in a shimmer of rainbows. And as the hand comes down like this, the rainbow blasts out in front of it with a sudden, nearly blinding show of magical arcane force. Hey, did I get my templates? 'Cause I'm gonna need a template there, Ryan.
Those little plastic.
You have a template, it misses everybody.
5, 10.
That's how it works.
I don't see them in there.
Is this one, sorry, before you do this, before you spend all this time, is this one 60 feet away from me?
It is within 60 feet.
I'm going to counterspell that.
You're a beautiful person. Okay, I'm using your reaction to counterspell. Go ahead and roll, adding 6 plus 2 because of your thing, so plus 8 to this.
It's a d20?
D20 at 8.
Fuck you. 12.
12. Interesting thought here.
There.
I like interesting thoughts.
Thank you.
Well, we don't need those.
Oh, look, they made little caskets for all of our figures. So
Oh,
don't give a skill.
thanks,
cute.
Chad.
You can add one of your inspiration to an ability check if you want to.
Little Viking funeral.
This is technically an ability check. So if you wanted to, you
I can inspire myself?
Yeah, that's ability you got with 14.
All right, to inspire myself, I take a big handful of Fusaka.
Oh my god. Is it an ability check? Is that true? I don't think I've read the counterspell. Counterspell 5e. I'll have to make sure it's the old counterspell and not the new one, because obviously they changed it. Yeah, legacy. Casting spell. You make an ability check. Whoa. It is an ability check, not a skill check. Does that matter for Bardic Inspiration? I'm looking it up on another screen. Bardic Inspiration. You should roll the die and add to one ability check. Zam! That does count. That's crazy. I never knew that. That's fucking weird. Frankly, that is strange, but I guess it's cool. I don't know. That is weird. Oh my god. I'm gonna give it greater press. Lol. Huh. I thought 2014 bards couldn't give themselves inspiration. Oh, lore bard. Oh, lore bard can give themselves inspiration. Got it. Interesting. I kind of assumed that they were running the bardic inspiration piece of it, right? Lore bard thing. The thing that's so interesting to me is that it's an ability check on the counterspell. Strange.
You can roll the d10 and add that.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
Oh, thank you for
Another
that.
4. It only brings it up to 16.
That's not gonna be
Terrible rolls.
What a visual.
I got spice in my nose.
Only catches those two, unfortunately. All right, wasn't quite as good as he was hoping.
And neither was I.
And it would get no.
No, it's not in
trinkets.
Tickle in his nose.
You're good.
I'm
Nice.
great. I'm hiding behind Trinket.
So I need a dexterity saving throw from Percival and from Scanlan.
Come on, Percy.
Natural 20.
No, but good enough.
Pretty
24. 18.
18.
You know what? Should I? Is it too late to reroll that with a?
No, you have the ability not to roll as a fighter to do that. Scanlan, what'd you roll?
24.
24 dexterity saving
I
throw?
rolled a 19.
Nice.
Come on.
So guys, I knew what I was.
No better.
Okay. Well, it's 10d6 fire damage to you as one of the red rays strikes into you, Percy. You managed to run away just in time.
Rainbows are a motherfucker.
I would have been dead.
Oh my gosh.
People made fun of Thor walking across that rainbow bridge.
Mock Asgard now.
Stop making that face. That's
Hi, Noel. Chill
You
the
can't
fuck
kill
out.
me. You can't kill me.
15 points of fire damage to you, Percy.
15.
Okay, that's fine.
More than 30. That was really shitty rolls on that one.
Holy shit,
You,
Rainbow
Scanlan.
Dash.
Actually, no,
Bad
Percy,
respect.
you failed, so you take full damage. Sorry, so it is 31.
Yeah, you're fucked.
31 points of fire damage.
I'm still fine.
To you.
Thank you.
Oh.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
I rolled an 8, so that's 2 rays against you, Scanlan.
Is this prismatic spray?
Yes, it is.
Oh shit. That's
You know what it is?
Yeah, it's really cool.
It's yellow against you, and orange. So it's 20d6 damage.
20 d6.
20?
Thankfully, you made your save, so it's half each.
Whoa.
So lightning and acid. However, the acid you have resistance
I
against.
do.
So that's half again.
Did you say 20?
20 d6.
Down to 10.
Yeah, so we'll say 10d6. So the acid damage you would take would be 47, reduced to 23. So you take 23 acid damage.
Welcome.
Oh my god.
And then 38 points of lightning damage.
Are you still
reduced,
alive?
Reduced. Well, okay. So the acid damage, you took half of that as well. So how much did I say you took?
23.
23. That's reduced in half because of
Oh,
resistance.
okay, that's nice.
So that brings it to 12. You take 12 or 11 points of acid damage.
Just going down and down. I like this.
And then you take 16 points of lightning damage.
Okay, that's much better than those other numbers that you just said.
Yeah, well,
Those were bad numbers.
1d8 when it's cast, and on you I rolled an 8, which is 2 rays.
Oh my god.
Thank God you had that resistance. You made it save.
Really cool spell.
I was surprised you
And the
didn't.
colors determine the.
It's a random. It's a random.
That's really badass.
It's
Melts
everything
your
in its
face with lasers.
So,
So thank God.
hoping it
you
was a little
got-
closer, but
That's a
didn't
good
quite.
night, sweet prince.
What
right
level
there.
spell is that?
67th.
Oh shit! It's like a Pink Floyd tribute
That was
concert.
his big.
That was his big old move. Could he have Misty stepped closer to us?
Not with that crevasse, unfortunately.
It's some would call it a crevasse.
Fight you.
A crevasse.
I will fight you. I have 2 guys fighting you, right?
I have a lovely bouquet at home.
Percival, you're up.
Can I? In theory, I'm able to sense my hex.
You can't right now, no.
I'm not sensing my hex. Not at all.
She's got a magical cloak of fuckery.
Yeah, she does.
Fuckers are gonna,
She's
they're gonna
a
whittle
bitch.
us down.
That's fine. I'm just going to. There's really no point of even moving at this point. I'm just sort of on fire.
I'm just sort of on fire. I mean, that's not what you want to hear in terms of arena design. Sometimes for ranged combatants, there are points where that, they've taken their spot and, they might have a turn or two where they don't want to move or there's no point in moving. Hopefully at some point throughout the fight, he will feel like there is some point. But I do think that like ranged, especially ranged marshals, are going to be the ones that are going to want to move the least in a combat. So it doesn't like fully surprise me. Something that I want to look up because I am curious from the stat blocks, stat sheets, sort of discussion. I want to see, I'm just going to look up like a lich, right? Lich, famously powerful spellcaster, right? CR 21 from the basic rules 2014. A 21 CR lich. Okay. I didn't know if this would support me or not. And I still honestly don't know if it does. Their spellcasting is relatively limited. And this is probably the most spellcastery type of enemy I can imagine. It's an incredibly high CR. It's got 4 slots at first, 3 at second, third, 3, all these. It has a 7th level, it has 1 7th level spell slot. But it is still worse in terms of the offensive spell output than any player class is going to be at a similar level, level 20. So 7th level, if he has like 1 7th level, spell slot, if this NPC has like 1 7th level and then like 1/5, 1/3, like, we can organize these and we can arrange them in a way that they make sense as an adversary. But keep in mind that at the level they're at, which I think is like 16 probably, if I'm thinking about it right, I think they're about 16. Old legacy wizard. Like if that person was a wizard, or actually wait, Keyleth just got an 8th level spell, so they're 15. I think they're 15. Wizard is going to have so many slots, and they are going to be able to output so fucking much damage. Like that was like his 1 7th level. If we assume that maybe he's down here at like 13th level, maybe. He's still got so much that he can still output. So I'm really hoping that whatever that enemy was is not actually a wizard on the back end. Because that's fucking scary. Ranged marshals just want to find a hole to live in. Yeah, true. It's nerfed in 5.14. That's good. Liches? That's fair. I'm not live, but audio is better. Good. 14 to 15, about 15. Okay, yeah. Because Keyleth just got her 8th level spell. So yeah. And especially consider if multiple of these people are spellcasters, if they could do that spell multiple times in a turn, that's just going to kill some of the party. Just like straight up. So even if you're using, we kind of had this conversation during the Kevdak fight. I think that Totem Bear Barbarian is one of the best player classes to use on an adversary because it's the most monster-like in its design, where it has a lot of defensive shit, not a lot of offensive shit. If you invert that and you go to something like the Wizard or the Sorcerer, they have a lot of offensive shit, not a lot of defensive shit. But there's a really good chance that's downing some of the party. So I hope that Matt hopefully maybe reduced some of the spell slots, like some of the number of spell slots that this adversary has. Assuming that he's even using a player stat sheet, I kind of assume he is because it feels like that's what he's been doing for most of the time for these sorts of adversaries, but we'll see.
So I'm going to I'm just gonna pull out the retort pistol and I'm gonna shoot that wizard in the chest with some fun. I'm gonna take 3 shots at him.
Okay, go for it.
The first is a sharpshooter shot,
Okay.
and that's 27
27 to hit with minus.
with minus. Yeah, I rolled really well.
All right, that'll hit.
That's actually 24 to hit. I'm sorry, 16.
24 hit, yeah, that hits.
Actually, 27. Never mind. I'm rolling really.
Make up your mind, man!
I'm really angry right now. Like
No.
I'm genuinely angry. I can't even roll. Oh, should I count
that
that?
was
Should I
good.
count that or not? Should I reroll that?
No, but it was good, but you have to re-roll it. I'm sorry,
What?
man.
Wasn't an intentional roll.
All right. That's
Oh, it was the same thing.
That's 26 points of piercing damage.
26 points already.
What the hell?
The bullet hits into the rope figure, the bullet kind of flies back, and you see like a man in his 40s with kind of like a chin-strap beard. He's like, "Ugh," and he's holding a staff, kind of keeping himself there.
I am so calm doing this. I'm gonna shoot again. Same thing. That's 12.
12 does not hit. The second bit of fire, and the mage, now aware of your presence and what's firing him, just ducks out of the way and shoots past.
All right, and I'm gonna burn a grit, and I'm going to do a torso shot because that'll be funny.
All right.
Fan of comedy.
I am. It is hilariously funny as always possible. Oh, and there's no save for this. It's just if I hit.
If you hit,
Come on, be cool. That's cool enough. 21.
21. As a reaction, the mage is going to throw up a shield spell, seeing it coming towards him, adding to his AC. The bullet, while it should have hit the torso, ricochets off an arcane shield that kind of shimmers briefly in place, having no impact, unfortunately.
All right. I'm going to. I am going to really quickly pop use my bonus to have a greater restoration, greater potion. That's 44 plus 4.
44 plus 4, yes.
All right. And then I'm going to make sure that I look the wizard in the eye, and I'm just going to yell at him. You're not leaving here alive. You're going to die. As I reload. Well, I can't reload yet, but I'll reload in a second.
All right, then it's your turn, Percival. Rob, you're up.
Now that I've got 2 playfellows, can I... We're on the edge of the crevasse, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Can I try to push the Goliath into the... can I go into a frenzied rage?
Yeah,
That's my
right.
bonus action.
Sure.
And can I use my first attack to try to shove the Goliath into the crevasse?
You have to move to push her. Right now.
just move?
Yeah, you shift around that
Yeah,
way.
I'll do
You
that.
get an attack opportunity from the rogue. With it.
It's worth it.
And I would say, just so you're aware, and usually it's when you go to a rage, you choose to frenzy rage, but I've always like the idea of just going into frenzy if you want to.
Yeah.
I think it takes an action to do so.
Okay. I thought it was like a bonus.
It's a bonus action to rage, but
Yeah. I thought frenzy was also.
yeah, you're fine. Okay, you just go into it. All right, so you'll move
Yeah, just 1 over.
1 over this way.
Yeah.
The rogue goes to strike you.
Yep.
That is 21.
That'll hit.
That hits. It is not sneak attack right now because you already used it. It's back to his turn. So you take 10 points of piercing damage, reduced to 5.
Okay.
As he swipes at you, just cuts barely across your back, and you move into place. Okay, now the Goliath kind of turns her shield up in front of you.
In my reckless attack, I would like to try and push her into the crevasse.
Okay, so the first strike, go ahead and make your athletics check, I think.
Athletics?
It's your athletics versus hers.
27.
You push her back 5 feet there, and you push into that space there. First action, push the shield up, and as you slam into the shield, she slides against. You see all the glass kind of building up behind her ankles and tumbling into the crevasse behind her.
Do
And-
another.
All right, go for it. Roll again. Yes.
23.
That is a 13 then. So as she stands there with her blade at the ready, getting ready to arc down with the counterattack, you slam into her shield. She falls backward, tumbling into the crevasse, down into the round center. She takes 15 points of damage from the impact and the shards of broken jagged glass that are kind of at the bottom of it from the explosion before. And she's like on the ground.
Can I look over my shoulder at the rogue?
Yes, you can.
Because she's got the little dagger, right?
Yeah.
Can I say, sit down before I open you up? And I would like to take off towards the guy that I was first engaged with. That's at the back corner of the map with the rest of my movement.
Sure.
I have 1 attack left. Yeah,
Go for it.
reckless. Please, chef. 25.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Turn him into paste, please.
17 with 2 points of necrotic damage.
17, you rush up and slash across with the axe. He puts up the rifle to try and keep it at bay. You cut through the rifle, just cutting it out, and the blade impacts in the chest. Kind of pushes and pulls the weapon out as you pull backward, ready for another strike. A big streak of blood kind of pours out from the wound. He's standing, but looking extremely hurt.
And his rifle's broken.
All right, that ends your turn.
Oh, they're only showing the map very briefly, but I didn't even realize that the mage is out on the crevasse, or on one of the islands in the crater, which I didn't really consider this, but it is an interesting aspect of the ranges of spells. And I would be so curious. The fact that the mage's like first instinct was to get out onto the island and then do the prismatic spray or whatever leads me to believe that Matt definitely not nipples. No, not nipples. Leads me to believe that Matt planned it purposefully, or thought about it purposefully, of making the crater big enough to where a lot of standard attacks, like a lot of standard spells and like standard like throwing ranges, really like this, like if you want to consider anything a standard range in D&D 5e, it is probably 60 feet. I don't know what the equivalent is in meters. Sorry. It is probably 60 feet, 12 squares. That is what people with standard movement are going to be able to dash. Like, that's their dash distance. It is very often the range for throwing stuff, range stuff. A lot of spells, a lot of spells use 60 feet. Some of them use shorter, 30, 45, somewhere in there. But once you go beyond 60, you're getting into the long range territory. 30, 60, 120. Yeah. 18.2. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yes, Daniel. Yeah. And I think that 60 is kind of 30 and 60, I would actually say, are kind of the golden ranges. 120 is also very important when you're thinking about it at a larger scale. But 60 is the range where anyone that doesn't have upgraded movement speed, if it is beyond 60 range or 60 feet, that person that doesn't have the upgraded movement speed isn't going to be able to get there in one turn, even if they dash. So it becomes a very, very important range. There are a few spells that are 90, like Catapult Expert, very rare. Yeah. So, when we look at this map, I think it's very reasonable to infer that Matt purposefully made the edges of the crater possibly exactly 60 feet apart so that people would have to go up to it, possibly longer, especially at like certain areas. Maybe there's like at the very middle, if you're like right on the edge on either side, it's 60. But I would guess that it's probably like 55, 60, and then, if you're even a step or two back from the edge, you're out of that 60-foot range, which now makes those islands valuable real estate. Because even if you're a spellcaster and you go to one side of the crater, as long as the other party mirrors your movement, they're going to be able to stay out of range of a lot of your big, crazy spells. So, those islands in the middle that put you closer to every edge of the arena, like making the exact middle of the battle arena, the only place that you can be and like access all of the enemy party, is really subtle and I think good arena design, because the last person that wants to be on those islands is the spellcaster. The very last person is just like throwing you out to the wolves in the middle. You're not going to be able to maintain concentration. You're not being able to take any amount of cover, so your low AC is going to get highlighted. Like, that is the exact opposite place that you want to be just hanging out as a spellcaster, but it's also the best place for you to be offensively. Matt has created a situation where the best offensive location is the worst defensive location, giving it a nice risk reward, which gets 2 big thumbs up from me. If you have noticed, I like risk reward. Yeah. We use feed when talking about D&D. It makes it sound more fantasy-like. Fair enough. Grog being very effective on the Grog being incredibly effective on the right side. He's doing great. They are now realizing that because of Ripley's comp, at least it seems, all the others have to do is like Scanlan throwing out a counterspell. They're trying to take cover. They're just trying to survive while Grog chews through the sides to the point where Ripley is eventually going to have to turn on Grog, and then the rest of them can come out, maybe take the islands, maybe do something there. So it's progressing in a very cool way, yeah. D&D is how I learned to somewhat understand feet, because I learned that my party's 3 foot 3 inches halfling was a meter high. Oh, interesting. Does the wizard have low AC with shield? Not with shield, but shield only lasts that 1 round. So you use shield as a reaction. At least, I don't know if they changed it in 5.5. Let me actually see. I'm curious. I don't know if there's going to be a legacy one. Shield spell. Is this going to have a legacy tag? It is. They might have changed it. So this is legacy shield. They might have changed it. Until the start of your next turn, you have a +5 bonus. So it only lasts for 1 round. That's the important thing about the duration of shield, is it's only 1 round. It's not like mage armor where you're going to get a lot of benefit out of it, or even something like not illusory duplicates, mirror image. Mirror image is going to last you a lot longer, but shield's also only a 1st level spell. I'm curious as to what the non-legacy is of it now. Shield. Let's see. Pariah shield. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Not magic items. Okay, wait. There was a legacy spell right there. Oh no. I need to filter by only spells. There we go. Shield. Spells. You have +5 bonus to AC. Wait, what? Is it the same? Is it the same and they just like reprinted it? Magical force appears and protects you. Just protects you. Till the start of you have +5. Against it. Strange. I don't think it changed. It looks like the wording very minorly changed. And I don't know why. Weird. Huh. Minor wording changes. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. TBH shield is strong, and I think it can be nerfed to 1 hit. Shield is very strong. The main reason I think that shield is not considered strong in the same way as something like maybe counterspell, right? They have similar roles. But shield has like a very hard upper limit on like how much it can really do. And it's way more effective when you get it at lower levels, and it becomes much less effective. Because even though it lasts all round, it is mostly protecting you against things that are not using up resources. Like in this case, it burned one of Percy's, grits, but at least in 514, there were very few marshals that had like resource burn maneuvers that were tied to their attacks. Really, the only one was like Battle Master, really. So, and monsters have it even less. So most of the time, shield is not forcibly burning enemy resources in the same way that Counterspell is. Counterspell is forcibly burning that resource. They don't get the slot back, right? So I think that's why Shield is generally not considered as good. Honestly, I think it's probably way better in 524 now that we have weapon masteries, because it's going to allow you to avoid those weapon masteries more often. Although those aren't really resource-based either, so debatable, I guess. But yeah. Most like really debilitating spells aren't going to be linked to attack rolls. They're going to be linked to saves. So Counterspell can do either. Counterspell is also more flexible. So I don't know. It's an interesting discussion. But yeah, that is the wizard is essentially thinking to himself, probably, I'm going to get out there. I'm going to burn my offensive stuff. I'm going to burn all my defensive stuff, and then I'm going to bounce. 20th level wizard, get unlimited shield and a C-step. Well, yeah. Then yes. At 20th level, you can break a lot of things in D&D. You're supposed to feel ridiculous and broken at level 20. That's part of the fun.
If he tries to run, you'll kill him anyway.
If somebody tries to hit me within 5 feet with melee, I can hit him back, but I forgot to do it.
It's just like a back.
Oh, even on the attack of opportunity, you mean?
Mm-hmm. He has the ability to just use his reaction to attack someone back immediately.
Only do it once,
Yep.
once per round.
Once per round, yeah. All right. Suddenly,
Who's that? Ripley.
Ripley reappears 10 feet from where she was before. And you can still see the smoke pouring off of her, the presence very easy to see of Orthax now bound to her, the inspiration for her recent designs and carrying on the legacy that you chose to end. As she appears, she goes and takes aim with her refined pepper box across the way at you, Percy.
Yes, she does.
You get advantage against bullets, right?
I don't, although I do have cover. I don't have full cover.
No, you don't have cover. It's 5 your AC. She'll 28.
That'll hit. Adds 5 to my AC currently.
Yes. So the first one hits. The second strike, she's going to go ahead and spend a grit point to violent shot. That is a 26.
That also hits.
Okay. And the third strike, she's going to headshot you.
That's funny and kind of useless, but okay.
That's all right. That was a natural 1.
Oh, that means the gun
No, it
is...
misfires.
misfires.
The first 2 shots hit, but the third one misfires. So with her refined pepper box, she takes aim, takes a shot. Actually, before she does that, she bonus actions towards you, and you feel a similar feeling take over you at you now.
She's
Percy.
such a wannabe.
Percy.
Why don't you marry her?
This whole fight's gonna end with us kissing. We're just gonna start making out like in the... Yeah, it's gonna be a big...
So the first shot with this is going to be 10 points of... Oh, sorry, that's 12 points of piercing damage from the first strike.
12 points of piercing damage.
Plus 2 psychic.
Plus 2 psychic.
As the impact hits you and you feel this kind of shocking ring in your head. You see a flash suddenly in your mind of the dark-shadowed face of Orthax laughing.
14 points total?
Yes. Right. Second shot, which is a violent shot and hit, has double dice value. So that's 18 points of piercing damage.
I'm gonna try and slow it down with a catch.
Okay, plus 4 psychic.
So I'm gonna try and lower that 18.
Go for it.
I lower it by 14 points.
Okay, you catch the bullet, and the last part still pierces through the flash of pain you.
4 points of damage plus 4 psychic.
4 psychic, so 8 total.
8 total.
Wow, you caught a bullet.
Yeah.
They don't move that fast.
And the third gun. Shit.
I'm just gonna be lapping my ass off for a minute.
And you watch it, she goes, very well. And vanishes again.
Hate her.
Yeah, it doesn't make you seem psychotic at all in this situation, Percy.
This one here is going to go ahead and it's horribly wounded. This one, the rifle misfired, if I recall
Yes,
correctly.
right, that's right.
And has pulled out the pistol. So the gunner here, using the pistol, is going to take 3 shots at you, Vax.
Disadvantage.
With disadvantage on them, correct. It's 2 shots, 1 and then a reload and then 1. First shot with disadvantage, it's 27 and 24.
That hits.
All right, so the disadvantage is faded.
Use it for the rest of the round.
Yeah. But so you take from the first hit 12 points of piercing damage.
So much therapy.
And the second strike with that disadvantage is terrible. That is a 13.
Terrible.
Rolled a 3, but did not roll enough to misfire. So the reload halfway. Last shot, fire misses. I'm just going to go ahead and run this way.
Can I dodge or is it too late?
Yeah, you can do that.
All right.
So have
Yeah.
Alrighty. The other one who's in front of you, Grog, and is just like scared out of his mind, is going to go ahead and attempt to step back.
Well, that's one way to die.
So go ahead and take your... Just not want to be in your face.
That's 29.
That hits. Go to roll damage.
Could I make that great weapon? That's it for you.
Yeah, no. Let's do it.
16 points of damage, 1 necrotic.
16. Arc back. At this time, you like jam it in the leg, and you see him now limping. One eye is like half closed and swollen, breathing heavy. One arm is kind of busted, and is still holding a pistol up and points it towards you. Is going to take 3 shots with a pistol that's already loaded. Now you got rid of the big gun. The first one is going to be 12.
Misses.
You just head dodge to the side. The next shot is 25.
Oh,
This one will be that'll be 4 plus 4, 8 points of piercing damage.
Okay, half to 4.
Yeah, and for this one, it's going to go ahead and use all 3 grip points that it has to do a triple violent shot.
Whoa.
Wait, that's like a thing?
That is a thing.
That's cool.
What the a triple violent? Why haven't you done that?
It adds more to the misfire score, but I can add a lot of damage. So,
No, I very rarely use it. Ooh,
What's a what?
it's a
22.
Hits.
Oh shit, it's just a.
Oh, did you see how happy he was about that?
Yeah,
So
happy.
That was
This
the
is going
most
to be bad.
satisfied smile
Out
I've
of-
seen from
out
Matt
of
in a really
grit
long
after
time.
this,
How are you,
He's also
Grog?
alive after
Are you alright?
A triple Indy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take those again.
These shots are all half.
26 points of piercing damage, reduced to half.
13.
To 13, yeah.
Yeah, see?
This goes fine at you with the shots, and you're still standing and taking it
I
all.
can make one angry shot to make it terrible.
Shaking and backing up.
Yeah, can I like lick the ice cream as it's melting out of me?
Yeah.
Triple violent shot?
I can do a quintuple.
All right,
man.
that ends the gunner's turn. Vex, you're up.
Me?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. For a bonus action, I'm gonna take a greater healing potion.
Okay.
Yeah, you are.
I'm gonna do that at the end though.
Alright.
Okay, I'm gonna peek out. Who's seeable? Is the guy that I've been shooting? Is he?
Still visible over here, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot him.
Go for it.
That is 30.
That'll hit.
Okay.
Oh, and Percy, I forgot to add
15.
9 additional points of necrotic damage from the hex. I forgot to add that to the damage you were taking.
But you forgot.
I'll give it to you all.
God damn it. Okay, are we rolling that?
I-
Right, 9 additional points of
9
necrotic.
additional points of necrotic.
You can go all night long.
15. That's with 1 lightning
one
damage.
shot.
Do you guys all the time?
All right.
And then I'll do it again.
All right.
That's a fun thing. 20. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm sure that we won't get it like confirmed or not, Confused Strawberry, but that my assumption is that all of them have player levels because
17.
I mean, I think that Ripley is obviously whatever Percy is, maybe with like a warlock level or 2. And then they straight up called him like a mage or a wizard. So yeah.
Gonna jump?
And hop the
I'm
crevasse.
running.
30.
Yeah.
Slide down. Moving at the speed, you're taking damage for each one. So that's you take 6 points of piercing damage, 1 point damage for each square that you run past in the glass.
Oh, 6 points per square?
Per square.
Wait.
No, 1 point per square.
One
Oh,
per square.
oh, oh.
Alright.
So that's as far as I get with movement and dash, bonus action dash.
Then you can move through.
Yeah.
I kept forgetting the glass aspect of this. That's as close as you can
And I'll
get.
use my action to keep going, and as I close in, I shout out, Kynan! You're with us! You are not with them, you are with me! Stop this! Move behind us, now!
Kynan.
That's a total of 12, 18 points of piercing damage.
Who's Kynan?
Is he the one on the thing?
He's
Oh. I did not put that together. Is that real or is this his guilt? I'm assuming it's real. He's very confident about it for it to be purely guilt based. I mean, I'm assuming he's the only one thinking about it because of his guilt, but uh-huh. Mm-hmm. He did get a whisper last session. He did, that's true. So they probably, yeah, they knew more. They knew more. If it isn't the consequences of my actions. Dude, speaking of the fucking quantum Ripley, and speaking of someone I forgot when thinking about all of this, I totally forgot about the quantum Kynan of it all. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. How many episodes ago was the Kynan beating? I believe it was when they got home from the Briarwoods. So, fuck. I don't have the playlist up. Probably within 20. Yeah. This is the first thing Kynan did want to join VM. I know. This is the first time Liam identifies Kynan. Yes. Yeah. No, Orion was there. Yes, Orion was there. I believe it was right. You're right. So it wouldn't have been after the Briarwoods. It would have been before. It was right before the Briarwoods, between Vasselheim and Briarwoods. Yeah. Yeah. It's the Quantum Ripley, man. That's I think 20 to 40 is too short. Yeah. And we have not gotten a moment of reminder. We've not gotten any manner of reminder or evidence about Kynan, if I was about to, and again, this is what I'm realizing I could do much better in my games, is I don't need to hold my players' hands as much. Like, Matt set it up. You all know how I feel about foreshadowing and how much I like it. But Matt did that. He set up what Kynan was. They had the interaction. Vax went to his house. He was gone. Bah. And that's fucking it. And again, my instincts would have been, oh, I'll need to remind them about this somehow. But you just don't. You just don't. You just don't. You just don't. And it still hits. And it hit for me. And I think it's hitting for the players. You just don't. And where they are when the players encounter them can imply so much about what they've been doing. You don't need to give the players rumors as they go along to like update them on the course of the evolving world. Because that's always what I feel like I have to do. I feel like I have to update my players on how the world is evolving. I have to like make sure that they're aware of the evolutions. We have not heard a lick about Kynan, and him just being here implies everything about where he has been, what he has been doing, how the world has been turning around our players. Thumbs up. Yeah. The reminders were there, but they came from Liam, not Matt. And that is, again, that's the quantum part of it. That's why I'm naming it that, because I'm trying to remember that like Matt has that restraint of don't remind them unless they go looking. If you do not know what state they're in, the players don't know what state they're in, no one knows anything until the players go looking for it. Until Liam went looking for it. And then you solidify an update. And then you move on. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe possibly transforming before our eyes about the foreshadowing to it. Honestly, no. No, I'm more solidifying the type of foreshadowing that this is and why I like it. Because the whole time I was like, Chroma Conclave's great because of Krieg. But I didn't have like a nice, solid term for what that was. Because I could recognize that like the term foreshadowing wasn't quite doing it. Like it was implying the wrong things to chat, I thought, and I still think. I do think it's a type of foreshadowing, but it's different in a few key ways that I think make it more specific of like a thing and strategy. Groundwork, sure, yeah. It's a subset of foreshadowing. It's a lower layer. It's a more detailed, more focused type. And Matt's ability to hold off, to give it to them once and not give it to them again is very interesting. And I think it'll probably, like, how effective it is probably depends on your DMing. But I would have thought it's not going to be effective, period. In my head, it's like you need to give them more. But it is effective. It is. Yeah. I looked Vox Kynan got me really interested, so I looked him up on the wiki, and it talked about Ripley, and I was confused. Lol. To some degree, feeding updates tells your players they never have to seek out info. You give everything relevant unprompted. Yeah, it's definitely a type of training, which, like, how much you want to balance that is definitely like a stylistic tone at the table sort of decision. how much you want your players to need to seek out information. But the big benefits that I'm seeing towards this compared to what I normally do are the in-episode pacing savings and the behind-the-screen prepping savings of me needing to like lock in these occasional updates for my players. If I had multiple threads running around, especially if I wasn't entirely certain which ones they're interested in and which ones I want to like keep going, right? The more I have and the more they start overlapping, the more prep work starts piling up. Now I have all, as the campaign goes on, I'm accumulating this passive pile of prep work that I have to do like every session. Maybe not every session, but every few sessions per plot, per line item. And I'm realizing that even if I still am doing some of that, I don't have to do nearly as much as I thought I did. Because Matt is doing almost zero and it's working. Yeah, you don't need to hold their hands and stuff. Yeah. Breadcrumbs? Groundwork, breadcrumbs, yeah. I don't think there's like a real actual term for it. I think you'd have to make it up. But yeah, it's very interesting. I hate the way quantum is usually used because people don't get it, but I think it really fits here because it's not that it vanishes when you don't look, it's that you cannot know without interacting. Precisely. That is actually why I totally agree with you. I think it's a specific thing that really works here because no one knows what it's doing. And like you said, it's not that it doesn't exist. It exists. It's doing things. And when you observe it, you don't even know what it just was doing, right? Like we don't know the path that Kynan took to get here, right? We have no clue how Kynan got here. We don't know because we didn't observe it. But now that we are looking at it, we are observing it, it implies so much history that, frankly, the DM just didn't have to do. Like Matt might have a vague idea of how Kynan got here, but he had to do so much less work on the prep end to actually like figure all that out. Yeah, it's great. It's great. Yeah. The simple answer is that it's not binary. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's so wild thinking about all the potential NPCs living parallel lives in Matt's head. Well, I think that that's honestly one of the big like magic trick parts of this is I don't even think that they really are. Like one of the things that I'm really honing in on here in my own head is that if you do it like this, if you don't force yourself to update and to essentially, to a degree, track the actions of all these NPCs off screen, that is so much less work for you as a DM. That is such a huge prep save and time save. And you only need to figure those things out when the players ask. You can then lock it in, lock it down in the moment. And so it's like, I'm sure that Matt has like a vague idea of everything that's going on and what all of these NPCs are potentially possibly doing. But you don't have to put it in concrete. You don't have to actually track it, which I say all the time. I say, oh, I don't think that Matt is tracking X, Y, and Z. The thing that I'm realizing is I think he's probably tracking it even less than I thought. I think he's probably tracking it even less than I do, which I assumed was not the case. I assumed he was tracking more things than I do. But in this particular case of like overlapping NPCs, overlapping villains, introduction and payoff, I see a very prep light strategy and system here that is very it's almost surprising to me that it works, but it's not surprising watching it. Like, watching it, I absolutely understand how it works. It's great. Yeah. You can always say, we'll get back to this later if they ask. Sorry. Groundwork implies Earth Foundation world and implies that it's not going anywhere. You can always say, we'll get back to it. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. Sure. I have no problem with GM telling us that he has to come back with the answers next
Take
session.
a break.
Taking a break soon. Especially if it's spontaneous questions. I would rather they not stress out too much about it and just have fun. Well, it's from the perspective of someone like me who loves these type of overlapping plots. Like, I've said before that, like, when I think of my campaigns, they are broadly, I think, less linear than Matt's. Like, the fact that you can even put Matt's campaigns into these discrete arcs, I don't even think that's something I could do with my campaigns, because it's a big ball. Now, to its benefit or detriment, that's debatable. And I'm trying to get better at being a little bit more organized with it. But those are things that I like. I like having all of these things moving. I like having a lot of things happening and developing. And that's what makes the world feel interesting and full to me. And so this is more me looking at something, a result that I am aiming for and that I really like in my own games, and watching Matt do it and being like, oh, he is attaining that result with way less obvious work. He's doing it in such a way to where it is so much less in-session work. It's taking up less in-session time. It is keeping the pacing way better. Because when I, am reminding my players of these things in a way that, Matt doesn't do, that's breaking the flow of whatever they're in. It's making them think about the past when it's not relevant and when they weren't already doing it. If their mind is naturally going there, then they're already in that mindset. But if I am breaking them out, I'm having to litmus test, is this the right time to remind them? Is this the right time to bring that back up, right? So that I can attain this living feeling, but it doesn't disrupt their thoughts too much. It doesn't pull them too much out of the scene. I just don't even need to worry about that shit. I just don't do it. It's kind of that easy. Interesting. Yeah, I'm thinking about this a lot because it really goes against my sensibilities as an author, but it makes sense because you're not controlling everything. Yeah, it goes against my sensibilities as well. It goes against my sensibilities. I drew a graph during one stream of you gotta fucking remind players because their attention naturally wanes. And I think it still does, to a degree. I think it still does. But I think it wanes way slower than I thought it did. And to be fair, this was me talking less about bringing things back up in a interesting narrative way. I think I was talking more about threat here. So it's a slightly different conversation. But yeah, I think especially for things I think I always probably could have thought about it for something like Kynan, but for something like Ripley, for a big villain, my sensibilities are that I need to remind Vox that she's out there. But you just don't. You just don't. Yeah. Yeah. Someone might not have every character living their lives rent-free in their head. Yeah. I tried to evict them, but they formed really strong friends. No, it's tough. You got to try to not. If you want a big, broad world, you have to try to make them just little pieces that only exist when you when they're actively on screen. Yeah. See you, Delphi. Yeah. Don't do this kind of background character stuff much, so we've been taught not to worry about it in a way. I was worried people would be spying on us because we're doing big revolution stuff, but no one ever is. Talking budget. The calculation for the talking budget is off. I've been trying to get fancy with it. I introduced a much more complicated function to determine the cap, and it's almost working. I think I need to lower this number a little bit. I think this needs to be like 20 instead of 30, maybe 25. Or I probably need to raise this and lower these constants. I think that's where, because the rate is good. I like the rate, but the exact numbers aren't exactly bearing out. Like, I think it's appropriate that we're at 66 right now, but I don't think it's appropriate that the maximum is 59. So actually, that probably means that this is fine and that I just need to lower this one. Anyways, Mega, Ripley's not a villain. Also, Mega, Ripley's a big villain. Look, I can imply from a meta perspective that she's a big villain. My problem with her is that I can't imply it necessarily from like a fiction standpoint. Yeah. It's that my brain does it when I don't even want to. That's fair. We've actually gone through 50 minutes of an episode. Yeah, we're doing pretty well. I'm going to take a break really quick, and then I will be back, and we will get back into it. See you in a second. Hi. If you were tweaking the formula this much to match reality, is it serving its purpose? No. You mean for the talking budget, you mean? I'm assuming you mean for the talking budget. No, certainly not. No, the budget is not currently serving its desired purpose because it doesn't. It is currently not accurate enough. but I'm getting it there. We're still in the development period. It's a beta. We're trying to tweak it because it's almost there. For a while, I had it to where for certain time ranges, it would make sense. And then for others, it would totally break. So I realized that I needed a different growth rate. So that was the problem that I was dealing with for a while. I tried to use logarithms or logarithmic functions to do it. It didn't really work. So I have a better growth rate at this point. But I'm finessing the exact numbers, like the exact slope of the curve and the exact like maximums and minimums. Because right now it's the curve shape is correct. But the actual like slope and like maximums aren't quite there. Yeah. I'm trying to come up with mini games for breaks, but I'm not really good at quizzes. Yeah, it's tough. I've been thinking about this since like 1 or 2 streams ago about like, I've always thought about like ways to potentially make the breaks more interesting. I was developing something for a while, like a little mini game essentially, but it was going to be way too hard. And it would have required like moving things on screen with like OBS elements, and that would have been terrible. So it's, yeah, but I have kind of an idea that I'm sort of minorly pursuing. I got a lot of things on the at the same time. That if you see, oh man, I keep going over budget, and your answer is to raise the budget, ultimately that's kind of the same thing as not having a budget. Oh, correct. It is. Sorry, my problem is not that I am seeing, oh, I'm going over budget. My thing is that I'm seeing, I am talking an amount that I would like to talk. Like I'm hitting, so I analyze my talking ratio after every stream. And the problem right now is that I'm hitting the correct ratio sometimes. Well, sometimes. It depends on the stream. But on the streams where I hit the correct ratio, I'm going over budget. So that means that the budget is wrong. Because the whole point of the budget should be to get me closer to the desired talking ratio. So that's ultimately the thing, is that right now the budget does not accurately or doesn't actually get us to the talking ratio. Once it does, then I will absolutely respect it. One of the reasons we keep going over now is because I don't have any respect for it. Yeah. Just train an AI to track your face micro expressions. Oh, it's so true. It's so true. I should just do AI. I should just use ChatGPT to come up with break questions. Ugh. What am I doing? I'm not in the 21st century, apparently. Mini games between breaks keep completionists from going potty. True. That is both a positive and a negative. Yeah, maybe a poll. Mods can do that on YouTube. No, mods can do polls. Yeah. I mean, I can automatically do a poll. I could set up a poll ahead of time and make it auto trigger. The problem is I just have to come up with like the poll questions ahead of time, and I'm uncertain if I'm willing to commit that much to just more interesting breaks. But I've thought about it. I thought the budget was to encourage you to space out the talking so you don't overstrain your voice. It is that. But I guess this is a part I've never said out loud. I have determined good talking ratios in order to do that. Like, I know what the good talking ratios are, and I know, like, the bad talking ratios. Like, if I go above a certain ratio, that's when my voice starts to go. Kind of, not necessarily regardless, but largely regardless of if I space them out or not. It's definitely a factor, but it's not a huge one. So the budget is overall to try and get me to be able to identify what ratio I'm at midstream. That's the basic premise of it. But it's also to not necessarily calculate it midstream, because midstream, the ratio goes all over the place depending on if I'm on like a long tangent or something. So I need to be able to see the maximum and kind of play within that. Yeah. Which is why it has a decrement where it like slowly falls, is to like space it out a little bit more. So the decrement is towards spacing it out. It's doing a whole lot of things all at once. It's not a straightforward thing, yeah. Are you voting to raise the debt ceiling? A bit, yeah. Yeah, the breaks are like 90 seconds. That's true. I used to take longer breaks. I used to take like 3-minute breaks back when we had the scheduled ads. But now that the ads are unscheduled, I take much shorter breaks. Yeah. I often take stream to the bathroom with your headphones on. I wouldn't probably do stream at all. The breaks are quite short. Yeah. The break music is nice. Okay, that's good. Yeah, the entertainment during breaks is something that's been on my mind, but I wouldn't do it unless it was very easy. It's kind of like bingo, where bingo was just like, it was fine, but it was an undue amount of effort. Almost opposite to the chapters. The chapters are way more effort than entertainment during breaks or bingo would be. The chapters are way more effort than both of those, but they're so worth it for the VOD viewers, at least from what it sounds like, from the market research I've done. Yeah. Think about the break chat as an area of player time the GM doesn't need to play in. Also true. Yeah. I think the trying to encourage talking is the only thing that I've thought of. So like asking a basic question or something. But yeah, anyways, all of that is like, those are just like passive thoughts that I'm thinking about off stream. And some of them lead to stream action, kind of like the mods being able to slow down the stream with a command. Like a while ago, I implemented a command that's like mod message, but it basically never gets used, which is fair. It's kind of an awkward and clunky solution of like, they have to like privately essentially message me something, and then maybe only I can hear it, but maybe it gets broadcast because sometimes I fuck something up. It's all very awkward. So sometimes these sorts of thought processes lead nowhere, and sometimes they lead to an actual change. Yeah. Yeah. What is your favorite class and why is it Warlock? Every single time. Yeah. Like a sideshow of something. Yeah. You put a topic question. That's what I've thought about. That's the kind of train of thought I'm going down is, could I pre-generate enough questions like all at once to where it's not like cumbersome for me to do every stream, and could I have it like automatically display and like automatically load the next question? That's the train of thought that I'm currently going down. Yeah. Slideshow. Yeah. Or just typing into OBS. Yeah. Yeah, that's the train of thought that I'm currently going down. But I just haven't figured out if I actually want to do that or not. Anyways.
Be a climb check to get up. Next round, that's as far as you can get. You're kind of running through the crevasses.
It's all happening. I don't know.
Yeah.
I ducked back behind that tree after I shot, by the way. I ducked back behind the tree when I shot that person.
Okay, there you go. All right.
Charisma roll, persuasion, anything?
For this one, as you're ducking through, you're shouting it out, but you don't even know if he's really paying attention at the moment. All right, ending your turn. Keela, you're up.
All right, I am burning my 7th level spell and just gonna really fucked up behind Tree Kit. I'm gonna think about the air elementals on the beach and what they just did, and I'm gonna cast Whirlwind. And I'm gonna aim for the mage on the crevasse booby.
Already? Right.
Yeah.
Right on the nip.
Yeah, right on the nip.
All right, so it's a 10-foot radius.
We ruin everything you make.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything you do, we will turn into preschool, Matt.
Oh god, I just saw it. I hate
So
you all.
10-foot radius.
Oh, you built this? Looks like a dick. Okay.
I'm gonna kill all of you.
No, come on.
So
you're fighting
a
with the
30-foot high cylinder. So you're just creating it here?
No, over top of the mage. I have a
The mage.
300-foot range.
All right. So the one. You guys watch as the wind kicks up.
Can I get the guy in the crevasse?
That's
the 30-foot high.
Technically, yeah, if you want to.
Yeah,
Right.
come on up.
So you watch as the cloud, a cloud begins to appear above and shoots down in an instantaneous funnel. A tornado slams down into this crevasse as Keeld's eyes glow over, reaching out and drawing it to the ground. All right, it sucks up any medium or smaller objects that aren't secured objects. Creatures make a dexterity saving throw the first time on a turn that it enters the whirlwind, the whirlwind enters its space. So, you both have to make a dex save. The mage, that's an 8. That's a nope.
What a lovely number.
Goliath, 19. 18 plus 1. What's your DC?
19.
Succeeds.
Fucking. Wait, the
The
mage?
Goliath does. The mage does not.
Oh, the Goliath? Whatever.
So
The mage
10d6
is-
bludgeoning damage, if you could.
Huh, what?
10d6.
10d6.
10d6 is like Christmas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Oh, that's fine.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's wait. What was that? What was that, Telson? I just pushed
4.
it.
No,
I
it
just pushed it.
it was
it
4.
2?
It
Was it 4?
I
Okay.
believe it was 4.
Okay. 6 plus 5 is 11. Plus 4 is 15. Plus another 4 is 19. Plus another 2 is 21.
Roll again. That's 10. 5.
That was 5.
21 plus.
Plus not as good this time. What did I say? 21.
21.
26. 30. 32. 35. 36.
36 bludgeoning damage.
Does he get flung?
The Goliath grapples onto like some of the shards of broken glass, and while taking the bludgeoning impact manages to stay in place. The mage has to make a strength saving throw. Become restrained in the spell until it ends.
Or get
and
flung
rolls a
3.
Oh, buddy.
So wait, is he restrained or is he flung? Because it's kind of vague on what happens.
I was flung.
I was
He was
flung.
flung.
I was
Restrained.
flung.
Restrained means speed becomes 0. Tackles just have advantage. It has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. So he's just
He's stuck in a
right now.
tornado.
He is also
Tornado.
sticked. He can try and use action to break free, and then just roll from it. But right now, it is currently held.
Oh, if he
That's
tries to
awesome.
break free, he's
And
well,
he's,
that's
he's
fun.
literally got nowhere to go.
When it starts to turn, he's being pulled up in the air inside the whirlwind.
Yeah. I've never done this before, so this is cool. Yeah.
It's pretty cool. All right, cool. You can use your move to move the whirlwind 30 feet. So basically, now he's restrained. If you move the whirlwind elsewhere, he goes with it.
Can I do that now? Or next turn?
You know, you didn't use your movement.
I didn't.
Yeah, you can move it. You can move it up to 30 feet and possibly pick up other things if you want to.
Oh.
Directly nearby, but you can start moving it in a certain direction.
Hey, you don't want to
No, we don't actually know where Ripley is.
Look at that little
Yeah,
shit
move it
road
towards where
that's
Ripley was.
That's true. Where was Ripley last seen? That's probably what I would try
right
and do.
there.
Top of the
Yeah.
I would push it that way.
Okay, so leave it behind.
Come on, get
5,
to her,
30
get to her.
is where you're going to want to leave it there.
Ah.
Currently held up inside that. That sucks for you. All right, Keyleth, end your turn?
Yep.
All right.
Yippers.
Can he just not do anything while he's in there?
He's fucked, yeah.
That's awesome.
He's stuck in a tornado.
Unless if it hits Ripley, does she like diffuse it?
We don't know.
She has to save from it. She either gets sucked up in it or flung. So she's gonna get fucked either way.
Or nothing.
I don't know.
Well, then we know she
Keyleth.
It's not necessarily a spell on her. I made a spell around her.
Keyleth,
What?
as you're casting the spell
No,
and holding
come
off, the hooded thug, the younger man, runs behind and flings a dagger in your direction.
Kynan? Little shit.
She's got cover, by the way.
Yeah, you do have half cover on that, which adds.
No, we can't kill Kynan.
You can't go get it.
Kill him.
So that's the.
I can't kill Kynan. I
Plus
can't
5
kill
to your
anyone.
I'm gonna make
Yeah, that's
it
what he gave me.
cover.
Yeah, well, 3/4 cover is plus 5. I think maybe plus 2 for half cover.
Spread on the cracker.
I'm kind of hiding. I'm using
You're like
trinket.
cover behind the tree.
It's tree and the bear.
I'm using trinket as like a
I'll say
crutch.
3/4 cover. So yeah. That's fine.
really, I don't know.
So that would be. You get plus 5 to your AC 24. What's your AC?
I get plus 5.
Yeah.
That hits.
It hits still?
That's my armor class is 17 plus 5, so it's 22.
Yeah, it still hits you. Okay, so flings the dagger. This black curved razor-like dagger sinks into you. Currently no sneak attack damage, but you do take
It's okay.
I swear to God, if he drops me.
16 points of piercing damage to you.
Oh!
Okay, all
I need
right.
you to go ahead and make a concentration check. Just roll a Constitution saving throw.
What do I have to roll over?
Roll would be 10 or higher. It's a pretty. Don't roll low. So Constitution saving throw.
10 total.
You make it. You make it. You maintain concentration. However, as the blade hits you,
Fucking pissy.
you watch as it was thrown. You notice it shifts into shadow and goes after the blade, vanishing. The blade strikes you, and suddenly Kynan's hand appears where the blade stabbed you, and he appears next to you,
That's sick.
Where?
up on the log right there.
Oh, good. Not
Don't want to move.
Kynan! Hey, man!
That's sick.
You see him kind of just shaking, there's sweat on the face. That ends his turn. It is now the barbarian, or not barbarian, the Goliath's turn. There, he's going to attempt to make a athletics check to climb.
know.
That's enough.
Oh, I know.
Gets up, just barely to the top, and that's not going to be enough to really do much else in her turn, unfortunately. Kind of messed up everything she's been trying to do.
There's a shield, right?
Yeah, shield. Yeah, climbs up, kind of like wipes off the blood from the side of her mouth. Scaling you up.
It's a very muddled playing field.
Yes, it is.
And I'm so far away from everyone. I'm going to yell, Grog, hold on to something, man. And so I'm going to cast Reverse Gravity right there
Oh, shit.
and get everyone over here.
All right, hold on. Reverse gravity, 100 feet. You can totally get it over there.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
50-foot
yes,
radius.
I
So yeah,
almost
it's going to get.
And Ripley if she's not immune to it.
So yeah, I can get everyone in that, including Grog.
Sorry, Grog. Come on, hold on to something, man.
Grog, make a dexterity saving throw.
Hold on to some jagged
Advantage, it's a
glass.
spell.
That's not great. That's a 6.
Nope. Wow. The
Going on a
gunner,
ride.
the gunner fails. The Goliath fails. Interestingly enough, the mage is unaffected
Because he's already...
because he's not affected by gravity. He's currently being held in a whirlwind.
Okay.
However, go ahead and at the full 100 feet high, everyone hits the very top of it, and then you can choose to then either maintain it or drop them immediately.
I mean... They're gunners, right?
There's a gunner there, and there's the Goliath warrior.
Another good justification. I didn't even need to pause it, although shit's happening, so I wanted to pause it. Another good justification to think of barbarians as flankers, especially at high levels when you have giant spells like reverse gravity and whirlwind that might catch a flanker in them. Because, like, honestly, they just don't need to be worried about Grog here. Grog just has enough HP to where even if he does get caught in one of the big AoE spells, he's fine. And he can continue fucking them up mid AoE spell. It's very interesting. I'm wondering, it seems unlikely that Ripley and her party would have given Kynan Whisper, but that seems like a really cool ability to, especially for Vax, the throwing dagger boy. That seems like a really cool ability for that to be a totally separate magic dagger. So, I'm going to assume that it is Whisper. We'll see. I could be wrong. We'll see.
I'm gonna hold them.
Okay.
I'm just gonna hold in place and let's all go around by Ripley.
You can
With swords out, guns out.
And you can totally do the point break like mid-air
Terminal velocity.
Yeah, terminal velocity. Yeah. Did point break one of the on airplanes?
Whoa.
Never remember.
Wow, that's so high.
That is like
Hell yeah, man.
almost a bong.
Sorry.
Cool. Super cool, guys. Super cool.
So they're all currently now like
Go upstairs.
unable to attack, unable to really do anything well up from there.
Just think if it had been Percy, he would have thrown up.
So
I hate
other
the Tower of
than-
Terror.
Other than the mage and maybe Ripley, everyone's on. Oh no, and the fucker Kynan.
Yeah, he's over there, and there's the gunner over
Nope,
there.
yeah,
No,
Kynan's
my
next to
gunner should've been
me.
in the radius.
50-foot radius.
50-foot radius. I cast it right where. What's right there.
I believe falling damage, unless you can. Okay, I was about to say unless you can like shove them down. Falling is normally measured in D6. Most incidental damage that's like not directly caused by like an effect or spell is measured in D6.
I'm up in the air again.
It's like Dragon Ball
Here's
Z
only our
fight.
He's
ragdoll.
just holding on to the branch, prevent himself from falling upward, like getting a root in part of the tree. He's like, ah! Stuck there in the moment. You want to move? You want to move?
Yes, I'm gonna move. Jesus, what's the fastest way to get across this stupid crevasse?
I would. Whatever you feel like.
Through it?
Through it or around it. It's up to you.
Get some ouchies in her.
It'll take me like a minute to get all the way around there, so
You ride on Bigby's hand through it?
Eventually, she's going to end up near like
Can you dimension door?
I can't do shit while I'm casting a spell.
Oh, that sucks, man.
I'm just gonna start walking around the circle.
This way?
Yeah,
Do you have any healing bonus actions?
I do have a healing bonus action.
If
but
you wanna,
you
like-
I am really
5
low
points
and
of
I
piercing
can't
damage
get
to you,
up higher.
Scanlan, as you're running across. Grog's taking none because Grog's rage essentially halves the 1 point you take per walk, so you just don't take any damage.
Also, giving them a reason to need to walk. Like, we were talking about this on the beach of, like, why do they need to walk? Why do they need to traverse? And you can hear fucking Sam being like, how am I going to get around this? And Matt just being like, well, whatever way you want. And he's like, but then that one's going to be hard, but I need to... But you can see that he's having to think through the best way to walk, you know? Because... he has to get somewhere, which I know is like a very basic premise of like, yeah, you need to think about how to traverse the arena because you need to get somewhere. But so many arenas, not just Matt's, so many arenas have no reason that you have to get somewhere. So you never have to think about how you would even go about getting there because there is nowhere to get to. So it's even if we wanted to go into a deeper discussion or critique about like, is the traversal of the arena interesting, right? It's a deeper kind of next layer down discussion that we could have of, is traversing this arena interesting? Is the glass more interesting or more annoying? Whatever. But the fact that they're actually having to contend with it and the fact that they actually have to think about how to get around is an inherent compliment to the arena in that they now actually have to get somewhere, which is not the case for a lot of them.
All right, so you're dying? Okay, so I'll turn to Vex and I'll heal her. I'll just sing, I heal you so bad, I heal you so bad, it's driving me mad, it's driving me mad.
All right, and what are we casting it as?
2.
2, same level. All right, so 2d4 plus 6.
Ooh. 12.
12 points healed to you, Vex. All right, the mage who's currently held in the whirlwind. Let's see here.
His options are pretty limited, if I recall.
He diarrheas on himself.
Dun, dun, dun,
It's
dun,
just
dun,
restrained.
dun, dun.
Restrain, he can still do things while it's in the whirlwind. It's just,
Yeah.
it can't move, and attacks doesn't have advantage. Its attacks.
You can just go, oh, Toto!
It has disadvantage, stuff like that.
Toto!
Toto.
Oh, Toto!
Toto.
Oh, Toto! Oh, Toto! Toto! That did evolve real quickly. What did we just do?
I have no idea.
Toto.
Guys,
Oh, cool.
for the delay.
The dice sticks to the magnets on the boxes.
Oh, the metal.
Apropos of nothing.
Oh, that's cool, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that works.
Oh, it does. Oh.
So, the mage, who's currently huddled off, like, floating out, looks over at the source of the whirlwind, puts a hand out and goes, "Ah!" You watch as an arc of lightning arcs over
What?
in the direction of Keyleth.
What?
It arcs past.
Is it going to be able to hit?
Take down the MVP.
He doesn't get
Through?
No fucking
Magic,
shit. He
man.
doesn't get thrown? He doesn't get thrown? What a dick.
No, the throws and he breaks free of it. Right now, he takes damage at, where is it? Failed save addition. Yeah, basically it does the damage, and then it holds them in place, and you can basically control where they are. Which is the fun of it.
Damn it, Kynan.
Yeah, it's restrained and it's held within. Takes, just making sure I'm not missing any elements here. First time it enters the whirlwind, the whirlwind enters its space, including the whirlwind first appears. Yeah, so yeah, it doesn't keep taking damage, it's just being held aloft right now, and you can move over other guys as you continue to do more damage. So anyway, the arc of lightning arcs over 150 feet distance, hitting towards you. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, Keyleth.
Do I have like advantage because I'm behind trinket or anything?
No, it does
Cover?
not be magic, unfortunately. It's pretty, especially
I have advantage because my armor is
You do,
resistant
so
against
yes,
spells, right?
this is true.
Alright.
So go ahead and dexterity saving throw.
Well, it's a 12, it's not great. 17.
Does not help, unfortunately. It's 10d8 lightning damage.
There's no way that the
I
guy
didn't
who's
know you were
currently
dying. I
the
didn't know
stuck
she was
in
dying more
this
than I was dying.
We'll find
Yeah,
out.
it's
Okay.
the same.
Just
I
asking.
can't tell how much.
Honestly, I thought I was going to
do.
be able to last around the next round.
It's okay. There are options.
10d8.
Don't worry.
So Keyleth, you take 59 points of lightning damage.
Oh, shit!
Fuck.
I take what?
59 points of lightning damage from
Wow.
the chain lightning spell that just hit you.
Oh,
Chain lightning?
wow.
That's a powerful.
That's-
What kills you in this game?
Hitting zeros
No, no,
unconscious
no.
and then going past your total HP.
Yeah, yeah,
I have to go past my total.
Yeah,
Totally
you're fine. You're
negative
fine.
Negative 115 or something
Yes.
like that.
Well, I'm negative 58 now.
No, you're
Zero.
zero now.
Right,
Now it's
zero.
just death saving
Now-
throw.
I just go to zero.
Yeah,
zero.
I don't go negative.
If you don't go higher past your total HP,
that's
Take it from us. We've been unconscious. You're fine.
But do I still have to count going negative?
No,
No.
Now it's just
So
zero.
you fall unconscious, the whirlwind vanishes, and the mage kind of
Floats 100 feet in
falls
the air.
prone, and then
Thunk. Does he
Please,
take
up in
falling
the air.
damage?
does not mean he cannot grab on anything because it's actually lifted up in the air, so the mage is now
100
100 feet in the air.
Yes.
It's so interesting to watch them because not only are they learning a new system, but they are learning a new system with characters that they played in an old system. Like, I think it is, and I think that is making it substantially harder for them to learn the new system. How has Keyleth never been unconscious? I know. I think so. So she's having to like actually learn it. And I think it can really, really affect your thinking around like everything within the system. Like, she was so afraid of taking that massive amount of damage. Whereas to like a super experienced 5e player, it's like, damn, they're wasting a lot of damage. They're wasting a lot of shit on me. It's not even that bad. As long as they don't, like overkill you. So it's very interesting just like watching her mindset and then like watching like how like, oh, that's how it works? Oh, okay. Because Pathfinder is a lot more brutal with like the counting the negative HP and all that. It's very interesting. I think that's something that is, it was definitely more apparent in the earlier campaign, but we're still seeing evidence of like, they used these characters for so long. And one of the things about 5e especially, and I think Pathfinder's similar, if not the same, of you kind of get these like identity features. Like for Druid, it's wild shape and spellcasting. For rogues, it's sneak attack. You get these kind of core identity features, and then your class like builds on them as it goes. You can even consider like multi-attack. We can consider spellcasting and multi-attack sort of similar, where like your multi-attack doesn't really change. It just gets better as you go. It doesn't like totally morph and change. So when you think about how to play a higher leveled character, it is the same as playing a lower leveled character, just more. And so if you experience the lower levels in a different system, a lot of times your mind is going to default to, well, how did I play it back then? It's just that, but more. Which would be so disorienting in a new system. So disorienting, you know? High-level design is similar to PF1E and 5E, where you have one main feature that builds. Okay, yeah. So that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not reminded of it often. They're normally like really good at like, you know, staying in 5E. But occasionally you just have those moments where it's like, oh yeah, like a lot of their initial intuition was built in a completely different system. Yeah. Druid is the biggest change by far between the two systems by far, even counting Percy, who is technically homebrew in 5e. Interesting, really. Interesting. I wouldn't have predicted that. Maybe that's why they, I would say, generally underutilize Keyless Wild Shape. If it was like very different in Pathfinder, they just don't have the intuition of like, yeah, Druid goes into Wild Shape. That's like what they do. Interesting.
So Scanlan, Percy, and Trinket all get a bolt.
He's not going to get hit because he's touching her at the time she gets hit.
Yeah, Kynan doesn't get hit.
He chooses.
Cool.
All right, so I need Percy, Scanlan, and Trinket to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh shit, it's about to get very bad.
Oh,
Come on.
I can inspire myself
Yeah.
and save.
Not in the saving, not unless you already have
6.
12.
Oh my god.
Get ready to fall there, Grog.
It's about to happen.
It's about to happen. Oh, man.
Remember those break falls you practiced, like in basketball in high school?
Oh,
Do
yeah.
that. Yeah, those
From
were
6 feet
feet.
up.
Yeah, not
I'll
100.
ability check for you.
That's okay.
Scanlan.
Oh god.
Yeah, 86.
God.
Wait, Papa.
Oh my
Alright,
god,
so-
we're gonna die.
12.
12,
23.
23.
God.
Trinket.
6.
Oh shit.
So you took how much damage from them? 59?
Yeah.
59 points of lightning damage to you.
Oh.
Goes unconscious in the ground.
30. Fuck. Does that?
Percy, you
Both your
take
healers are out. Big dubs.
I've got
38
a
points
small
of...
healing spell.
You too.
38?
And he does
Or we... No, sorry. Half of 59.
When one
20, 20.
28?
29.
29.
Yeah.
29 points of lightning damage to you, Percy.
Hold on, I gotta do some math. Oh my god.
you out too?
No, I'm good.
Come on,
I'm
Percy.
good. 29. Okay. This is...
And
You're
Trinket takes
11, yeah.
59 points of lightning.
Trinket is unconscious.
But doesn't he go back to the Pokeball?
She has to go over and pick him up.
No,
No, he goes
No,
back.
if he's unconscious, he goes straight into my
Yeah,
Pokeball if I'm within 100 feet.
Yeah, so Trinket turns into a little burst of dark bear shadow, shoots into your necklace. Bear.
And everyone falls.
And everyone falls.
No. Why?
Yeah, because
I'm
Kynan
dead.
went
He's
unconscious.
unconscious.
Me and you, man. We're out.
Gone.
It's 10.
Everybody, wake up!
Some like
What
Looney Tunes
bam?
shit, like, and the head just stays there, and then shoot.
Looney Tunes.
Wait, yeah, Looney Tunes. Everyone looks down
Hold
for
up
a second and
the sign.
processes. Yeah.
So,
Sorry, Wile E.
Yeah.
that is 30 points of bludgeoning damage.
On the fall?
Yeah, you take.
Half.
You can still maintain your rage while up there. So you take 15.
Persistent rage, baby.
Exactly. The
To defeat.
If
the
this
gunner
bitch should take us down.
splats, just goes a messy splat of red crimson on the ground.
Okay, this guy's
blade
even out
One
the,
down.
the odds as we all go unconscious. We all go unconscious.
Impacts is alive but hurt. It's like on the ground. Kind
Does
of
she fall into the 20-foot crevasse?
Yes, and then takes an additional.
Do it. And
Come on,
finish her off.
die.
Um,
Die.
Actually, let's see, she eventually takes a saving throw to stand. She actually lands on the edge. That's where she was standing before. Nope, not with a 5. So that's an additional 13 points. Then she's looking rough. Yeah, the other gunner is gone. That guy's fine. He's been holding on. The mage takes.
It's already taken some hits.
Good old theft rage.
The mage splats.
Yes!
Yeah, he does.
I
Fuck
got 2
you.
people.
With your eyes closed. And you're prone on the ground there.
That's it? Just 15 points, that's it?
That's
made of
hurt me.
stone.
My hit points are actually in the double digits now.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Whole
That's
thing.
rare.
I know.
Actually,
I'm
it's
almost
better.
right.
Wait, he only did
Upper
50. He's
90s.
good.
He's
Mine are
great.
almost in the
That's still, like
singles.
almost 100.
Personally.
Alright, he's fine. He's
It's your
good.
turn.
Okay. At least one of us is still
Start
alive.
healing everyone.
Fucking shit.
Okay, first thing I'm going to do is, I'm going to...
Topaz, I made a whole video about LR and concentration. And I think LR was more of my focus in my like thoughts and in the video. But concentration was obviously in there. The thing that I like it in theory. I think my problem with it in this, because this sequence of like damage and spell effects, and he's raised in the air, all of these overlapping spell effects are very cool. But I think the thing that bothers me a lot of times about concentration, and you even kind of saw it there with the way that Taliesin and Marisha reacted in regards to the cover. And Matt was totally right. Matt was like, yeah, cover doesn't do anything against this. I think my general problem with concentration is generally that it is this thing where you cast it and then you have to try and avoid damage. So you kind of have to like take yourself there, but there's very few ways to actually avoid damage. I think that's my big problem, is there's so few ways to actually play defensively around concentration without taking really extreme measures. You know, that's where I really, because I like interplay. I like back and forth. And so I do like this in theory. But to me, the interplay gets a little bit strange here because there's no real way for Keyleth to avoid her concentration dropping. That's like a build problem. There's not much she could do in the context of this combat. And even more, there's not much that her allies could do. Other than like make themselves bigger targets, but we've had that conversation with the tanking fallacy. There's not like a lot of ways to like draw aggro in D&D. So concentration becomes this thing to me where you get it off, but it's going to be hard to initially get off, and then you have to maintain it the entire time. But if you want to maintain it the entire time, you kind of have to take yourself out of the out of the fight. Essentially, you would have to like get behind a hill where you can't see anybody. I don't know. It gets into like a weird gameplay situation to me. I'm going to be so normal about C2. Lol. Oh my god. 2 massive setup spells and the chain lightning just sparked off a chain reaction. This is true. No, I do. I like it. Yeah. And it's a very I don't know. It's a tough part about D&D casting because I like setup spells. I love the idea in BitD has a teamwork action that is literally just called like a setup action where someone will do something for the express purpose of making someone else's future action easier. And I love that aspect. I love support. And magic is the best and easiest way to do support right now. But I think that's kind of the problem for me, is when you do your big support concentration spell, your allies, your marshals, and a lot of times even other spellcasters can't really do much to like protect you. Because that's the natural like teamwork dynamic to me in a game like this, in like a swords and sorcery game. Like I'm thinking about like Dungeon Meshi, right? The very frequent thing is like the melee fighters, draw their attention, draw their aggro, protect the spellcasters who are, weak and flimsy. But it's very hard to actually protect spellcasters. It's hard to protect anyone in D&D. I think that's where, and so concentration being something that is, to me, clearly a mechanic that is supposed to interact with like protecting the person who is holding concentration, makes it tough for me. Because either I feel like we're missing something on the martial side, or there needs to be an even higher benefit and an even more disabling or detrimental force than concentration, so that it's worth it to just like put yourself behind a hill and like remove yourself from combat because you're doing so much with that. It lives in this strange middle ground to me, Concentration could be an entire essay. I'm sure other people have done so. Yeah, probably. Yeah. It's a complex thing. I have a much more distinct and like straightforward opinion about Legendary Resistance that I think is much easier for me to summarize. But concentration is way more complicated. Concentration allows them to make spells more powerful than they otherwise could. Absolutely. I agree with that. But it adds this Oh, you want to talk about like the increased power of spells? It also adds this extra layer of a spell gains most of its value relative to its cost in the first few turns. So if you're trying to break a spellcaster's concentration, it is more important to do so the first few turns compared to later turns. Because like if they get the spell off and they, have concentration on it, right? They spend the spell slot no matter what. So like the cost is like 1 unit, right? And then the benefit, right? The cost is up here, the benefit, it like spikes up on, turn 1. It spikes way up. And then it spikes up by like half on turn 2. And then it spikes up by a third on turn 3, right? Because every turn, and this is a measure of like total benefit, not benefit per turn. Benefit per turn is consistent, but total benefit of the cost of the spell slot diminishes as the turns go on, which is a very I don't even know if that's bad or good. It is. I'd have to think about it more, but it just is. But I don't think it helps the like awkward feeling of like when should adversaries go after it? When should allies protect? How do allies even protect? Strange. Also, the mage effectively killed himself with his own spell. Yeah, that is also funny. Oh, yeah. I'm also very normal about Dungeon Messy, yeah. Funny solution of having one caster cast a concentration spell, then another cast banishment on the first. So they have to take, yeah, which that is like one of the like, and you're absolutely right. And I think that highlights the type of protection that is available in 5e. Is it has to kind of be on the level of banishment. I use the example of like going around a hill, but yeah, you kind of have to take out the spellcaster from the combat if you actually want to protect their concentration. You can't have, the tank just step in front of them and it's like, oh, if you want to get to them, you gotta go through me. Right? That's such like a tropey teamwork thing that I think is tropey because it's good. It's good and it's fun. And D&D just doesn't really have it to an extent. It also, if you had that where like, say a tank could just step in front of someone and they have a feature where if they're within 5 feet, they can like take on the effect of a spell for themselves somehow. I don't know. That would be cool, right? Then that is also kind of an answer to like the tank fallacy. It's like, oh, I'm going to go and protect our concentration caster. I don't know. Yeah, it's very strange, very interesting. Also, PF monks were known as mage killers, and concentration is one way that 5e kind of brings that forward. Yeah, true. Well, it's because enemy mages don't concentrate in the same way that that player mages are supposed to, I don't see I would never allow that as a DM, though. I don't know. It effectively a player is removed from the map. Plus, if it's a spell that has you can move this element around, I don't really think they can. Well, yeah, I think that's the other thing is like, I would allow them to maintain concentration if they're banished, but I wouldn't allow them to do anything that would require knowledge of the battlefield. I think that would be the big thing that would be missing for me. So yeah, with like Whirlwind, they would not be able to move it. Or if they said they want to move it, I would like roll a d4 to determine the random direction that it's moved in, There has to be some sort of connection between spellcaster and spell effect. No. Brainwaves even. Oh, debatable. I mean, depends on the setting. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Gut feeling is that it's messy and asking for trouble. Well, messy and asking for trouble, very fair. Messy and asking for trouble is a fair instinct to have. I'm sure that we could think of some very messy results of that. but yeah, I don't know. I think honestly, I would almost prefer for magic to be as powerful or more, concentration to be more debilitating, and marshals to have a way to protect the casters. Or, I mean, honestly, even less radical changes. Have marshals have the ability to protect the casters, to either take on saving throws for them, to provide cover by standing in front of them. Things I already rule it that creatures get half cover if their allies are purposefully like facing up in front of them. So that's like one thing towards it, but making marshals able to protect their friends against spell effects, I think would go into a teamwork dynamic between marshals and spellcasters substantially more than the teamwork dynamic that exists now. Yeah. The problem is that all of D&D's classes are DPS. Well, that is the problem. I think that they would be less so if there was a class that had a feature that could do that more protection-oriented style. Then it starts to be an actual debate of, is it more worth it for our barbarian to protect the caster that's holding up hold person, or is it more worth it for them to go in and smash that hold person, and should the caster just try to play safer on their own? I think it encourages potentially more movement and more interesting decisions for the marshals of, is it worth it for me to come back and protect them, or is it worth it for me to be out doing damage? How good is this effect? How much do we care about them maintaining concentration? All that sort of stuff, yeah. I take the body shield action. Yeah! I give them a +2 to their save? Sure. Yeah, give marshals and fuck it, make it a class feature. Make it a fighter feature, barbarian feature, whatever. Yeah, and allow them to replace one of their attacks on multi-attack in the same way that they can replace it with like shove or push or whatever. Yeah, body shield. And they get +2 to the save or something. Or fuck it, the caster doesn't even get +2 to the save. Any attack targeted at the caster just gets redirected to the marshal. Because the marshal still has to like be under the effects of the spell. They're basically volunteering themselves. but they get that, kind of one more turn aspect for the caster, which I think could be interesting. Yeah. Hold person is an interesting spell to use for that discussion. Both sides are down an actor. It comes down to if the marshal or the person being held is more impactful. Precisely. And I think that equation will change every turn. I think that's the fun thing when I think about this. The fun thing about like giving marshals that ability to protect casters to help them maintain concentration is that because of the very aspect that I talked about with this diminishing total returns, the equation of keeping the spell up, like whether or not that's more important, changes every single turn, because the total benefit that you've received from that single spell slot, that total benefit is changing every single turn. The total benefit is starting to grow slower and slower and slower. So as you've protected them for maybe the first 2 or 3 turns, suddenly it's kind of like, well, maybe it's better if I stop protecting you and I go in and do some damage. Yeah. Dodge on behalf of someone, you just yeet them away. Kinda, yeah. A little bit. There's something you also never see used, the dodge action. Yeah, imagine if you could use the dodge action, but for someone else. Yeah, a protective teammate dodge action. Yeah. Talk about, how does Vox Machina do in terms of support? That'd be a great support option, yeah. And I jump in front of the bullet. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are on my wave. Yes, exactly. Yeah. You know what's a good tanking spell? Warding Bond. Warding Bond is a great tanking spell. Warding Bond's an amazing tanking spell. Yes. And yes, only paladins. As someone who loves crunchy systems, standing in front of someone should absolutely make it hard to cast a spell on someone you can see. Absolutely. I agree. I think it's strange that cover only, like, I get it, again, from like a verisimilitude aspect, but from a game aspect, I think it is weird that cover only affects attack rolls. I think it just puts saves on this like weird other plane, which they're on for so many other reasons. Yeah. Actually, Warding Bond isn't that good. It's a good tanking spell, I would argue, because the whole issue with tanking is that you cannot force the enemies to hit you. So Warding Bond allows you to force the enemies to hit you in a way. I think it's a good answer to the tanking fallacy. Now, whether or not it's that good in D&D, because it's also concentration, and if you're casting it as a paladin, you already want to be getting hit, which fucks with your concentration. That's I can very much see that. But it's a good tanking fallacy answer in the form of a spell, or at least maybe it's good in theory. I think, yeah. I just keep forgetting that Warding Bond doesn't redirect damage. Oh, yeah. Well, because it halves it, right? It's not concentration? Really? Wait, what? Am I thinking of the wrong spell? Uh-oh. Am I thinking of the wrong spell? Oh, no, I'm not. It's just not concentration. Oh, interesting. Is it concentration in BG3? Why was I thinking that this was concentration? Either way, I think it's decent. Also, it's a cleric spell, it seems. Maybe we're all thinking of different spells. I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about. Actually, it functionally does redirect damage. Yeah, it functionally does. Yeah, it functionally redirects damage. Yeah. I have a Battlemaster Artificer, and it kind of sucks. Well, yeah. Well, it's weird because Battlemaster Artificer is something that's like pretending to be a tank, but doesn't really have the health for it, which is a whole other discussion. Yeah. It's just an obnoxious golden hula hoop. Anyways. Too deep of a convo. But yeah, I don't know. Concentration is one of those things that I'd like them to take. People talk about the martial caster divide. I would really love if there was a more critical look at martial caster teamwork in potentially like the next D&D edition. It obviously didn't come in 524. But in a potential theoretical 6, or I guess maybe in 534, we'll see. In whatever the next edition ends up being, some critical look at the teamwork between marshals and casters. I don't want them to. I don't think that talking about the divide is very useful, because I think that there should be a higher emphasis on people working together rather than just how individually powerful is everyone. Because at the end of the day, D&D is a team game. It's not an individual game. And even talking about the martial caster divide phrases it through the lens of an individual game. It it phrases it through the lens of comparing these classes in power to each other. When, it would be ludicrous for me to compare the power of Mercy compared to Reinhardt. They're two different things, right? They're two totally different modes. You could compare Mercy to, Baptiste, or Mercy to Ana, but comparing marshals and casters, to me, reinforces the idea of an individual game when I think we should be focusing more on the teamwork aspect of things. Yeah. I think teamwork is very underexplored mechanically in D&D overall. I would love rules to collaborate more. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Depending on how you define support. Yeah. What is the playback speed prompt? Good question. Also, I don't even know. I don't think it's fully implemented yet.
Take a break.
Oh, no. I'm actually going to skip this one. I think, the playback speed, I don't have a full implementation for it yet. Eventually, it's not fully implemented yet. I have a way to check it that I can just like press a button. But for you guys, it's not fully implemented yet. I'm hoping to have all of the playback speed stuff, fully implemented by next Wednesday. Is my cross your fingers hope. Yeah. What up, Poppin'? Catching up. Like me to Mike. Slowly catching up. Yeah. Could Harry his lower spell DCs? Absolutely. Yeah. Which like we kind of have with like Mage Slayer, but it's a whole feat, and enemy spellcasters aren't common enough. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways. Play.
This is such a bad experience on every conceivable level. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to run up to that jerk with the knives, and I am going to press my left hand with great authority, especially considering I've just taken another bolt of intense electricity. And I'm going to Iron Man the living. He's just on the head. I'm just going to on the head. I'm going to just
Wait, you're going to use diplomacy?
I'm going to use diplomacy.
Have you ever used diplomacy?
This is the second time we have ever used diplomacy.
Yeah, go ahead.
We
roll
have
for
no
an attack.
idea.
I actually have no idea how to roll for an attack for this. I have no idea how it works. So
For this,
I can just roll and tell you what I roll.
now, roll a 20, you add your proficiency bonus of 5 plus your strength modifier.
That's embarrassing. Okay.
I know.
It's okay, you'll roll a natural 20 anyway.
You know what? For the
I just rolled.
Okay, he'll be okay.
And it's okay, unless you've got something to add to that, because that is a sad number that you just threw at me. But
Fine, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
I would say, unfortunately, because you're not a monk, it's gonna be strength. It's just
Okay, it's a-
physical attack.
okay, because it's just touch. Like I don't actually have to put any.
What is it?
It's a 20. It's a 22. Is what I rolled.
What are you even worried about?
Yeah, hit.
I am horrified by what's going on.
You're touching him. How can you not
16.
hit?
Yeah, you're fine.
But my strength is a 1, so I'm horrified.
Yeah,
So.
but you do actually strike. So
Okay.
All right,
Oh God.
So he's gonna go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw. Natural 1.
Yeah.
I love when the dice make narrative work.
I love when the
So go ahead and roll
dice
the lightning charge earlier.
Yeah.
an additional charge.
Technically, if it's one long rest, I may be at 3 charges, 2 or 3 charges.
So 3d6.
Okay, that'll do.
You worried about some random
10 points.
I'm there, you're there.
10 points already. 10 points of damage.
He goes on the ground.
It's your turn.
And Kynan is stunned for the round.
You want to say that on your action? Go
I
for it.
also need you to roll another d20.
Oh, for that?
Just roll another d20.
11.
11. Okay. Diplomacy shorts out and is probably need to be repaired.
That's fine. He's stunned.
He's like, "Ugh," the electricity hit. And he's currently shocked, and he's gonna be stunned. Can't do anything for the next round.
Okay. My close. I'm in theory. I want to be touching distance to Keyleth.
Yes, you
Can
are.
I use a bonus to feed her a potion, or is that a full action?
To feed somebody a potion, that's a full action.
All right, next
Yourself
round.
is a bonus.
All
But
right,
that
shit.
requires you to pull it out, grab something,
I had
hold it in
to
their mouth, pull off the cork, pour it down, and make sure they swallow it.
Okay, that's fine. And then for the rest of my action, I'm just going to, after that, 2 slashes with the sword just to finish it up and
Go
then
for it.
hop down.
Go for it.
Do I have advantage because he's fucked at the moment?
Oh yeah, no, he is stunned, so attacks have advantages.
Okay, so let's do 2 little slashes.
Technically, it's incapacitated.
Natural 20.
Oh, they're both crits.
Oh,
Because he's stunned?
because he's stunned.
Yeah.
Oh, and so I'm just
So
going to
melee.
roll crit damage. That's
Wait, are
fine.
you just wailing on this
I'm
kid?
just going to wail on this fucking kid because no, we do not have time for niceties. So that's 48,
Try and leave something that resembles baby food.
maybe. 14. 20.
Double dice
30,
and add bonus.
Yeah, 34 points of damage.
34 on the first strike?
No, that's 34 total.
Oh, okay, 34 points of damage. As you start carving up the currently paralyzed man, the armor kind of separating with each slash.
I mean, if we're
right
being really honest, I think Tal is probably worrying about this fight extra hard because it is obvious that Ripley is him and he knows how much damage he can do per turn and he knows how much health he has. I think that he is intuiting the offensive danger of the player sheet.
Is she prone?
She is prone, yes.
Don't get advantage on that anyway then.
You do.
Now make a great weapon master, please.
You may.
Thank you.
Take a potion as a bonus.
That's even better. 18 plus 32. No, -5.
Yeah.
28.
28.
Can I pop in a bonus action? I meant to take just like a potion anyway.
For himself.
For myself.
Sure.
Thank you.
What's a regular at? Regular is 1d4 plus.
That's it.
No, 2d4 plus 2.
Thank you.
Sorry. So, Rob?
32 points of damage on the first one with the great weapon master, 5 of which is necrotic.
Right.
22 on the first one.
Yep.
MacLeod is dead.
Yeah. That's a 28 for this. 23.
You slam the axe down once into her chest. She gives out air and grabs the blade to try and pull it out from the wound. You just put your boot down on her face and push her away, pull the axe up. How do you want to finish her off? How do you want to do this?
Man, doesn't it suck when you don't even get one fucking hit? And I'm just gonna bring it down clean on the forehead because I would like to see what her brain looks like. Hannibal.
It's purplish and gray, given the force of the impact and the scattering at the top of the head against the stone
Gross.
glass. Yeah, she is no more. The body just goes a little limp. And as you realize your foot on her, pushing her down, you're actually pushing the glass shards through her body that are going to her, and you seem kind of going to pierce through her.
I'll give it a little extra shove. There you go. I have one extra attack, but I will.
Ooh, can you hit? Oh, no, it's
Nah.
fine.
You know what? I'm good. No, 25 feet. I probably can't climb out of there, right?
Did you use your
Slid down there. I can give you an athletics check to try and climb out, but you'll just barely get out.
That's right.
Advantage because you're raging.
Having a heart attack right now.
20.
You rage climb to the edge.
I also like the crevasse or whatever, the boobs. I mean, I like them for multiple reasons. But the idea of them being difficult to climb out of is great. It either means that there's a quasi-exploration challenge, or at least what we would normally think of as like an exploration challenge on this map, where certain PCs, even if they have like flying abilities, are going to need to burn resources if they fall into this certain area of the map. Not just if they get hit by a certain effect of a spell. The actual map presents risk factors on where they stand and presents even more like risky possible like movement options. And it really highlights someone to make it an athletics check like that. It really highlights someone like Grog. I said before that I wanted a Grog-specific challenge. I don't know if this fully qualifies, but having anyone that gets stuck down there have to do athletics to get out or burn a resource seems like essentially athletics is the only like free way to get out. Having that in there does go towards at least highlighting Grog, especially knowing that he's going to be the main one moving around this a lot because he's melee. He's going to have to go around to get at these people. If he knocks anyone in, he might go in after them. All that sort of stuff. So while it didn't maybe highlight Grog quite as much as I was like thinking when I said that, it goes towards it in a very meaningful way, I think.
Nope.
First gravity fuck up everything.
Not die at the hands of this.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna die for this bitch.
No.
MacLeod went on quite the ride. Down the crevasse, up 100 feet, down the ditch.
It appears at the edge of the crevasse.
Oh,
No.
She glances about and sees the state of her party. And appears off in your direction. All right. She's going to go ahead and...
She's got a broken gun right now.
She's going to take a bonus action to go ahead and attempt to prepare it.
Can she repair in a bonus?
Well, no, it would be for this. This would
It's
be
an action. It's a full action to repair.
Action, yeah.
Action repair.
That's true.
Ha!
That's a success. So she repairs it with her action.
But she can't fire unless she has a.
Action surge.
Fighter.
Fuck! I shouldn't even said. God damn
Oh,
it!
no, it's on the list. Don't worry.
All right. This is meant to punish me for everything I've ever done. I'm well aware. This is
The first strike, she has 2 more grip points. She's going to spend 1 to do a violent shot on you. That is a 25.
She's mega Percy.
It's a 25?
25, yeah. Wasn't very
Are you still ducking behind the tree?
I'm still ducking behind the tree, but that still hits.
That still hits. Alright, so that's a violent shot on that. She's gonna send another grip point to do. And well, let's do that attack first. So that is 2d10, 16,
Oh boy.
It's too much math.
25 points.
How many?
25 points of piercing damage.
Oh.
It's 2 points psychic.
25 points of piercing damage. I'm gonna have to try and catch that because it's gonna fucking knock me out. So I'm going to attempt to snare that bullet. It snares all range.
No, I'm trying to see how many times you
I can do it once a round.
Turn as a reaction?
Yeah, it's a reaction.
That's pretty cool. Alright, go for it. Just want to make sure.
I snare 8 points of damage off of that. So that's
Okay.
how many points is that?
It was
25.
plus
You're
27,
still alive.
so
It was
19.
gonna keep you. Oh my god! He's alive? Oh jeez. Oh my god.
Yeah, you're doing the one-eyed
Plus,
blinky wink.
plus 2 points of necrotic damage.
No, no.
I'm not gonna fall. Wait. Oh.
I spent a 6th level spell to keep you alive, man.
What do you got?
Necklace.
For this, you are unconscious. Let me see this real fast.
Okay.
We'll see if it has a perk.
I'm happy either way. Shit.
No, that does not affect you this time.
Okay, just checking. That's fine. Shit. Okay.
Taking it me.
Okay, so are you unconscious?
I'm unconscious.
Oh my gosh.
You hit the ground. As you fall, the shadow around Ripley flares, and you hear a voice go, "Yes!" She aims and takes another shot at you. Yeah, that hits. It was death saving throw. Third shot at you. Second death saving throw.
Okay.
Oh my god.
She shouts over her shoulder, "Finish him!" And
If we get taken out by a single white female, I'm gonna be so
What'd
she
you
doesn't
roll?
vanish.
What'd you
There's a
roll?
shimmer, and she goes, "Curses!" And runs 15, 20, 25, 30 that way. Right there. She shouts over her shoulder, "Finish him!" This one over here, looking over the side, goes and takes aim.
Is it his turn next?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Gunner's go next.
Take it. I do have some AC just because I have some cover.
Correct, and technically, it is this
I
one.
don't know why I'm arguing with this because I'm amused by this entire process at the moment.
No, this is with the pistol. Takes a shot. The third bullet sinks into Percy's form, and the breath fades to stillness. The necklace shatters around your neck, one that Pike gave you, and a sudden burst of divine energy fills your body, and you're restored to 1 hit point.
Oh my fucking! Are you serious?
Pike saving the day when she's not even in
Dude,
here.
that was it. That was.
When did she fucking give you that, man?
Where'd she
Pulled
live?
it
Where'd she live?
She pulled it from under her
All I'm
bed.
hearing is John. John, we living on a prayer. Holy shit!
What?
Uh,
You just died, motherfucker. I came back.
And yeah, that's gonna go ahead and end the gunner's turn. Vex, you're up.
Kill Grog.
Do I
far
see
away.
that? I mean,
What what periapt is that? It's not the periapt of health. Is that a custom item? What is that? The periapt of wound closure, no. Periapt of health, no. She gave him a totem of undying? What was that? I think it's custom, yeah. Interesting. I have so many questions. I didn't even start to think what it was. Crazy has it. We saw Pike give it to them that we treated it as a non-event at the time. Yeah. I'm so curious as to if he knew. He must have known. Because he asked about it. Why else would he ask about it? So he must have known. Crazy thing to, I mean, well, because I'm thinking through this. I'm thinking through this on the order of like death and stakes and the power of your players, because interesting. Oh man, I don't know. It is like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to keep thinking about it, because that is such an incredibly, whatever that item is, whatever it explicitly did, a bring you back from death for one, that is negating like 4 attacks worth like in, and obviously it's single use, right? But that is like, I mean, that's a tide turner. And giving that to your players for free is interesting because it doesn't come into play until it does, right? And it's also something you can kind of only do once. You do that a second time, it's contrived. You know, they get another necklace like that. And it allows you to play with fire a little bit more in your encounter design because they have this get out of jail free card, essentially. Interesting. I wonder if he gave that to them because Pike was going to be gone from the party for so long. Like, he knew that they were taking essentially a power hit when they lost Pike. So you give that to them to, like, cover for that power hit? I don't know. It could be entirely possible that it would have never come up depending on who Pike gave the necklace to and how their fights ended up. True. But I think it would have been, I think it's the same given that it seems that Percy knew about it. If Percy hadn't known, I would have called this Deus Ex Machina. I would have called this fudging. But it seems like Percy knew ahead of, or maybe not Percy, but Taliesin knew ahead of time that it did something. Yeah. It doesn't have the item listed on it. Interesting. Isn't it in the I've gotten 3 ads since I got here. Oh, that's good to know. Okay. Yeah, it has been weird behavior. It's been doing weird behavior, but it seems to mostly do the weird behavior to new people, which is very strange. Like 2 episodes ago, Valkyrie got hit with like 3 and no one else had gotten hit with any. And then Valkyrie's been in stream since, and she hasn't commented on it at least. But it seems like it like hits people that are new to the lives with more ads than it hits people who are here regularly. I've had 0 ads on YouTube. For reference, I've had a bunch. Fucking weird, dude. Fucking strange. I'll say this for any yeah. So strange. So strange. Yeah. I don't know. I've debated going back to manual ads, but it's a big monetization hit. Unless I can remember to do it like really consistently. But even then, it's still a big hit. I'll have to think about it more. They're all skippable ads. Yeah. Nobody accused YouTube of being good at design. I know. Periactive wound closing? I don't think it is. Because periactive wound closing wouldn't have saved him there. The periactive wound closure is you stabilize whenever you are dying at the start of your turn. He would have been dead by the start of his turn. I also don't think that this has ever come up. Periactive wound closing is a great item, but I don't think that's what it was. It was better than that. Periactive wound closing also wouldn't, shatter. Yeah. You're amazing. I'm okay with watching it go last. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I just wish I had more visibility into the back end, and I'm constantly debating what is the best way to do it. Yeah. We are assuming they know how the item is meant to be used. I'm assuming that that Taliesin specifically knows how it's meant to be used because he kind of asked out loud. Is this campaign 1? It is campaign 1. It is campaign 1 Vox Machina. Yeah, I'm blind watching it. Never watched any Critical Role. Analyzing it, thinking about it, taking away lessons from what we can potentially learn for our own tables. If you've watched any of Super Geek Mike's Critical Role Demystified, kind of a live version of that, but with someone who's never seen the show. So coming in totally blind, no pre-existing knowledge. But yeah. I am slightly assuming that they knew Yeah, might have picked something from the book and not sure how it works. Maybe. Oh, you mean that it might have been the periapt and he just didn't like read the text exactly? Very possible. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Well, it saved Percy the first time. We'll see. It's also always interesting to think about player death in a campaign like this, where now at this point they have access to teleportation and Pike back in Whitestone. They can revive any of them. But obviously they have Matt's more intense resurrection rules. So it kind of shifts the tension a little bit off into the resurrection ritual, which I don't know if that's necessarily a good or bad thing. It's definitely different. And it does help keep stakes on the deaths no matter what in a higher magic setting like this, you know? There's still a lot of combat left, though. There's a lot of combat. It's very possible that doesn't even fully save him. We're going to have to see.
Scanlan, where was Scanlan on the initiative order? Is he before me or would he go after me?
Scanlan goes far after you.
I'm going to run up to Scanlan, and I'm going to cast Cure Fucking Wounds with my shit-ass healing at level 4. So that's 4d8 plus 4.
4d8 plus 4?
Yeah.
That's
I'm gonna heal you, asshole.
Yeah.
My grit doesn't restore from none of my stuff restores from death. Though.
Stop asking for anything.
I am desperate because we are still so fucked.
28 hit points.
Yeah.
Can I do anything else after I've done that? I can't shoot any arrows after I've healed him, can I? Do I get 1 arrow?
No, because it has to be. You get 2 attacks. It's how you attack or use something else.
Okay. Then I guess I'm gonna run back behind a tree because I'm a loser.
Okay, you do take, that is your movement to get there and back. You aren't taking still steps. So that's going to be 6 points piercing damage, just running across the glass to go to and from.
Jeez Louise.
That's not what it is.
Okay.
These crater boobs.
All right.
Yeah, there's a very interesting, because I when we were talking about the glass earlier with Scanlan and like moving around the arena, I was like, oh, we could, talk at a deeper level about whether or not moving around the arena itself is interesting or fun within this context. But it's good that they at least feel encouraged to move around the arena. And it's interesting with the glass aspect of things, of moving around the arena is very dangerous. And Matt paired that with a very big arena that they will need to move around in order to get into appropriate ranges. Like having most of the middle of the arena be empty, or not really empty, but even more dangerous terrain, this entire kind of middle area between the 2 boob islands. Having that all be like hyper difficult terrain, hyper dangerous territory, means that they will have to move a lot, but then he made moving kind of painful. Which it's I think if you ask different people, you'll get different answers on whether or not that's good. Of he's encouraging a lot of movement, but he's making that movement kind of hard to do and kind of painful. Which, on one hand, is an interesting decision point, right? Of, is it worth the movement to get around the map? But on the, that can be an interesting decision point of, do I take the less effective but safer and less dangerous, I guess, less detrimental position back here? But on the other hand, if you are heavily encouraging something, adding a layer of friction to it, which is, really one of the best uses of the word friction, with this glass. Like, there's a lot of friction to this battle in moving around. Adding that layer of friction is, I don't want to say it's debatable, but it is maybe not a good thing. I think I'd like to see more of like, there is like on this map, let's say that only, and I don't know if this exactly would be the right way to go with it, but something along these lines of, there is dangerous glass over here, but Ripley's party and Vox Machina start out more clustered on this side. And then the glass over on this side is maybe less dangerous. So you can either take the long way to get around where you don't take any damage, or you can go the short way where you do take damage. And then you have the extra dangerous shortcut in the center. I think that might be a way to kind of cut the line on it between the two kind of competing positives and negatives there. Maybe. I like having it in general because I think it makes the map inherently more interesting. But maybe an additional tweak. I don't know. I'm not sure if I would have the nerve to pull this glass trick. I'd be too afraid my players would find it annoying. I know, that's what I'm saying, is like the friction of it. Yeah. I think this is probably supposed to be Death Ward. Possibly, yeah. I would say in isolation, it's a good thing. If you make movement dangerous without encouraging it, they just won't. If you do have danger, you kind of have to encourage. I agree, but it does add this like passive annoyance to the battle where they know that they have to do something, but that thing hurts them. It's kind of like having an arena in a room that you have to be in, like you have to be in the room to fight, but the room is filled with gas to where like just existing in it, you take damage. It's a little bit different because you do still have the option of moving or not moving. But everything about the combat has encouraged you to move. So now the thing that you're encouraged to do is hurting you. It's a tough weighing back and forth, you know? Maybe a bridge that crosses over the indent so it's a bit faster, but you have a chance to fall. Possibly. I mean, I think that in general, making the island, I think the islands are a great choice. I love the islands instead of this being just because this could easily have been just a big crater and that's it. It could have just been a hole. And it could have totally just been a hole. I think that the islands are an amazing choice, and I love the 2 lanes around the islands. I think we could have just played with it slightly more. But this is still my second favorite map. All of these like deeper layers of analysis and critique that I'm doing do not stop this from being my second favorite map, probably my second favorite combat. Only second to Kevdak in Westrun. I think the Kevdak fight was the best fight, at least to me so far, period. And this is the second. This is my second favorite. Yeah. It's still great. Now it's just like, man, I could just steal this. With a few minor tweaks, I would just straight up yoink this combat. It's really great. Yeah. I think a map like this works if you do it rarely. Yeah, that's true. That is also a factor here of this sort of like dangerous like movement that damages you is a fun shtick. It's a fun novelty for one combat. Because I talked about how on the beach with the elementals, I liked it. I was like, oh, the idea of like difficult terrain that damages you if you choose not to be slowed down, that's really interesting. This is a really good thing to point out is it's only interesting if done sparingly. If you do this too close together, it gets very old. I fully agree with that. Yeah. It's also a form of a very weak timer. The longer this combat goes, assuming they're moving around, the more incidental damage they take. Yeah, it's essentially a passive drain on their health that favors the side with more overall HP, which is probably Ripley's side, especially given the ambush nature of the entire thing. The fact that Vox Machina is probably starting out with less overall HP means that the glass terrain is going to favor Ripley's party the longer that the encounter goes on. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Battle map plagiarism. Oh my God, absolutely. I'll yoink a combat that I like. Look, DMing's hard. You gotta yoink and twist. I would yoink and twist. I'm not gonna pull it out directly. But yeah, man, as long as you're not selling it. I want to be very clear. I would never yoink it and sell it. But for your home games, pop that shit out. Yeah. Yoink it, redesign those islands, shape and positioning. Yeah, maybe make them not so boob-like. Oh my gosh. Who all's enemies? Just Ripley, or does she have more people? She has more people. She has like a whole party. Yeah. Love this out with my barbarian who has the boots of striding and leaping. Absolutely. Would have been super fun for that. Yeah. You see, wait, why is she here? Who? Yeah, you directly yoink it, and they're just like, who the fuck is this? This doesn't make... What, you're mentioning Whisper? What's a vestige of Divergence, DM? What are you talking about?
Wait, for my bonus action.
Yes.
I'm gonna cast not Hex, Hunter's Mark on Ripley.
On Ripley, let's do it. I agree. She is 100 mark.
I want to start moving towards my friends. How far can I get towards Keyleth and Kynan and Trinket if on my movement?
Need you to make a athletics check.
Trinkets and necklace.
Oh, never mind. Athletics, you said?
Yes.
Just a 7.
You can't get out of the crevasse. You try climbing the rocks, just breaking away.
On my movement?
On your movement.
What happens with my dash and my action?
Make another attempt.
I'll do it again. Fucking A, 9.
You get almost to the edge and the glass breaks and you slide back down into the crevasse. You're like, back down.
Natural 20.
You just climb up to the edge. That's your turn, but you're out of it.
And I'm going to shout, Kynan, you have a heart. Think of a man. What are you doing? It's not too late.
Make a persuasion check.
17.
Okay.
No, sorry. 19.
19. Okay. That ends Max's turn. Keyleth? Oh, she's at the end of that. I need you to make a death saving throw.
11.
11. Okay. Didn't lose one there.
You have success.
A success.
Shit.
All right. He's now Kynan's turn. Kynan is stunned. Stun wears off at the end, but Kynan is left there, kind of breathing heavy, looking down at the two bleeding bodies before him. One that is eyes flash open on the ground, and Keyleth currently just face down in the dirt, little puddle of blood around the corner of her mouth. At the end of Kynan's turn, Scanlan,
Tank is down.
you are conscious, but you are prone on the ground right now.
Oh, what a crazy dream. Hope it's real.
Anything would be helpful right now.
I'll tell you what I really want.
Well, tell me what you want, what you really want.
I want to go fuck them up.
All right, I run over to Keyleth.
That's half your movement. You can move that far, and you take 2 points of piercing damage.
Yeah, sure. I'll just healing word at level 2, just to get it back to life.
It's bonus action, so that's 2d4 plus 6.
2d4 plus 6 is
14.
10. No, 12.
Very good. All right, you got the consciousness.
I turn to fucknuts over there and I'll send out a fireball. Yes. Kill the fucking gunner.
Okay, what's the range of the fireball?
It's at 150.
Yeah, yes, that'll do. All right.
This combat also highlights what I've talked about before of like, if you're using player sheets, the combat is going to be much more rapid, much more brutal, much more deadly. Much more deadly. And I think this is like turn 3. Yeah.
Whistle while you...
27, not very
27
good.
halved to 13. The cloak flashes a bright blue underneath, and it seems almost like some of the fire pulled into the cloak, and it begins to glow with like this kind of pulsing charge. She takes even less damage than you expected.
Okay, so she takes some damage.
Takes some damage.
Oh, okay.
And you can now see this kind of like crackle across the cloak.
Good to know.
This is Ripley?
Yeah.
All right,
That's all
that's
I
your
got.
turn. As the lightning's cutting around her, she goes, well, sometimes you have to rely on those that prove worthy. The shadow that's around her shoulders kind of leaps off. And you watch as Orthax now appears next to her.
Hello,
The shadow is still connecting them. You watch as this long stretch of shadow kind of curls across and attaches to her leg. They're still bound by this tether of darkness, but nevertheless, they're both together on the field. And let's see. Orthax here. Orthax is going to go ahead and just there. And is going to go ahead and look towards you and go, you'll be my quarry now, big man. You are currently hit with the Mark of Vengeance.
Is that a charm?
Nope, you are just marked.
I'm marked.
Oh.
With vengeance?
That means I have a theory, but I can't.
I think
say
we
it
had
loud,
Marcus
'cause
Virginia.
that would be inappropriate.
The form is kind of in a bad place right now. He's there, kind of out of desperation, but there is sunlight coming down from the sky, and you can see it's like it's hurting its presence, but once again, in a desperate place. All right, up at the top,
Yeah.
Percy.
Yeah. I used to do exactly that, Hoppin. I used to run ads during breaks. But YouTube pays so much worse for them. The CPM is like nearly half. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Oh, thank God it's the retort pistol, because that would have been really poor. That's 29 to hit and 15.
29 to hit and 15. Yes, 29 hits, 15 does not.
Okay, that's fine. Pew, pew, pew! That's 13 points of piercing damage.
Alrighty. See the flash of smoke off her shoulder, the impact. You see now her hair that's pulled up is now kind of like falling in her face now, covering part of her in the front with a little bit of blood kind of curls to the corner of her mouth.
I doubt he'll do well without her. And then I try and take cover. I'm just going to pull as much cover as I possibly can and take a defensive, as much of a defensive.
Don't
Do you have any healing potions?
Oh, and I'm going to slug a healing potion for my bonus. Thank you. That's a good point. I meant to do that. I was literally thinking that. That's greater, which is 4d4 plus 4. Yeah, go on. I'm fine. God, so much coffee in me.
Said Percy.
Okay, I'm like, yeah, that's so sad. All right.
Ends your turn.
Buddy.
Rod, you're up.
I have one question.
Yes.
If I wanted to try and like double my speed or whatever, get around Orthax to Ripley, would I still be able to hit her at all? Or I'd have to burn all my attacks to get to her.
You would have to use an action to dash.
And I have 2 other attacks, but they're not
Well,
actions.
no. It's an action to do 2 attacks.
Right. And my bonus is the 3rd, so it's okay.
So you may, let me double check real fast here. As part of your frenzy.
Yeah.
Frenzy's the bonus.
Yeah, means you get 1 attack.
I would?
You would move, you use your action to move again, and you have your bonus action to do 1 hit.
I grab my earring and I say Orthax or Ripley.
Oh, fucking Orthax, really? So name I was hoping I wasn't gonna hear
did
again.
you-
Ripley.
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 Can I burn that to get all the
Oh
way
man.
I know it's
Take
opportunity
down.
to do so.
past? Yeah, that advantage.
50. Yeah, you get up right into her face.
Yeah.
Her eyes go wide as you approach.
Hey, Chicken Nickel.
Orthax does get an attack opportunity against you. Has advantage on attacks against a marked creature.
Plus I did reckless, so yeah.
So that's a
Double advantage.
Do you get to hit him back as you run by? As your reaction?
I don't know,
it's a 23 to hit.
it does hit.
All right. You take.
Boom, 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 boom.
18 points of. Oh no, I'm sorry. You had advantage on the roll, so that would be 24 points of psychic damage as the claw just rakes through your body, like missing an incorporeal
sorry,
form,
man.
and
Sorry,
it
man.
just shocks into your system, your brain spiking with pain.
Do I get retaliation? Is it a melee?
It's a reaction to it, so you can run past and whack, smack it
just
immediately
do
after. So you run, you get raked, you spin with the axe, and tend to slam into it, using the momentum to keep charging forward.
26.
26 will hit. Go and roll damage.
Literally attacking the darkness. This is what D&D is all about. We attack
27 with 5 points in necrotic.
27. Okay.
Oh,
With that,
might laugh
6
off
points
necrotic.
of necrotic.
all right.
And I get all the way to Ripley.
You do.
No magic on Ripley.
The mark gives him advantage on attacks, but the sunlight is giving him disadvantage, so he just gets a single, like a regular roll against you. Anyone else is gonna have a harder time, but the mark is helping him.
Right, okay.
All right. So yeah, you get right up to Ripley. He's like, gun still in hand, seeing you just rush up angrily with your one angry, raging Goliath freight train of an individual. What do you want to do?
Nothing magic here, bitch. And I would go Reckless Great Weapon Master with Ripley.
Okay.
You've seen it.
Reckless great weapon master.
That's better.
Know what it means. Sounds good.
Sounds great.
32 minus 5 is 28.
28. That hits.
Why am I not always doing Great Weapon Master? What the fuck is the matter with me? 28. 28 with a point of necrotic.
8 points of pain. Shark a little bit of blood spatters across the ground near her. She takes the wound and kind of shrinks away a little bit, kind of clutching her chest.
What, Craig not helping you with that one?
Nice. All right.
Yeah, I had to think about that. I was like, because there is my favorite character to have at the table would be Grog. I would probably, out of all of the characters I have played, which I've DM'd far more than I've played, but out of the ones I've played, all of them are more like Scanlan than anyone else at the table. So it's gotta be Scanlan. Oh man. And then as an audience member, you know, someone like watching Critical Role as like a piece of media, like a television show, I think it's probably Vax. He's not afraid to have like a lot of depth to his character. He encourages depth from others. I think he has some cool flaws and weaknesses. Yeah. So yeah. But I would probably like having Vax at the table way less than someone like Grog. Like, I would love to have someone who is so gung-ho like Travis is with Grog at my table. I would love it. I love that type of chaotic energy is like some of my favorite. Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate it. I do need to. I don't do as many members only streams as I probably should, but I do occasionally do them. That is true. Yeah, all these characters are my favorite between depending on scene mood. Yeah, that's true. I really do like all of the characters in certain points and in certain ways. Yeah, but I think those are probably my answers so far, yeah. Vox Machina tier list. I will be doing big retrospectives because I did a big retrospective on Tiberius when Orion left. I do plan on doing big retrospectives of each character and their like performance and their story over the course of campaign. I'm very excited for those videos because I had a ton of, even though it was obviously much more serious with Tiberius and Orion, it makes me even more excited to do the others because it'll just be all of the fun stuff. Because there was some fun and interesting stuff from the Tiberius conversation that prompted some really good conversations about like the line between player and character and how much we value or care about that line, how much our players respect the lines of other players. I thought there were some great conversations in that deep dive. So I'm very, very excited to be able to do it with all of these people and not have as much of the, I don't want to say baggage, but like as much of the, you know, kind of negative like pall over it that was there with Tiberius. Yeah. Yeah. Should we do favorite character pool? But I also relate to I relate a lot to Keyleth. I honestly don't like playing or watching full casters. Because and especially druids. Because they have just so fucking much to manage. And I feel for them, but it makes it harder for me to invest in them, unfortunately. That's not Keyleth's fault at all. But I also did not. Travis's energy, Sam's quick thinking, Marisha's RP and combos, Laura for how gross she gets. Yeah, I can go on a compliment tour for all of these people. They all bring very specific strengths. And I think at this point, I used to say that Scanlan was my least favorite character because I thought he easily had the least depth of any of the characters. I always called him a joke character. But post Kaylee, Scanlan is still like, you know, partially a joke character, but he has transformed into less of a joke character and more into a character who jokes, which is much better to me personally. And I think that is definitely like since Kaylee. And since Kaylee and all that, I think all of the characters have accessed these like deeper layers of depth. I actually think the person who's probably showed maybe the least depth, like on screen visibly, is probably Grog. But he had a very extreme storyline with Craven Edge, which that's also getting its own retrospective, with Craven Edge, that I think exposed a lot of the hidden depth and flawed behavior that an otherwise quiet character maybe doesn't have the room to express often. Which I think that is kind of the case with Grog. I think that Grog is not going to very often have a chance to express his like inner flaws. And Craven Edge gave him an amazing opportunity to do exactly that. I'll never be able to give Matt, up until the Kevdak fight, Craven Edge was my favorite thing in Critical Role. It's still my favorite magic item in Critical Role. Because I think it was like a perfectly designed thing for Grog and Travis. I think it's perfectly designed. Yeah. Talvar's darkness, Liam for the acting. Yeah. Is the house elf? Yeah. Most popular by Scaphrillus. Oh, interesting. Yeah. But all of these sorts of retrospectives are going to have to happen at the end. So we still got, unfortunately, probably months before that. Yeah. I have no idea how much collaboration there is at which points, but at the very least, Matt gave Sam an opportunity to add depth, and Sam grabbed it. Absolutely. Yeah. He almost had an arc in his backstory. He rejected the tribe and protected Wilhand. That's true. Yeah, he kind of had an implied arc before the campaign even started, which is definitely interesting from an analysis point of view. Yeah. I realize more and more what kind of D&D and live improvised theater I enjoy. I think more along those lines rather than ranking favorite characters. That's fair. Yeah. Real personality gives your insecurities and personal guilt. Yeah, that's fair. Anyways.
First, she's going to go ahead and use her bonus action to use her second wind.
What?
She has to heal.
She gets to fart twice right in front of you.
Yeah, exactly.
What is that?
This is my first and this is my second win.
She's not attacking you in melee.
I fart in your general direction.
She is going to see you in the face. She's like, next. And leans over and is going to go ahead and fire at you, Percy.
Can she make a ranged attack while she's... Okay.
She can.
All right.
No, she's in melee.
Yeah. I'm learning. I feel like I'm learning things here.
No, actually, she used your reaction to hit Orthax, so she can move away from you without any attack opportunity.
What?
Right.
She does take 6 points of damage for the run, but that gives her a better angle on you.
Yes, it does.
All she wanted.
Half.
I love that.
She's going to use her...
Out of grid.
No, she's one more grit point.
How does she have one more? I thought she burned them
She's
both.
better than you, Percy.
Fucking damn it.
No, I think you're right. No, she
burned both.
She did. So she's going to... She has one more attack in her.
You're like the Olympian judge of
That is going to be...
I've had to deal with this shit so much.
9.4.
21.
That does not. Oh, do I still have some cover?
With the cover, yeah.
With the cover, does not hit.
Right. Get that off. Natural 20.
Fuck.
Which gives her a grip point back.
Yes, it does.
Oh boy.
Wow, of all the things to roll.
I have that coming.
She is the...
Yeah, you did. You had that covered more than everybody.
I just broke my glass. Bye bye.
So that is
You want to
17
Oh,
points of piercing damage and 4 points of psychic damage.
Has she not lost her? Oh, is the psychic damage attached, or did she not? I know I'm like...
Psychic damage is
I'm so
something
desperate.
you don't know.
Okay, it's a thing I don't know, so she didn't... Okay, it's just a thing.
Are you still conscious, Chris?
I don't know. I'm going to try and catch it, so we'll see how that goes. I'm trying to find the die for that, which it seems to vanish. There we are. 17 points?
No, Hoppin. Especially in terms of the ads, because it is something that I'm still like actively considering the best way to move forward with. I'm fully good with it. No worries. I have been messing around with a new OCR software, which might let me detect the ad button when I go onto a break, possibly. Yeah, we'll see. But no. This is it's like when I was having the internet issues months ago, and I was like, no, tell me when the stream goes down because I need to know. You're all good.
All right, let's see what this does. Yeah. Okay, so that's down to 9 points. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if it's just, is it 17 total?
17 points of piercing damage plus 4 points second.
Okay, 17. So that's 9 plus 4, so that's 13 points. I am still standing.
But there.
I am just like Rasputin here. This is getting ugly.
Third and final shot.
Oh god, she's shooting again.
Yeah.
Misfire.
Nope, that is a
Last shot.
26 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Take 11 points piercing damage plus 4 second.
Oh yeah, no, I'm out again.
Hey guys, what's that?
Well, she's out of shots.
Yeah.
Pike's necklace just goes.
Pike's necklace is gone.
All right.
She's out. She's gone.
She vanished.
She vanished. Vex, you're up.
Do I sense her with my hunter's mark?
Oh, you're fucking kidding me!
But she ran her full movement, didn't she? I'm so sorry.
She did move her full movement, yeah.
Let's listen to
But
Slayer talk.
she's got fancy things.
What do you do, Vex?
I want to try to shoot where she was.
Okay, go for it. Roll for 2 attacks.
I just want to shoot one where
1
she
attack.
was
Okay.
right now.
First attack.
Yeah.
Some bitch.
19.
19 seems to pass through.
Okay.
What do you do?
I'm gonna shoot at Orthax.
Okay, go for it.
We are dying.
Natural 1.
Ooh. The arrow just goes high over the tree line and disappears in the distant jungle.
Sweet, tight. Yeah, I guess I will I'm gonna get on my damn broom.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm gonna get up to the top of the tree that I'm at right now.
Ooh, that is a bold, scaredy cat move.
I'm just doing it so I don't have to take a point of damage every step I take.
Every step I take.
This may be the
Get
end.
up at the top of your
Every
head.
move I make.
Bold move, coward.
Up above the tree, looking down into this kind of open area. And your turn?
Yeah.
Backs you up.
Where's Kynan at?
Kynan's over here on top of the tree.
Is he out? Is he just standing there?
Standing there.
Yeah, you just got out of being stunned. I've been shocked with diplomacy.
Fuck.
Wasn't she?
I'm going to use my movement to get to Percival.
All right.
She tethered over there.
She is tethered to Orcs.
Not close enough?
Not a physical tether.
I'll use
Unfortunately,
that.
that's in
I'll
the
use
way.
my bonus action to get all the way, and
Okay,
I
so
will
yeah,
cast
you
Lay
can-
on Hands with my action to get him on his feet again.
Okay. Go for
5
it.
hit points.
Yeah.
Oh, this is getting uncomfortable.
Kynan.
Getting?
Down and up.
Kynan.
Down and up.
Kynan.
Kynan. Fucking Kynan.
Kill him. Just kill him.
You're all right. You're all right.
Persuasion roll.
Balls. Oh, no, not bad. Because I'm a rogue 17.
17. All right. Good to know. All right. That ends your turn, Keyleth.
Okay, so I'm waking up, and the first thing I heard was Grog saying Orthax or Ripley, correct? More or less? Oh, God, the fucking gods. And I'm gonna just throw down a daylight spell
Seriously,
on
now?
the nipple.
Who's Grogs or?
Get some sun on those boobies.
The crevasse nipple on stage right. My stage right.
The little Nell
Your stage right.
Nipple stage right.
Nipple stage right. Daylight on nipple stage right.
That's totally
you're
natural.
you're in daylight. So
But-
adding daylight isn't going to make a huge difference in daylight.
High
But
fantasy.
I thought it, like, Orthax is all like a shadow fiend, right?
Yeah, and he's currently in sunlight.
And he's having a hard time, but I thought it was like we're under tree cover. No?
No, we're
Oh,
covered.
really?
He's not blown out of this area. From the
We're in direct
so adding
light.
daylight wouldn't. It would just make
Really checked
daylight.
out, man.
in daylight.
You just woke up.
I have burned through everything that's nice like that. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna get up and I'm going.
elemental, man, do
I can't do that. I'm done. I'm done.
She's utterly burnt.
I am going to
Use your staff.
fucking Percy, kill him, and I'm gonna cure wounds for that level 3.
Oh,
Fucking killer,
trying.
fucking killer.
I'm trying.
This is your post-traumatic
God.
stress that we're dealing with here.
I'm sorry, my issues have guns.
Your issues too have guns.
End your turn.
I'm gonna do. It's 3d8 plus 1. All right.
You roll or I roll?
Yeah, 22. Yeah.
All right, that'll.
Fucking killer.
I guess it's casting like
I like that no one, at least out loud, seemingly has considered running. Which goes back to the fall of Amon when we talked about how sometimes with certain parties, certain players, you have to overwhelmingly threaten them in order to get them to run.
Kind of in a fetal position, trying to keep Percy alive.
Kynan steps off the back of the log, out of sight. There's a small gap beneath the log where Kynan comes out from underneath as you finish healing spell, and takes the blade and just jams it right into your back.
Kynan does?
Try to at least. That is 23.
To hit me?
Yes.
Yeah.
God, fucking enough to see it.
Now he has to die.
That seals it, buddy.
Your little project just killed your girlfriend.
Did you go unconscious?
We'll see. Probably though.
Is 4 plus 7. Need that. 26 points of damage.
Is that sneak? Did he get sneak attack?
Wasn't it?
I
Jump
was
behind
at 20 points. So
over the top,
unconscious.
hid, and then came underneath and got her. As soon as he sees you fall, he pulls the blade out, and drops it to the ground. He goes, "I'm sorry,
Okay.
Like falls to his knees and just starts like shaking in place.
Ooh, little bit of a lever pull there. Interesting. Oh, we've talked about, before your little brother just killed you. That is a crazy sentence, Jonathan. Little bit of a lever pull of Kynan seemingly taking himself out of the combat. Number one, fair thing to do. That's and this is when I say like a lever pull. I have mentioned that when I think about like fudging, right? I don't just think about changing values on dies. I don't just think about changing the amount of health that something has. One of the interesting things about this Ripley combat. Percy dies deaf, right, for sure, right? No spoilers at all, Dragon Beast. That's it. Is Ripley does have a potential conceit around taking them hostage. Now, she is apparently not using it. I thought about that in the bathroom earlier. I was like, oh man, this is like one of the, because I always find the taking prisoners conceit of like, or method of fudging to be, in my opinion, a little transparent. I think it stands out a lot. And so I don't like using it. But this is one where I was like, oh, like maybe she will. And then she fucking shot Percy in the head 4 times. So I was like, okay, maybe she's not gonna do it. But Kynan is absolutely another layer of things. Of saying, where was it? Yeah. He's trying to prove himself, but then he kind of gets in over his head. Exactly. Kynan's a very easy back and forth lever that you can use as the DM to midstream kind of adjust some difficulties, especially if you're very uncomfortable with changing any die values or whatever. Kynan is a good thing to have in the combat because as the combat starts going pretty fucking bad for Vox, you can, with very, very realistically, pull Kynan out of the combat in a way that does not break verisimilitude at all, but it's essentially equivalent to killing him, which massively helps Vox in the short term. And then they can always deal with him later. So yeah, having Kynan here is a easy, especially when, and this is a good thing to remember, and that I try to do with my combats, is the more interesting and complicated you make your combats, like this one with the ambush and the glass and the titty crater, the more weird and interesting you make your combat, the less you're going to be able to judge its difficulty, especially here with the ambush aspect. I think it's very, very good to build in those levers for yourself as the DM. Things that you can reasonably, in fiction, trigger mid-combat that can swing the balance one way or the other. Because the weirder and more complex, and again, more interesting, you make your combats, the harder it is going to be to predict to predict the balance, essentially. And it really, really depends on it really, really massively depends on what, especially in this case, how the players choose to go about it. If they had detected the ambush long beforehand, this combat would be going way different. So building in those levers that you can pull is, I think, very, very important. I'm at 10 ads? Jesus. I mean, okay. 10 ads for 5 hours is about an ad every 30 minutes. That would be fine. But you haven't been here for 5 hours. You've been here for 1. So maybe it's doing the thing that Daniel was talking about, where it's trying to catch you up. I don't know. We'll have to see. But oh no. Get Discord out of here. You should watch Dimension 20. It's great. Maybe. And by maybe, I mean I am looking into other actual plays to watch, but I have to find one that is that works for my style. So maybe.
I like a Keyleth and I fucking heal her.
Heal factory continues.
It's like, heal, heal, heal.
Has anybody else ever been to a horse tranquilizer party? Because it's kind of and EpiPen. I just can't afford to do them anymore, sadly. What? I am awake again.
Okay.
I was, but now I'm awake
Like
again.
hands on a hard body.
Level 1 healing word bonus.
1d4 plus 6.
Wow.
Man, he's doing the smallest of the small.
Nine.
Wait,
Nine.
wait.
Great hair's
I don't like being unconscious. Okay, keep going.
Then I will. Someone's got to do this. And it can't just be Grog. I'm gonna dimension door over right next to Grog.
Come get me, baby.
Next to Grog?
Which side?
Towards the Ripley side.
Away from.
Over here?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna use the rest of my movement to move around 25 feet and to go like this. Looking for Ripley. Looking for Ripley. Looking for Ripley.
You're feeling it?
Take 5 points of piercing damage, just running across the blast. You start waving your hands for you.
Your sword out for a little extra.
Yeah, use your
Fine, I'm
sword.
going
Use your sword to do it.
I can't. Sure. Yeah, whatever. Look around.
As you swing it around, you're moving around, nothing.
Maybe she goes into another dimension or something.
This is like the worst game of Minesweeper. I just want to point that out.
Yeah.
Anna,
Right,
Ripley.
now, let's get into Orthax.
Marco.
Orthax, so
There's
Dimension
bombs too
door.
on the field.
Oh, shit. Everybody wake up.
Oh!
Or,
Who is
then-
what?
Just
Orthax
bam.
is in our.
Orthax just bam.
Tentacle moved.
Can't help you guys.
And then would move over there. I can move on there. Yeah, no, 'cause you can jump through shadow.
Everyone, the T-Rex found the kid
Yeah,
in the
but
car.
as a smoke monster, wouldn't he hurt his feet on the glass?
Your shadow? What shadow? What shadow was he using?
I guess I
Moon
would
shadow.
shadow.
The Legos. Moon shadow.
I don't see any shadow.
Probably not. Okay.
He is going to use his Rampage Pulse.
That sounds like an awesome band.
Are we really all gonna die today?
I know, your inner insecurities cannot be the cause of Vox Machina's death. I
We're
just
all
want to
gonna
point that
die.
out.
I'm aware. I'm aware.
Okay.
Can I have more
Stay
wine?
focused.
Tell us
So-
if we are being killed by a metaphor.
Yes,
I know.
we are.
Aren't we always?
So I need Vax, Percy, Keyleth, and Kynan to all make a Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, my
Oh
favorite.
shit.
I am really not wise.
I'm re-rolling that.
That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Okay.
I'm re-rolling that. 7.
30 total.
Oh my god.
All right. So,
That look from
Percy, you take 10 points of psychic damage. Still conscious, though, right? Yep. Vax, you also take 10 points of psychic damage.
You okay?
And Kynan, actually does make a save, strangely. With a really high roll. However, Percy, as you kind of feel the Rampage Pulse hit you, the eyes go red, and suddenly you're surrounded by shadow entirely, and you pull the gun over and you fire at something that's nearby. And you should go ahead and make a single pistol attack with disadvantage because you're nearby against Keyleth.
With disadvantage.
Just waiting for it. I knew it.
God fucking wow, you're just this is here to hurt
This
me.
is crazy.
All right, let's pistol shot with disadvantage.
I'm up right now, so you're like
Never get a haircut. ever again.
3. So 16.
16.
misses.
Yay.
Strikes the wood and splinters off. Vax, I need you to go ahead and make a dagger attack against Percy.
That is a 17.
Misses.
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 6 plus 11 is 17.
That's slick. Percy is, however, prone, so you have advantage on the attack.
Am I? Yeah, I guess I'm.
That hits. That
And
is
roll damage.
28.
It's not a sneak attack.
Okay. Whatever you say, boss.
It's not
Classic possession stuff. Man, he pulled Kynan as a lever right as he possesses Percy.
Take a
I'm
break.
going to.
Oh man.
Can I stand up?
All right. We'll take a quick break and come back to this. Man, how this is going downhill. This is probably the Kevdak fight was very challenging, and I think the Kavarn fight was very challenging for different reasons. And the Briarwood fight. I think those three were probably the most challenging. This is the closest I've felt like they are to a potential TPK. We're gonna see. I don't know. We were being killed by a metaphor. Oh, yeah, absolutely caught dingoes. Yeah. It's why I was, when Percy died before the necklace popped, I was like, oh shit, he might have actually died. Like, it's a fair enough place for Percy to go down. Getting killed by Ripley makes a lot more sense than getting killed by glass elementals on the beach. Huh. Interesting. I don't think they TPK for obvious reasons. But if I was watching this live, ooh, I'd be thinking about it. I'm gonna take a break and I'll be right back. What up? Hello. Ooh, we're at 5 hours and we are still a ways away from the end. So I'm going to try to keep the tangents down. Not to say they're going to stop entirely, but you guys know what that means.
And climb on top of the just
I'm going to try.
Don't risk it, man.
I'm going to stand up, and I'm going to ignore him, and I'm going to hold my attack till I see her.
Okay.
The second I see her,
You want to attack? What do you do now?
and as a fucking bonus action, I'm going to drink my last potion,
Which is a
a
basic.
regular.
All right,
do you know
2d4
what-
plus
do you-
2.
2d4 plus 2.
We need a cleric! We need a cleric with us all the time!
Ashley!
Ashley!
Grog, you're up.
Oh my god, we miss you.
Right now?
Yeah.
Oh, it's my turn. Can I join Scanlan in the most Stevie Wonder search ever with my blood axe being my stick? Like,
You can also hold. You can hold your attack till she appears. again.
all right, I'll move over to where I am and hold my attack. Just hope I bump into something along the way.
Betray your art.
And I've got
Yeah, no,
persistent rage, so I don't lose my rage.
Good to know. All right. At the end of your turn,
Oh,
she appears over there.
Wait, did he find her? Did he find her?
No, she just.
Oh.
she-
Put your bands back in.
Her turn came about. 2 of you have reactions, or actions that have been held. Percy and Grog.
Me?
Yeah.
Reckless.
You're not within range. You're not within range to hit her melee, so you can do 1 chain of returning throw attack.
The chain is magic.
But then
That's
weapons.
not- Or just throw the axe and let it sit there. if
Are
want
you
to.
sure it's magic? Are you sure it's just not a chain that he gave you?
That's magic.
Chain of returning.
Returning was inside you.
Yeah, I'm gonna
murder.
yeah, I'm just gonna attach the chain and throw it. Reckless.
Yeah.
Great weapon master.
Okay.
Which one? All right, Gil. There's only one that can beat that one. So that's a 32 minus 5, 28.
That'll hit.
You're rolling that high.
No. 18, 28. 28 with 2 points of necrotic.
8 points of damage. It slams into her, and the axe like slices and carves off like part of her arm. She's like, ah! The giant shadow claw that she still has on the other side, like clutching the weapon. She angrily looks over her shoulder. Shit! Shit! That's your turn.
Yank it back.
You can on your next turn. Got it.
Sharpshooter shot, retort.
Also, small little instance there of Matt narrating out loud, trying to give the players a sense that Ripley might be low health, so they may not need to run.
She'll on this side. She's like, axe off Grog. Deflects the bullet this side. She's cornered and trying the best she can to get through this.
That's all I got because I burned a shot attacking Keeler.
Which, if you wanted them to run, like if there's no way they're going to win this, you would almost want to do the opposite. You would want to like laugh off the Grog attack with Ripley, right?
Start her, and the best thing I'm going to do is, no matter what today, I forgive you, but I cannot let you leave. And I'm just going to sit and reload.
Okay. She is going to use her first attack to reload her pepper box. Let's see here. Okay. Get myself. She is going to look over with her clawed hand. Actually, no, she doesn't reload. I'm sorry, she's back. Supposed to reloading. She looks at her weapon, puts it in her offhand, takes her clawed hand, and points a finger over in her direction and releases a single beam of energy. It detonates there in the center of
I
the
will
fireball.
counterspell that at level 6.
Hell yeah, man.
Bless you.
Yes, yes.
That's it.
Scanlan.
Scanlan for the win.
I mean, clutch.
Okay, at level 6, I believe,
I think we're
is
good.
a 3rd level spell.
Third level spell?
3rd level spell. Yeah, it's gone. She can.
That's it?
Yeah, boom.
Oh,
She's not that powerful of a mage.
Yeah!
Multiclass doesn't go that
What
far in the
was
wizard.
that?
It was a fireball, and she goes to release it, and you just shout out towards it.
I shout out, Anna, Bobana, Banana, Bofana, 85 Commander. Fuck you.
She's gonna go ahead and move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She's gonna take 6 points of piercing damage. And
Damn it.
How can she still do that?
Cloak,
it's
man.
an effect that you are unfamiliar with.
Vestige.
Fact that you are on. What the,
Coward.
the shit, man?
Now that you've been up close and seen the effect, go ahead and roll an Arcana check. Yeah. Bard of many things.
Please roll high. Please roll high.
Yeah. 22.
No comments from forgiving Ripley. I mean, this is one of the problems with the edgy loner archetype that I think to a degree Vax also falls into, but I think that Percy more often falls into it, where I think it is hard for me to necessarily take that at face value. Like, sometimes Percy will say things just for the effect that saying them will have, regardless of if he means it. Like, sometimes I think a good example is him giving the titleship to Vex. He did not give it to her because he actually thought she would make a great Baroness. I don't think he thought she was the best person for the job. And he told Vax, I think that giving this to her will have, hopefully, this effect on her. It will make her realize X, Y, and Z. And I've seen that sort of thing of doing something not necessarily for the God's honest truth right here, but for the effect that it will have. Hey, I've been there. IRL. So I can relate. And that is, you know, I think that's more how I read the forgiveness. I read the forgiveness, honestly, more as a bit of a fuck you, kind of in the lane of like the best revenge is living well. I thought about it more in that lane of he's not going to give her the satisfaction. But that's all very like up to interpretation, sort of thing. I think it's very, very, very interpretable. Gone and multiclass into a wizard or some sort of mage. I still think she might be a warlock, potentially. I think it's very possible because the spells that I've seen her use over and over and over are reminiscent of warlock invocations, like not misty visions. Well, potentially misty visions, mask of many faces, the invisibility, cloak of shadows. Although whether or not she could use Cloak of Shadows here is debatable, but it could be a slight homebrewed for the villain version of Cloak of Shadows or something. Yeah. But I'm interpreting Warlock here, but I could be wrong. I always see other DMs deride the character sheets for enemies thing here, but with Matt and CR, I'm like, I don't see the problem. This is kind of cool. I mean, I did a whole bit in one of Mike's recent videos about this. I don't think it's a problem inherently. There are kind of three things that it does in very short. The video that Mike made is much more cohesive and robust. But it's just that player sheets are designed more offensively and less defensively. So you are going to have much shorter, much more brutal fights where people are much, 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 much more likely to die than if you were using monster stat blocks for the same enemies. The other kind of aspect of it is that it makes the encounter harder to balance. Monster stat sheets are designed to use all of their assets that fight because monsters almost never, a DM is rarely, if ever, tracking like resource expenditure pre-fight, Monsters are always going in fully stocked, unlike the players who have to actually deal with resource management. So when you give an adversary a player stat sheet, they're going to be entering the fight fully stocked, whereas the party might not. Again, none of these things are like bad, but they make the encounter balance much swingier and much harder to detect ahead of time. And the third thing is some player stat sheets have effects that just aren't in monster sheets. There are some spells that just don't appear in any monster stat blocks, and sometimes it's coincidental, sometimes there's a reason. So it's less that they're a bad thing and more that they are an incredibly risky thing that make the fight hard to judge. And the benefits are niche. They are there, and I think that this is maybe an example of a time where I think the benefits outweigh the negatives in this fight specifically. But in other ones, like the Briarwood fight, I didn't see it as much. Yeah. I don't think you're wrong. I also think Talisman and part of Percy's arc is being sincere. Possible. It's very, very possible, yeah. I don't know if Vax is an edgy loner, Well, that's fair. He's not nearly, he embodies the edgy rogue a lot of times, but loner is probably the wrong word. And I think that is one way that Vax, as a character, subverts the tropes that he otherwise falls into a lot. With like the classic, like, I walk away shit. Like him having this intensely close relationship to Vex, and honestly to a lot of the other characters. He is the one that is most often encouraging the players in their personal arcs and goals and motivations and saying, no, we're Vox, we're behind you. So I do think that's fair. That loner is probably honestly like a patently wrong word for Vax. Maybe more the edgy part. Yeah. Performative, taking the high road. Yeah. That's what but I could also see being wrong. Yeah. Misty Visions is my stripper name. Yeah. Yeah. That's also very fair. Yeah, I think these interpretations of Percy I can very much get behind. Yeah. I don't know if it's straight. I want to see it at the end. Percy's one of the ones that I think the retrospective I will learn the most in just the process of making it, because he as a character is, I don't want to say all over the place, but he's very complicated, and his place in the party is very complicated compared to a lot of the other people. So I think it's hard for me to get a full sort of feel of him. But he's incredibly interesting as a character. And I mean, he is tropey in the same way that all of them are tropey. But the specific subversions of his tropes, I think, are a little bit more off the wall than some of the other ones. Or some of the other, I guess, characters. Multiclass doesn't go that far in in a wizard. Interesting. She certainly used more than 3 spell slots. Has she? I was thinking that a lot of the things that she's using have been invocations. That was my point. I don't know. I'm trying to think of all the spells she's cast. I wasn't hard tracking them. It's very possible she's a wizard. Yeah. Yeah. Is too close knit to have loners. They kind of have loners. Vox is very, very tribal. I'm coming to that more the longer I watch them. They're very about the in-group and don't really give too much of a shit about people that they consider in the out-group. And their in-group isn't necessarily just them. It's a lot wider, and they will do a lot for people in their in-group, and will murder people out of their out-group with little hesitation. Yeah. They will never beat the Polymachina. Oh my goodness. Let 15 minutes dry. I had 4 ads? Jesus. Something is going on with Hoppins. I don't know. I'll have to consider it, though. I do have potentially a method that I'm thinking of, but that's good to know. So much edginess, brooding, yeah. Brooding is a good word for it, yeah. They're edgy and brooding, tribal, yeah. VM either cares about you or doesn't, and the first list is fairly small. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. And it's like they act pretty selflessly and heroically. Like we've had the debate before about like, are Vox Machina heroes? We've gone through that debate before. And I think that the more I see of them, and even like talking about, I need to see Ripley kick the dog or whatever. And I was saying that like, I need to see like what is so different about her versus Percy? Is it just that she's more advanced? Like, what is the difference? And I think that the ultimate answer is that it kind of doesn't matter because she's in the out group. It doesn't matter. If Percy was in the out group, they probably would kill him. But Percy's in the in group, so they judge him differently. I think that I was getting too caught up in Vox Machina's morals needing to be consistent on who they're applied to. And I think that they explicitly aren't. I think that they very explicitly apply their morality differently depending on who it's applied to. Now I might get proven wrong about that in the long term. But that's how it at least seems to me at the moment, is they would have always treated Percy or treated Ripley differently than they treat Percy, no matter what. Yeah. They just add cursed. Oh my God. Didn't Ripley help Kelsey Percy's whole family? Oh man, we can't get back into this. We've had this conversation. We have it last episode and the episode before that. So if you wanna see me dive into that well of like what makes someone a villain, unreliable narrators, like what things need to happen on screen or off screen, I'm not gonna go back into that conversation. Just because that one took up a lot of time last time. Because it's an interesting conversation. It's incredibly interesting to me. But it can just kind of go in circles. Oh, man. The VM has relativistic ethics. Yeah. You could count it as exploding the dog, yeah. He's kind of the opposite of a loner. He has a very strong, clear, defined relationship with every other member of VM. Yeah, I think you're right, Gierica. I think it's a fair, like, full-on rebuttal. I think that loner was definitely like the wrong word to use for Vax. He's actually the most connected socially of the entire group. Now, I think that there's an aspect of that that's just kind of Liam, and like it's the person playing him. But that transfers into Vax at a certain point. Because, yeah, I think you're right. I think a lot of the other Vox Machina members are a little bit more siloed, whereas he does have a very explicit and unique relationship with, I think, every member, yeah. I don't think VM would have killed Percy if he was just after the vestiges for his own devices. I'm not getting into it. I'm not... This is too deep of a theoretical, hypothetical rabbit hole. You guys can feel free to debate it, obviously. Do whatever you would like in chat. But it's going down the hypotheticals, I think I've realized, is one of the things that gets us circular when I'm doing it. If you guys want to talk about it in chat, again, totally fine. But when I start going down the hypotheticals, I think is when chat gets really circular, because people are responding to before the hypothetical as well as to the hypothetical, etc., etc. This is more me thinking out loud than telling any of you.
22. You haven't really seen the spell, but you've heard there are certain mages, certain not too powerful magics that essentially cause individuals to occasionally blink into another dimension briefly and then come back out.
I've heard of
I thought she was doing it this way.
As your turn, Vex, you're up.
Right after she disappears.
Yeah.
Great. I guess I will shoot at Orthax.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to bramble shot him.
Sure, go for it.
Okay. 31.
31. Didn't happen over there. That is.
Okay.
Couldn't find it.
Gonna fucking time you out, Michael. You be careful now.
Do I add anything to that damage? That it's just 48 piercing?
48 piercing, and you would probably add your additional 8 damage.
So 16 with 3 lightning.
Okay.
And then he has to do a strength save or be restrained.
Strength save. That is 19.
He is not restrained. I'm gonna use my second attack.
Okay. So the brambles reach up out of the arrow, wrap around him, all the thorns kind of constricting and tearing enemies. Actually, he doesn't have disadvantage on saving throws, just on his perception and attack rolls. So he does break free, and all the brambles kind of shatter and break off around him. You go for your second attack, which is
31.
31 hits. Go roll damage. Wire.
No, I think John's actually right. I think it went low when we went into break. I think I actually only turned it up to like 70, and it needed to be at like 80 or 90.
So
either way.
ends Vex's turn. Vax, you're up.
Anything with your bonus?
I'm conscious. I'm going to use people being around Orthax and just stab him a couple times.
Yeah, you will. There's nobody currently in melee, or someone who's
What?
up against him. Really? Because you backed away from him. Or when you got up, you were still...
I know, I decided not to back away.
Well, no, when you got up, that's the space you were
Am I
in.
still
You're
down?
still within melee. He has a 10-foot reach.
Oh.
I stood up, too, to cast... What was it that I cast last?
Heal. No, wait,
No.
something.
No.
The wine was a poor choice. I think it was a good wine, but it was a poor choice.
You cast heal on Percy last. That was the last thing you did.
No, that was a long time ago.
Yes,
It
you would
seems-
have got up, but you were...
Oh, I did cast,
Okay.
I cast, yes,
Yeah,
I cast
you would
Cure
have
Wounds
up.
and heal, so I'm up.
You're still out of melee.
Am I? Fuck! Alright, keep going.
Or out of your own melee.
That's fine.
Then can I take go 3 squares north to the edge and hold my attack until someone steps up?
Sure.
Yeah.
You're still in his melee range, by the way.
Within melee
He has a
range.
10-foot reach.
Then I will continue along the edge to that pointy crack in the ground. So
Right
I'm out of
there?
range. Yeah, keep going. Yep.
That will get you out of his melee range, but he'll get an attack opportunity on you.
That's all right.
All right. He'll take his attack opportunity on you.
At disadvantage.
Yes, disadvantage also because of the sunlight. So that's plus 9. That's 25 and 19.
Misses.
Wait, what? What? Is there something that I missed? Is there something that I talked over? What did Matt just say? That will get you out of it, but he will get an attack of opportunity. Yes, at disadvantage, also because of the sunlight? Okay. Is this person just a drow and it just hasn't been like out loud narrated yet? Or is this like a damn peer? Okay. Or that is being indirect. It's Orthax. Okay. Okay, that's the part that I missed. I didn't grok who was attacking. It's Orthax attacking. Okay. Shadow demons at disadvantage in sunlight. Interesting. Okay. Also because of Vax's close displacement. No, I know. That's why I knew that it would be a disadvantage already, and so did Liam. But then he said also because of the sunlight. Interesting. Orthax has sunlight sensitivity. I mean, it makes sense, but I've been drawing some parallels between some of the death gods and the vampires. Maybe something here. Interesting. It's tough to track their fight mentally, especially when I am occasionally talking over it. Normally it doesn't matter. Interesting. Does he have a 19 without haste? Wow, yeah, wild. Oh man. Yeah. Interesting.
Plus 9, that's 25 and 19.
Misses.
You just duck underneath. All right. Finishing Vax's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Oh shit, I'm up. Okay.
You're alive for once.
I'm fucking alive. I'm so running out of options here. Ripley's not on the board or anything, right? We only have Orthax in front of us. Is all that's left?
Until we hold and we wait for her to appear again, which she inevitably will.
Wow, this isn't good at all. Wow, cool. All I have left is a thunder wave.
Yeah, that's fun. Do that.
So in a fit of
you want?
fight or flight in what?
No, go.
That's all I got. In a fit of flight or flight, I as I'm standing up, I smack down on the ground and hit a thunder wave around me because that's all I have.
15 for cube. You can do right there, not hitting any of your party members, and it'll hit Orthax.
You'll hit who? Vex?
It'll hit
No,
Orthax.
Orthax. Only Orthax? Cool. Bam.
So, as a Constitution saving throw, that's the cocked roll. 16.
No, fail.
So 2d8 thunder damage. Go ahead and roll that, and it's pushed 10 feet away from you.
Ooh, 11 damage. No, sorry, 10 damage. 10 damage.
10
And
points
he's
of
pushed.
thunder damage. Is reduced by
10 feet.
half because it's resistances. So he takes 5. Alrighty. It blasted back. Orthax.
And I stand up, and as a reaction, I'm going to cast Healing Word on myself again, once again at first level.
Okay, go for it. And Keyleth's turn.
Heal 8 points.
Kynan, who's still on the ground, is kind of wrestling with the whole circumstance. Okay. Kynan looks up at Keyleth standing up after stabbing her, watching her fall. Seems to be kind of really noticing both the tide turning and looking up towards you, the absolute face of...
I look at him and I just stare daggers right into him and kind of shake my head and wipe the blood off my mouth.
Sorry. He grabs the dagger from the ground.
Is she next to him?
Yes, he's gonna... No, he's gonna kill
right
me.
next to her.
Right next to her?
You're right next to her. Takes the dagger, rears back with it, and flings it to the side towards Orthax. Yeah! Good boy. That is... 16, which hits him. Just barely, actually. Orthox technically is next to you, so it does get sneak attack.
Yeah, Kynan is like an almost multi-stage lever where you can have him on the enemy side, you can have him out of the combat, or you can have him... Sorry, I was listening to that. Or you can have him join Vox Machina. Really good balancing lever to pull if you're going to do a brutal combat like this with like player stat sheets and the ambush and everything else. Really good to have this like flex member of the combat that'll switch sides depending on, frankly, who's losing.
The shadow sparking, and the sunlight you can see is kind of scarring and poking the back of this kind of oily surface that is its muscled shoulder. Each blade strike that hits, you can see the black shadow pouring out like a small waterfall of pure void. Orthax is kind of like... But with each damage he takes, his head doesn't turn. His face still locked in pure hatred and vengeance towards Percival. And your turn backs? Oh yeah, because that was your reaction. Scanlan, you're up.
I'm going to. Can I gingerly walk on the glass? Or
you can move 3 squares and not take any damage.
Will that be where she was when she disappeared?
She was right here, around there. So you can go there.
I'm gonna go gingerly there where she was.
Carefully step away. All right.
Draw my blade. Get it ready to rock.
Yeah, they're absolutely. I mean, it's an interesting thing to consider, especially if you're a DM out there of like, how would you handle this? How would you set it up right now? Of like, yeah, like different DCs. If you still want to keep it relatively skill based. If you want to have it be random, if you want to have it be, there's a lot of people that use like morale checks. If you want to have Kynan start out with a crazy low morale just naturally, and so he's participating in the same system as all of the enemies, he just has like a lower threshold. All of those things. You could absolutely have different members of the party influence it differently. Yeah, if it's HP thresholds, dramatic moments. I would say, personally, I would if I were running this combat and setting it up, I would just keep it dramatic moment, dramatic timing. Because if you link it directly to HP thresholds, to a degree, you are still linking it to the overall balance of the encounter, which it doesn't totally lose its effectiveness by any means, but it reduces its effectiveness as a balancing lever if you tie it to like an explicit action. And also, honestly, I think it's a tiny bit unnecessary. Yeah. Also, yeah, the dramatic moments does seem a little bit more in line with Matt. So I think it's going to give you more flexibility to be able to, again, influence the fight kind of midstream. Tying that to getting the seemingly killing blow on the team is way cooler. Yeah, and I don't think that Matt probably thought ahead of time if Kynan kills one of them, that's when it triggers. I've said 1,000 times at this point. I think Matt just has good dramatic timing, and I think he saw Kynan do that. It worked. He downed one, and he just knew, like, oh, this is the moment. Not only did the tides just swing very much against Vox in terms of the balance of the encounter, but it's also a great dramatic moment to trigger this sort of this sort of realization. Yeah. No, Kynan's an incredibly intriguing part of this combat that I think is allowing Matt to have his cake and eat it too. Where Kynan just existing here makes the balance of this so much more flexible. Like him being one of the combatants. Even if there was a combatant that was like, let's say half as powerful as Kynan, but had none of this like switching tendency, I think Vox Machina might be dead by now. Or might be fucking on the way out, let's say. And I think even if you just deleted him, it might still not be as helpful as him potentially, being against them and then switching to their side. I mean, it depends on how many turns he spends on both when you're looking at the like nitty gritty of the balance. But in terms of the feel, I think that this switching of loyalties also has an improved feel over if he, say, just was never there in the first place. And, that was like helping with the balance. Because him being against them, then being neutral, then being with them gives a change and a momentum to the combat. It means that like the balance and the tide is shifting to and from Vox Machina, not necessarily like outside of their control, but I think it's going to add a lot more. I said this word last stream, and I gotta think of a better word. Dynamicism. I think it makes the combat more dynamic. It keeps it from being stale compared to if there wasn't this changing lever that Matt could pull at dramatic moments, right? If we just delete Kynan, that would probably overall be a benefit for Vox Machina. He spent more time against them than I think he's going to spend with them. That's a prediction. It might be totally wrong. But I think that just deleting him would be like an overall benefit for the balance of it would make the encounter overall easier. But I think that the combat feels better if he's there and starts against them and then switches into being with them. It makes the combat change over time and take on a explicitly like different tone in different sections. Same thing with adding Orthax during the middle of it. That sort of evolution of the combat is going to change the way that it plays. It's going to change the way that the arena feels. All of it. This is one of the most, even compared to I think that I still like the Kevdak battle arena more. But in terms of an overall encounter, I think this overall encounter, if we take it from like the boat shooting the flare all the way to here, and we compare that to like them entering the city all the way up to them defeating Kevdak, I like this one miles more. Orders of magnitude more. I think the encounter holistically was awesome. So great. The nitty-gritty of the arena, it plays into that, sure, but I think the entire encounter is way, way more dynamic than the Kevdak one was. Yeah. To think that he went from getting clonked on the head by Vax. Just to think. Was the lever moment pushing the scale in Ripley's favor? He could have just not done that. Also true. Yeah. Dynamicism, dynamicity. Considering there are only 30 minutes left. Yeah. Changiness. Yeah, it had a lot of changiness to it. Yeah. The air elementals were a bit random. And that's the interesting thing is I think that this encounter as a whole had both higher highs and lower lows than the Kevdak. I think everything in the Kevdak encounter, start to finish, was good. It was solid. Whereas this, it's like, I think the air elementals are a bit random at one meta level, right? But then at another meta level, they are playing on the resource management of Vox Machina, right? How much are they going to blow on this random encounter that they really don't need to blow a lot of resources on? And how is that going to affect their starting position for the actual fight later? It's one of the first times that Vox Machina has been at a severe disadvantage when the combat starts. The closest is probably the Briarwoods. since they had Vax mind control or charmed as the fight was starting. That one, they were in a bad-ish situation, and they'd been dungeon crawling for a little bit, but they'd known that they were heading towards that fight the whole time, so they were pretty restrained on their resource management. The air elemental combat, while at a low, or in one perspective, I think is a low. I think it was a little bit, random. But at another way, it presented a unique challenge that Vox has not really had to contend with up until now. That I think makes this entire encounter much more interesting and novel. I have so many thoughts on this fight. I'm all over the place. I've got so many thoughts. I chew on it like the bone of a steak. I think this is the fight that if you were like analyzing it start to finish, you might be able to learn the most from as well. Because there are a lot of things that Matt is doing in this fight only, or in this encounter only, that he's never done before. Obviously, he might do it in the future. But there's like so many unique and novel parts to this. In terms of the arena, the adversaries, the entire encounter beforehand. So much of this Matt has never done before. And it's very, very fun. They could have been like glass elementals or other people in Ripley's School. Absolutely. I full on agree with you, Strawberry. Yeah. And I think that is, when I say that like there's a lot to learn from the combat, it's like that's one of them. It's like, oh, should we just delete the air elemental encounter, or is there a way to change it to maintain the benefits? Are there any benefits? Going through those questions when analyzing this is probably a really good exercise. Probably. I'm not going to do it. We're going to push ahead.
Wait.
I can't say anything, can I?
No, sadly.
I can inspire myself. Because I'm a selfish motherfucker.
you can add an inspiration die to an ability check.
I see.
You don't actually inspire yourself.
You can't inspire yourself.
No. You are inspiring yourself at all times.
That is true.
Yeah. It's
All right, well, then I will inspire Grog.
Alrighty.
That's fair.
Are you going to talk about how the Redskins lost to the Cowboys this last weekend?
I'm sorry.
Did that happen?
Who?
You brought that up.
The
sounds like
Washington
fanfiction.
team, whose name I dare not say.
Is there football fan fiction?
I'll inspire you with a dad
It's
joke.
called fantasy football.
Fantasy football.
It's another cow one.
Oh, good. That's
Why did the cow want to go to Hollywood?
why.
She wanted to be in the
Movies. Yeah, didn't need to look at all.
That's really good.
Yeah,
That's really,
movies.
really funny. Just hilarious.
That's 2 moo jokes,
Okay,
I might add.
and I'm ready. I'm holding my action.
Also kind of our mascot.
Kind of
Just
melting.
read this.
Oh.
Ending your turn, that brings us to Orthax. Orthax, glaring intently, is going to go ahead and move his Mark of Vengeance as a bonus action to you, Percy.
Well, I am offended.
He's going to step forward.
Tax of opportunity.
From Vax, who is not here.
Oh,
Where did he go?
Vax ran to the bathroom. Also, doesn't
He went to
technically the young squire get
Oh,
like
yes.
attack
He's still in melee.
Oh, he's still in melee.
Still in melee,
Okay.
technically. Do you want to go ahead and roll an attack for Vax?
Yes, that would be
Sure.
hilarious.
I trust you.
Go for it.
Yo,
Is that the
fuck this
dice
up.
rolls for attacks?
Wow.
He wants to spike you, fucker.
20.
That hits. Go ahead and roll 1d4 plus whatever his bonus to one of his daggers is, which I believe.
I hope he kills Orthax since isn't even here. That would be
10?
10 damage? Alright, 10 damage to Orthax.
Kills Orthax when he isn't here.
Takes a hit,
Yeah,
keeps
that would be
walking forward,
great.
straight towards you. As it walks up, takes both its claws back and just unleashes on you, Percy. It would have disadvantage in sunlight, but the mark is advantage, so it's a basic attack against you.
Okay.
That is 18 plus 9.
18 plus 9 to hit.
Yes.
Wow, does that hit?
Okay.
That's crazy.
And the other one is a 14 plus 9.
That's a 20. That's a 23 to hit.
23.
Of course, that hits as well.
Okay.
Just unconscious again.
So the first hit is 2d8. A 48, because he has advantage on. No, it doesn't have advantage.
Doesn't have advantage.
1x? I can pull 1x. I can pull 1x. Something very interesting that Matt is doing here that I've realized I do to some degree is sometimes I will change the amount of information of like behind the screen information that I give my players depending on if I want to like elicit a certain tone. So you can see right there, Matt did not ask, Taliesin, what's your AC? And then tell him if it hits or doesn't. Matt didn't even tell him the total number, right? He didn't say 23. He said 14 plus 9. Yeah, exactly, Jonathan. I don't know if that is purposeful on Matt's part. I don't know if he's conscious of it. It's, hard to say. But it's something that I noticed within myself of doing something relatively similar. in a slightly different way when I was DMing. Of sometimes I tell my players if a check fails or succeeds, and sometimes I don't, depending on the situation. And in that case, yeah, strategic meeting out of relevant info to the players. It's an even relevant might be is an interesting word there. It's almost info that will elicit a feeling that they might feel, like their character might feel in context, but that the player might not feel because we're playing with dice and paper and maps. So saying, like, essentially revealing that Orthax has a +9 to hit, that itself is almost an intimidation tactic of displaying, without saying it, how fucking powerful Orthax is. Now, maybe there's a debate on, how big is +9 actually. But when you know so little about the adversaries normally, like when you almost never get this information as players, hearing +9, that's fucking intimidation right there. That is communicating the intimidating presence of Orthax without, giving a long, drawn-out description that runs the chance of your players taking the piss a little bit. The numbers in the Math Rocks game can sometimes be used to a narrative effect. I initially can't think of an obviously useful example of an enemy's 2-hit bonus, but still characterize the enemy in question. Exactly. I think that's the thing, is like, knowing that information isn't really going to help them from like a a mechanical perspective, right? It's not going to allow them to dodge or interact with Orthax, in like a strategic way that they couldn't already before, but it does serve to characterize him. Absolutely. Yeah. Characterizes using mechanics. Yes. Very good way to put it. Yeah. Characterizes using mechanics rather than narration and description. Yeah. Aren't there like plus estimate +12? Yeah. There are. Which that's what I'm saying is like, +9. Like from a DM behind the screen perspective, debatable if that's actually a lot. But from the player perspective, when they never see those pluses, I think it's gonna sound like a lot, especially when compared to AC, because AC rises slower, depending, but a lot of times AC rises slower than hit bonuses, because AC is not dependent on proficiency. So you're going to instantly compare it, not necessarily to your own 2-hit, but to your AC. And all of a sudden, +9 compared to my 15 AC, oh no, that sounds like a lot. And I think it's a good intimidation, yeah. I'm telling us the modifier is explicitly telling us the odds. Yeah. To what Umbrasil did. Yeah, no, it is. Now it's like 1 every 15. Interesting. So maybe it is dependent on when you join. That would suck. But good to know. Good to get feedback on it. That's interesting. I'll have to think about that more.
It's 9.
You delivered 10 points of damage while you were gone.
I'm so cool.
You did. You stealthed that hard.
What happened?
21 points of psychic damage.
Oh, Jesus.
Thank you. Was
Yeah,
it
I'm out again.
You're
out?
Yeah.
Fucking fuck, this is not good,
It's
guys.
a claw slash attack.
Yes.
All right, 21 points of
Second strike hits you. 2 death saving throws.
Oh
It's a
my
crit within 5 feet.
So it's a crit within 5 feet?
If it's a melee attack within 5 feet and you're unconscious, it's 2 death saving throws.
Yep, been there, done that.
All right.
Come on, Percy, come on. Big money, no whammies. Where's that
guys,
golden
That
snitch?
ends Orthax's turn.
Where's your
Percy,
fucking golden
it's your
snitch?
turn. Roll a death saving throw.
Oh, shit!
Oh
Come
Wait,
on,
is this
man.
it? Is this
This is
it?
it.
Yeah,
This
come
could
on.
be it.
Come on, come on.
Golden snitch.
10. I don't remember.
I believe that is not a failure. I believe it's
I
9
think
or
it's
below.
10 or higher, right?
I think it's
I
10
think
or
it's
higher.
10 or higher.
Shit me, you rolled a fucking
It was
10.
on the money.
Why
Yep,
you
10 or
shitting
higher,
me?
you succeed.
Oh my god!
Guys, let me
Oh,
have the coolest character lined up, but okay.
Can I seeing
Too much of a
Scanlan
deal.
prepare for the Bamfin? Can I move to the other side of the last place that I saw her?
Yeah, Scanlan's standing where she was last time.
Okay, can I just move opposite of him?
Like over here?
Yeah, maybe a little bit further.
Yeah, to where she
Sure.
can't
Yeah,
shoot around you.
yeah, and turn towards that space, and I'll
Nice.
hold my
Nice.
action until I
She
see her.
appears. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Bitch.
that's 1 success and 2 failures.
All right.
Right, so that was
So, it is now her turn.
Fair enough, G. Hercum. Very, very fair. Ooh, sweaty pits, sweaty pits. It is, oh man. It is so, the resurrection, the resurrection of it all is interesting. I am, yeah. And this is another, so this is on top of the, using player stat sheets or whatever. Having a narrative target for the adversaries, on one hand, I do think is like cool and interesting and like does add a layer of interest to the combat. But when combined with the brutality and just raw offensive power of player stat sheets and the intelligence of the ambush, it's tough to imagine Percy surviving this. It's tough to imagine. I don't know. We're gonna have to see. I feel like I will only be able to like fully analyze that specific aspect once I've seen the whole thing. Once I know how it ends and how close they are to being done. But man.
She is going to appear right there.
Stop!
Wait, what?
Just out of reach of both of
Are
you
you
guys.
fucking kidding me?
He's
Wait,
got
what is she? What?
This is a 5-foot melee attack. She's just out of range of both of you guys. He's
Where's my sword?
You
He's
can,
got
you
a
can still do your
Wait,
shit.
throw if you want.
she's bamfing? Is that what she's doing?
She's bamfing, yeah.
She bamfed
She's
in.
bamfed out. The axe fell to the ground and you throw it back in. So you can make your throw.
Yes.
Come on, man, come on.
Reckless,
This will kill me, by the way.
Go!
It's going to kill me.
Grog. Oh, Grog.
Come on, Grog. Come on.
That giant number again, that's 32 minus 5,
28.
28. Yeah, I know.
We're good.
Killer. Killer.
Everything you got.
Grog, killer.
32.
32 points of damage.
Yeah.
As she appears, you throw the axe. It's a very short distance, so a big amount of your physical strength is put behind it. The axe embeds itself like right in upper torso and abdomen. And she's like, ugh. It's still in her right now. She's like, no. Looks over and sees
I'm
Orthax.
throwing my sword.
You're gonna throw?
Yeah.
All right. Roll with disadvantage.
I
No
have
proficiency.
advantage on my attack because I
Roll
just
advantage.
inspired.
So bad.
Carver.
It's Carver. Yeah, you have disadvantage just because your regular attack. We have no proficiency bonus. You're not proficient at throwing weapons,
No.
so this is a serious penalty.
Oh,
You're
God.
gonna get a 19.
Can you inspire yourself? Have you done that yet?
No, you can't really do it.
No.
No, tilt.
What am
Yeah.
I adding?
What'd you roll?
13.
Nah, it's not gonna do it.
Okay.
You throw the blade, woof, woof, it whips past her. As she appears, she takes 1 step, 2 steps there, past.
Yeah, 1x again. I don't think they're gonna TPK, but I could see Percy dying. That would be crazy, but I could see it.
Scrog sees Orthax just wailing on the corpse of Percy.
Oh,
He's back. Another name off the list. And fires.
Can I do cutting words? Has a whole
depend-
round been gone by since my last reaction?
Yeah.
It has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can get to that. We'll see what she rolls.
Wow.
We have debate. I'll go to 1-5.
Am I the first one to go?
Shut up.
And she has, because you are technically prone, she has
I'm
disadvantage.
prone and I'm in shadow.
So that is a 15 plus. Oh no, 13. 13 plus 14, 27.
With cutting word?
I'm gonna reduce her attack.
Yeah, so go ahead.
27.
27. Roll a d10 and reduce her attack by a d10.
Roll a d10. Roll a d10.
You have to roll a 10. You have to roll a 10.
Well, do I have no? Because I have
Any cover?
I have a little
He still
bit.
had cover
Do I still have
before.
my cover bonus? It is a giant mess in there.
Does he have covers like he did
No,
before?
he doesn't. He's prone. That's given the disadvantage. So
So you have to roll a 10. This is adorable.
No.
Why is this on me, guys?
It's just funny that way.
Two.
So the bullet sinks into Percy. You hear the air escape from his lungs as Orthax suddenly flares up with darkness. You watch as the edge of the barrel, some sort of script that was carved in the side of one of the barrels, flares away with a purple flash. And it seems like some of Ripley's wounds tend to heal a little bit. Wow.
Splash one.
She goes, now, it's time to go ahead and make an escape. I'm just gonna use a bonus action to Misty step that way.
I can't. She's not next to me.
And vanish.
Is my axe still in her chest?
The axe, she runs away, kind of drags a little bit behind her to the chain, and as soon as she vanishes, falls to the ground. That brings us to Vex's turn.
Are you down? Are you unconscious?
I'm not unconscious. That's technically speaking, that's 3. That's 3.
Percy is now devoid of life.
Can you do anything as a paladin? Can you do anything?
Whose turn is it?
It's my turn. I trinkets in the vault in the necklace. I don't know.
Holy fuck.
I don't know what I can do.
Dude, maybe the Percy retrospective is coming sooner than I thought it was. Oh, man. Live by the sword, die by the sword, I suppose. We gotta keep... They could always resurrect him. They could always... That's the weird pit at the bottom. And this is why I fully unskippable ad placement. No! Oh my god. This is why I was very interested and still am very interested in Matt's resurrection, and me and my players had a resurrection discussion in the session 0 for our new campaign, is because this is a huge moment, but there is that little worm in the back of your head that is like, well, they could just bring him back. Now, Matt's resurrection rules put an if on that. They put a maybe. Oh, it's so interesting. I don't know. My reactions are great. Good. I'm glad. Keep going.
I can do it. Just
Kill Orthax.
Yeah.
Kill
Orthax.
Orthax.
We just
That's
gotta get
literally
out of
your
this.
best bet right now because I'm.
Can you do something about this?
It's also assumingly, I think that the list
If I just scream, and I.
and likely Ripley's version of the list, I think, steals their fucking soul.
I'm actually texting quite a lot right now.
I'm not looking. I don't want to look.
I
all
got a
caps.
21 on the second hit.
Both take good roll damage.
19, 4 is lightning damage,
All right.
and 17, 1 is lightning damage.
Okay. You gonna stay where you are up in the tree?
No, can I fly down and try to? I don't. No, I want to fly over closer to Percy on the other side of the tree.
Fly down this side?
Yeah.
Okay. That ends your turn. Vax, you're up.
And I release trinket.
Trinket is currently unconscious. In your necklace.
I'm going to attack Orthax. He's got people around him, yeah?
Currently, yes.
Yeah, alive
Oh,
people?
did I get sneak attack on Orthax?
Yeah, because he's a melee, so yeah, roll sneak attack on that. 2d6 to that.
8 more.
Okay, that's 8. Alrighty. So Vax.
I'm going to use Sharpshooter on this attack.
Okay.
That is a 1, so that misses. I'm not going to use Sharpshooter on the next one. That is a 24.
24, go and roll for sneak attack.
1 plus
Okay.
6, 11, 14, 17, 23, 27, 31. 31.
31 damage.
And I'm going to use Shit, no, I'm gonna move. Where's Trinket?
He's in the necklace.
In the necklace? I'm gonna stick.
No, they're just talking so soft that it sounds like it.
Oh, fuck. Jesus. How close is Orthax to me?
Orthax is right in front of you.
Pylon.
In seeing Percy fall, all I have left is Thunderwave, and I'm gonna do it at 5th level because that's all I have left.
Okay. Thunderwave, Constitution saving throw. That's a 9. That's a failure. So at 5th level, that's an additional 48. That's 6d8 thunder damage.
I rolled all 7s, so 7, 14, 21, plus. Oh shit! What did I say? 21 plus another 8, which is 29, plus another 8, which is 37, plus another 6, which is 43 points of thunder damage.
As you turn back out of frustration and blast forth this wave of thunder's energy, you watch as Orthax's shadow form is scattered for a second and falls into this kind of small pile of shadow on the ground that is now shifting for some sort of focus. It's just kind of around the ground like a slippery snake. Orthax is essentially at 0 hit points. That is Keyleth's turn. Scaling, you're up.
I walk over and pick up my sword slowly.
Okay.
And
Take 5 points of piercing damage to go over and get it.
even gingerly.
Gingerly, you can't quite get to your sword.
And hold my attack in case maybe I should.
Okay. You can hold a spell too if you want.
I'm holding a spell.
What spell are you holding?
I think she's resistant to it, but I will hold Otiluke's Resilient Sphere.
Okay. Good call.
Take a break.
Right, so that ends your turn. Back at the top. Grog.
I go get
How close are we? No break. We're pushing through. We're pushing through.
I go get my axe because I'm still raging.
Okay, so yeah. You pick up the axe right there, which is where it was kind of on the ground after she vanished.
And I hold my action in case she comes back.
Okay. In your turn, she appears.
She does.
Yes.
I will encapsulate her, or attempt to.
Otiluke's Resilient Sphere. Otiluke's. All right. Dexterity saving throw against a DC of
21 with disadvantage.
Because
I cutting words her.
It's true. That would be a 16. The sphere encapsulates her. She is now currently down within the sphere, and she looks about, suddenly going, What the heck is going on?
You can curse, it's okay. You killed me.
I thought the exact same thing.
Okay.
But he said heck.
Everyone gather around. Her.
Oh, not leaving Percy.
I'm gonna drop this thing and we're all gonna fucking kill her together.
No.
Yes, we are.
She stands there. She goes and fires at the wall. She just kind of has no effect. Looks over the shoulder.
I have 3 attacks.
I'm slowly walk up to her with the sword in
Right.
hand.
Well,
Walking over as well.
okay.
I'm just, well-
So we'll first at the end of her turn, the last round of the blink spell does not go off.
All right, for the end of stream, I'm just turning off ads. I'm turning off ads. Choose, insert them manually. All right, I just turned the ads onto manual, so hopefully no more come through for the end of this. Why is she back? And I mean, okay. It does sound like molasses. I know. It feels like they're in slow-mo. It's so where you don't get to choose. Oh, that's fair, Blink. That's fair. It's Blink. That makes sense that it's Blink. It's what was I? It's I have a thought in my head and I can't like form it into words. It is so is it okay to say what spell release? That's okay. Yeah, that's fine. It's not too crazy. Especially like what classes they are doesn't bother me as much because Matt could always change them. No, the thing that it's a there's a layer to this of like, this is kicking the dog. This is kicking the dog. Because she didn't need to kill him. It's such a clear, has the reached the oh wait I love this now moment. It's her just killing Percy. Did you intentionally mute? No, am I muted? I hope not. It is, I am operating at 0.5 speed. It's like, there's a level of, I wanted her to kick the dog to show me what the difference is between Percy and her. And I classically called Vox Machina villain adjacent for their murder of the old lady. Percy was on the list. Percy was on the list. But here's the... Which drives home the connection point between them more. Which was the first thought. But then the second thought is a crazy... It's not even a parallel at that point. I don't even want to call it like narrative mirroring. It's just literal. It's generational trauma. It's Orthax trauma. It is this demon that is controlling both of them. But also, even when Percy was influenced, controlled by the demon, he held himself back. In a way, she is more evil in my eyes because she tried to leave. Because she just was there to kill Percy. She wasn't doing like, because I can fucking post justify all day long for Ripley. I can say, oh, she planned a trap because Vox Machina was coming after her. If Vox Machina wouldn't have been coming after her to kill her, let's be real, which she knows, then they would have never triggered the trap, and they would have never, and this wouldn't have ever happened. In a way, they are potentially partially complicit. However, her just killing Percy and then trying to bounce, not only leaving her compatriots, but leaving the rest of Vox, when she is like probably winning, totally negates that entire interpretation. That entire thought of this being any manner of self-defense or getting them before they get me. It negates any of that. It makes it so clearly personal. And regardless of what I think of Percy's unreliability as a narrator, even if I have the mental excuse that maybe things happened in their past that they aren't fully representing and that Percy maybe forgot about. Even if I take all of that, at the very least, the very best that I can do is turn this into a Hunter v. Hunter situation. They're both trying to kill each other before the other one gets them. But at this point, Vox Machina is on the side of Percy. It's not like she's going to kill Percy and then Vox is going to stop coming for her. Obviously not. So if it was a Hunter v Hunter situation, also not Hunter x Hunter, the anime, it's like competing private detectives, right? If it's just an antagonistic relationship, you put Percy into unconscious, you put him into downed, and then you go through and do the same to the rest of Vox Machina so that you win. You don't waste a bunch of attacks confirming Percy. You don't waste all that energy. You go through and you try to take out all of the other combatants, and then you kill them all. Like, that is, if this was strategic, if this wasn't personal, if it wasn't moral, if it wasn't evil, if it wasn't fucking evil. If it wasn't evil, you don't confirm Percy. You go through and you get the rest of Vox first. And so to me, it sounds so strange to say because of all the arguments and everything. But to me, confirming Percy at seemingly all costs and then leaving, to me, that shows the evil more than anything else, personally. Yeah, interesting. Mega is convinced. I am convinced. VM consented to Percy dying by triggering the trap. No. They consented to the combat, not to Percy dying. If they were not going after Ripley, they would have never gotten into combat. Not Percy dying. They consented to the fight, right? This is a spy versus spy, a hunter versus hunter. Get them before they get you. There could have been that dynamic. That was the option that I was leaving the door open for when I said that I needed the kick the dog. Because without that, it could be this like, ooh, we're trying to outthink each other sort of situation. But it's not. It's not that. It's not that. Yeah. I love that it's in Matt really so much to talk about with it. And it's so hard. It's so hard because Percy might not get resurrected here. But also, I always I think for character death, the players need to make 3 mistakes. Is my typical kind of mental construct. You could theoretically say that the first mistake is not doing better reconnaissance or thinking about what the flare off of the boat might mean. The second mistake is not running away and engaging with I don't want to say an obvious trap, but with a trap. Which I think it was maybe not the most clear, but there were signs. Even though I had some quibbles with the signs, they were there, especially with the whisper that the twins potentially got. And then the third mistake is not running. When they started to get outgunned, outmatched. And when when the actual trap goes off, they're so damaged, the ambush has worked. The third mistake is not running. Mistake 1 is inventing guns. Well, then that just makes 4 mistakes. So I think it can be, I think that is like that evaluation. It doesn't have to be that exact. It doesn't have to be like a 1, 2, 3 sort of thing. But that manner, that tone of evaluation is something that I think about for player death and like how acceptable it's going to feel. And then there's the extra. So that's just the baseline. That's just, can this happen at all? And then we have the added layer of it's Ripley, it's the list, his name is on it. There's several added layers below that make it not only acceptable but potentially satisfying. And it's an incredibly live by the sword, die by the sword moment. Invent guns, die by the gun. Yeah. Yeah. Would Ripley define victory as eliminating every member of Vox Machina or eliminating Percy? That was an open question to me. And in this case, it seems like it was eliminating Percy, which to me is the kick the dog in this case. The fact that the win condition, the win con for her is just kill Percy, that is being actively malicious towards one specific person for no reason, right? If the reason was just, I need to disable them because they're coming after me, then the win con would be eliminate every member of Vox Machina or disable them or what have you. But that's clearly not her backing morality. Yeah. Is Orthax's list circular doubly linked? Circular doubly linked, like the last wraps back around to the first, so the first has a reference back to the last. Is that what you're referring to? And the last has a back reference to the first. Maybe that'd be crazy. The list gets the person who last handed it off. Yeah. She was willing to sacrifice all her compatriots. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe she's just trying to assassinate Percy. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the kick the dog for me. Because whatever her backing thoughts and morality and goals are, if the entire goal is to assassinate Percy, that's the kick the dog. Like, proof of that is the kick the dog. Because there's no reason other than being evil that it would just be assassinate Percy. To me, at least. Someone consumed by vengeance, maybe. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, do you think that even though they don't make mistakes, if they're in combat, then it's okay for a player to die? Should it make sense? I disagree. I don't think that every combat players it should be feasible for players to die. Sure, you can. There are situations in which the math rocks go crazy and they roll just 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and the enemy rolls 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. But outside of near statistical impossibilities, I don't think every combat should have the option. I think you should need to foreshadow an amount of danger. And I think that if the players don't make any mistakes, like if the players make zero mistakes from their perspective, from your perspective as a DM, if they do everything the exact way that you thought they would, and an encounter that you built kills one of them, I think that's a bad encounter. I think that you built it bad, frankly. Again, outside of statistical improbabilities. Yeah. I think if no one makes any mistakes, that was a poorly balanced encounter. I guess maybe that's the thing. If someone dies, someone should have made mistakes. Whether that's the players or the DM when building it. Yeah. I find it kind of funny. Her killing less people is a sign of being more evil. I agree, but it's funny. It is. It is. That's why I was like, when I was like thinking about it and trying to get it out of my brain, I was like, this doesn't make any sense, but it is what I think. And then I made it, I constructed it into making more sense. Because yeah, it is so funny that like her being less bloodthirsty is a sign of, evil to me. Yeah. Oh my God. Not talking about how cold Scanlan was. Oh yeah. Scanlan's getting real serious. Yeah. Yeah, Mathrocks do Mathrock things, yeah. On the scale of hundreds of sessions in millions of games, statistical impossibility isn't a useful term. That's fair. I won't lie about that. But I would also say that when those statistical improbabilities arise, players would be mistaken to not retreat. Players would be mistaken. If the combat is going that poorly, it is partially a mistake to not retreat. But yeah, I was just being pedantic. That's fair. I feel you. I mostly mean if deadly encounters. Yeah, I mean that's fair. And deadly encounters should be heavily foreshadowed that they are deadly. And if the players don't properly prepare for the level of deadly that you have foreshadowed, that's a mistake. And then them not retreating is a mistake. Once they get into it and should realize that they can't hang. So it's not a hard rule necessarily. And it can also depend on like where it is in the campaign. If it's like the final encounter of a campaign, that has different rules. It's like I said, the 3 mistakes thing is not a hard and fast rule. It's just the thing that I default to when analyzing like, ooh, player death here? Really? Yeah. That is also fair. That is also fair, Daniel. We should be here for about an hour then. This was a crazy ending. God, I can't even imagine trying to have gotten through this all on Wednesday. Ah!
The roll didn't happen?
Yeah, and this is like the blink. She didn't blink out, so she's now locked in the sphere, and she's starting to look about extremely nervously. The shadow of Orthax comes and kind of finds her and is beneath the orb and can't quite get through.
No magic can happen in the orb.
You guys all work towards and bring yourself towards the edge. We'll say.
No, I'm staying.
Staying there?
Percy.
We need you.
I'll shoot her from a distance.
Okay. Get ready
all right.
to.
It comes through. We'll say, for the sake of brevity, here it comes back to Scanlan's turn. Everyone's holding their action.
I'd like to get right up next to the orb.
Me too.
I do as well.
I'm getting up on the log so that I can get a clean shot at her.
Okay.
Vax, you with us?
Yes.
Kynan actually walks along with you.
It's like fucking molasses.
Ready?
I'm ready.
When you are.
For Percy.
Her hands are around the orb, and right now her eyes are darting around. She's trying to find a way to think her way out of this. And you see like her face kind of flash in a couple ways. And she looks around cunningly at all of you and kind of smiles.
Percy's killing you right now, not us. I drop it, and we all attack.
Stab.
Oblivion.
All right. Go ahead and roll. Croc. Roll your 3 attacks.
Reckless. Great. Everything.
Vex, roll your 2 attacks. Vex, roll your attacks. Scanlan.
29.
26 and 32.
God damn it, Gil, you better not fuck me. Not bad, Gil.
26 and 22.
Are we just doing melee attacks or like spell attacks or what?
Spell attacks is fine. She doesn't have a whole lot of energy left in her engine, and we don't even need to roll damage because how do you, Vox Machina, want to do this?
Good choice.
I want to sink my dagger into her arm and sever all around her shoulder and rip her fake arm off of her body.
The arm just plummets to the ground, the shadow kind of still coalescing at where the wound is. The shadow of Orthax kind of shoots up into where the exposed wound is. With that moment, who does what next?
I'd like to carve the Dorolo crest into her forehead.
As she's clutching this, you reach forward and grab her by the throat, her eyes wide, and you just slash across. You can see right now she has no strength to resist.
I'm gonna take the axe and go straight across her navel.
Feel it.
I'm gonna take a grasping vine and choke her around her throat.
The vines wrap around and hold her in place. Vex?
I want an arrow straight through her heart, and one in her mouth as she screams.
The scream is cut short as the arrow finds itself placed in the back of the skull, the other one straight to the chest. Grog, your blade cuts through the midsection as the other grasping vine pulls the lower half down. Ripley is entirely torn asunder in a final silent scream. The shadow of Orthax dissipates, sputters, and vanishes. The battlefield grows silent. You all turn and look back over your shoulder and see the still body of Percy against the tree trunks over there.
I'm still gonna try to cast Cure Wounds on it.
I do the same.
And that's where we'll pick up next episode.
Oh, shit.
What? Why would you do that to us?
Okay, time for the normal post-session cooldown with commentary and jokes. I can't wait for the commentary and jokes during this post-session cooldown.
No, I'm
It's
okay with
what
this.
they would have done.
I'm okay with this.
I have nothing left.
What just happened?
Wait, is that it? We need to know, because if that's it, then we gotta go get drinks. That was our promise.
Well, there are certain people that have magical, divine abilities that have been known to restore life to those. It's happened before to other members of your party.
How do we get there, though? We're so far away. You can bamf us through a tree. There's no trees.
Not today.
She's depleted.
I'm totally depleted until we sleep.
Maybe I can put him in the necklace.
With the bag of golding?
No, in the bag of golding.
I can help.
I think Percy would like that. I think that's very Percy.
I can help Trinket.
I could put him in the necklace. I could put him in the necklace. And maybe stabilize him. I don't know.
Can't stabilize.
Are we gonna? You're gonna make us deal with
gotta figure
like
this out
this
next time.
for
I
a
think we're gonna
fucking
figure this
week?
out next time.
As the person who is sitting here, I think that we will see you next week.
It is 11:45.
It is time.
We're gonna consider.
will have
I've
this
grown a lot of
conversation later.
emotional attachment to this.
Baby.
I don't.
No. I mean, we can keep going for a bit if you guys
No,
want to stay,
no,
but it's
no, no.
11:45.
I need a process. I need a process.
What?
Pick this up later.
Ashley just texted she doesn't work next Thursday. So
She doesn't work. She's desperately wanting to get in.
yeah, she was like texting every.
Mike would be an individual to talk to about this.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, that went sideways.
Yeah. Let's stop this conversation for now. We'll have more of this
Pick
conversation
this up
later.
next week.
I will not
I have
have this conversation online either, guys.
Nothing
Sorry.
left under a third
Later.
level spell. I have nothing left.
Next week with new Vox Machina member.
Oh my god.
Don't say
Thank
that.
you for your service, Tellison.
No. What? Shut up, Sam. Shut up.
Will Wheaton will be joining us every week.
He'll be getting a mohawk. Thank you. We'll have this talk later. Thank you, guys.
The story will continue next week.
There's like all of us.
Have hope. Have faith. We'll see what transpires. Members of Vox Machina.
What?
Members of Vox Machina.
We don't have faith at this table.
It's okay.
Some of us do.
It's okay.
Some of us do.
It's okay, honey. It's fun to be the DM.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you.
Guys,
Thank you, Matt.
Good game, good fight. Hard fight. A very clever foe felled.
Yeah.
We'll pick this up next week. Have a good night, guys. Is it Thursday yet?
What did you think of this episode? Oh, see you later, Epster. Whew. I mean, I will obviously have more of a drawn out You know? I'll have more of a takeaway next week. When am I going on winter break? What's today? The 8th? When am I? Wednesday. I think the 18th will probably be the last live. The last live CR. Maybe. Oh, I don't know if I want to do half an episode that day though. We'll see. We'll see. I'll definitely be here this Wednesday and next Sunday. I can't change out my boilerplate language. Oh, absolutely. No, I just thought it was funny. I thought it was very, very funny. That is, I think it's my favorite episode. I think. Which is a little fucked up. Yeah. It also does solidify my impression of the tribal nature of Vox. I remember someone using Ripley killing Mistress Asharu as a point of evidence for her villainy. Ripley just shot her. That's it. She just shot her. It's a normal combat. Scanlan fucking... Oh my god. They said to make Aaron Paul's reaction more realistic, they killed a kid on a bike IRL. Oh my god. So we changing it to more than whatever. Yeah. I almost started talking about. I was like, I'll talk about logistics some other time, because I do like talking about it. But man, it would be a fair battle for Percy to tie in. Now the question is like Scanlan fucking yeah, dude. The question is, will he get resurrected? And kind of regardless, well, not regardless. If he doesn't, what do they do from a show perspective? Does he roll up a new character? Does he just stop? Holy. F69 is a short one. Okay, good to know. I guess that makes sense. I have a feeling it is them rushing back to Pike, and then it will probably end on either a successful or not successful resurrection. That's just my prediction. I could be wrong. I doubt I am. Then F70, 318. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we might get all the way through F70. Maybe. It'll depend. 69 is probably the easiest to do in one go. Gotcha. Oh, man. Tal did say he has an awesome character lined up. He did. He did indeed. Now, from now on, every time someone dies, they are gone and reduce player count. No, they whittle them down over the course of the campaign. Right? They started with, what did they start with? 8. And then they lose Pike. And then they lose Orion. Or Tiberius. And then Percy dies, and they lose Percy. They never regain their numbers. Oh man, oh man, oh man. It will be so interesting to me how Matt does that. I will be so curious as to how they introduce a new character if they do. That'd be fascinating. I've never had to do it. I've never had to do it in my entire time of running. Oh man, the only time that characters have died is in the campaign finale, where, you know, last session. Or the only time characters have died and stayed dead, I should say. So I've never had to introduce a character midstream. I'll be fascinated as to if that happens, how Matt handles it. Yeah, if that happens, it'll be the first time Matt had to on stream. Yeah. The monster who killed them joins the party. Yeah, they get fucking Ripley joins the party. Oh no. Holy shit. They do a one-shot with a bunch of hopefuls. Yeah, they do a battle royale. They do another battle royale episode to replace him. Hi, Bird. She needs to go. Well, it's good timing. I just finished. Oh, Bird, did you hear me? Did you hear me being sad? Oh, Bird, oh no. Ah! Yeah, hi. Oh my God. Get out of here. Percy's long lost ghost and Percy. Okay. That was crazy. Hello, Miss Two Foot. Hello. Yeah. Grok is replaced with Craven Edge. Fuck yeah, dude. I want a sentient little sword walking around. Okay. Yeah, I'm done. I had originally debated writing my session report tonight on stream. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna go play some Marvel Rivals with my friends or something. I need to detox. Oh, thank you so much, everybody, for joining. That was a crazy one. And I look forward to the next two. The next two are going to be incredibly interesting. Yeah, all Gallows humor. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh my God. Yeah. Brain's gone. I'm out of here. Good night and goodbye.